Hello friends, it's your boy Treya, and today I am here because the Discord server that I run, along with two of my best friends, it's called the PMPL. I recently just did our first ever Wi-Fi division. All of those battles are up on my channel, so some of you might be familiar with it. But the PMPL is a server that we started right at a year ago. We just recently passed our 1 year anniversary, so happy birthday to one of the best servers on Discord. And with that being said, we decided to host an anniversary tour. So this tour is going to be 64 coaches. We split them into pools of 8 for drafting, and the only gimmick is that they have to use um, the favorite Pokemon of all three of our owners. So me, Meso, and Dylan. And so those three Pokemon are Sylveon for me, Infernape for Dylan, and then Mimikyu for Meso. So all 64 coaches do have those three Pokemon, and then they were able to draft 6 to 7 more Pokemon to fit those, and then they're going to battle each other until we have a champion. And the winner will get a cash prize coming straight out of my pocket. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get straight into it. But before we start, I will be doing watch-alongs for all of the games. So I'll explain a little bit more whenever that time comes, but we will be doing watch-alongs for every single game. So yeah, let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, so we are here with the first two teams. And so, like I said, I'm gonna be going over every single one of these. The first three Pokemon that everyone picked are going to be Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape, and they are all going to be the only Terra captains with Open Terra. And here to grade these with me today is going to be a couple of the mods from my server. First up, we have Dracogon.
Yo,
Next up, we have Fabriks.
Hey, how's it going?
And then last up, we have Kpizzle.
What's going on?
All right, so looking into this first team, we got Palafin, Torn T, we got Nidoking, Xurkitree, Farigiraf, Volibee, and Eldegoss. And so right off rip, I'm seeing not the greatest removal. Mainly, it's just going to be the Torn T, but this is Nat Deck, so Torn T will get to put in some work. Boots Torn T is always viable. Volibee and Eldegoss, I really just don't see coming to that many games. However, I do really like the Nidoqueen. I think it's one of the few Pokemon in the format that does counter all three of the captain Pokemon, as well as Palafin just being Palafin. I feel like a lot of people aren't going to draft like multiple counters to it. Most people probably just draft one water type most of the time, maybe not even a bulky water type. And so I think under the right circumstances, maybe if you just run like a Terra Electric or a Terra Grass, you can take out that water, and then Palafin's just going to run house. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I love Palafin. It especially helps that you don't even need it to be fast all the time because it has such good priority.
Mm.
But I also really like the Xurkitree paired with it, taking out the bulky waters like you mentioned, and then Farigiraf as a defensive option with Sap Sipper, and also just eat grass types if Born T doesn't want to come in for whatever reason.
Mm. Draco?
yeah, I do like this team. I think obviously like Palafin's probably like just one of the best mons right now, and so having that is obviously huge. And I think maybe my only concern is that like the offense leans mostly towards special. Like I think his only real physical attacker is going to be that Palafin and Infernape. So
That's true. It is very, very specially offensive.
yeah,
Kpizzle?
Yeah, I like this team a lot. The thing that I'm curious about is how Farigiraf is used kind of as a counter to Sylveon. You know, having Psychic Noise being the same speed tier. I'm curious to see if that's kind of used as a Sylveon counter to keep it from wishing and healing up the rest of the team. But overall, I do like the team. I like Torn T a lot. I think the the assault vest sets are really good, as well as just the heavy duty boost, just being annoying and staying healthy. So I like this team a good bit.
Okay. So now we're going to rank every team on a scale of 1 to 10. And after we finish ranking all the teams, we'll be able to add up our scores and just, based on numbers, be able to tell who has the best teams. And first up, I'm going to give this team a 7. I definitely think it's better than the average team. I definitely think it can go well, especially in Bope's hands. Bope is a good player, but we're just ranking based off teams. I do think that there is a lot of firepower between the base 171 special attack circuitry and then Torrentine and Palafin. I definitely think they could have built better around the specific top three. No steel type is going to be a bit interesting into the Sylveon and the Mimikyu, but who knows? Maybe they can get it to work. I think a 7's pretty good for it.
Yeah, I'd go one lower. I'd give it a 6. No steel type's kind of big for me, especially when every team has 2 fairies without spending any points. And then, like Draco was saying, it's very specially offensive, but it's also specially defensive. There's no like real just fizz def wall on it.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'll go with a 7 for this one actually, because like I am liking it a little more, like looking at it more, but yeah, I think because like it does have some very good offensive pieces. I think just the only thing really holding it back is that like it doesn't have great checks for those 2 fairies that everyone's gonna have outside of the Needle Queen. So
What about you, KP?
Yeah, I'd probably go with a 6 for this one. I think that the lack of steel type and kind of physical bulk might come back to harm them or make them kind of run some weird sets to kind of deal with any sort of fast physical breaker. So yeah, probably gonna go with a 6 for this.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move over to the right side. We have Nick, not Nicholas. They decided to start off their draft with a Fairy Dragon Steel Core. They picked up Latios and then Excadrill. Followed it up with Zoroark Hisui. They got Tentacruel, Kilowattrel. We got Ditto and then Dartrix. So like I said, Fairy Dragon Steel Core, probably pretty essential here, especially since you don't have to spend any points on those fairies. I think Hisui and Zoroark could be pretty decent here. It can kind of just be checked by Sylveon if it's not specs though, so that is a bit worrisome. And can also just be a little too frail. Probably not going to be able to switch in on anything. I do like the Tentacruel. I think it's one of the few Pokemon in this format, just like the Nidoqueen, that can beat all 3 of them in 1v1. Kilowattrel, I think, is a decent mon. Not everybody needs to draft a ground type here, so electric types are going to be pretty free. And then obviously the Ditto and the Dartrix probably not going to be coming to too many games, but we don't know. Who wants to go next?
I will. I really like this team. I also love the team name. If you can dodge a Crobat, you can dodge a ball.
Mm-hmm.
But I especially like Zoroark here. I think being able to eat Mimikyu's ghost types while hitting it back is kind of wild. And then Tentacruel, the water poison typing is super, like, nearly essential here. With the Sylveon Infernape Mimikyu, it can take all of them on, and it removes hazards as well. I love this team a lot.
Awesome. Draco?
yeah, I do. I think this team just looks like it would be really fun to play, just like with the mind games with Zoroark and Ditto, and also just having really good breakers with that Latios and Excadrill. I think it's definitely something I think I would enjoy using at least. And yeah, I think as we were saying, the Tentacruel is pretty good into all of the top 3. I think only thing would that be, I think all of them could probably tech options for Tentacruel. Like, I think Sylveon gets Psyshock and Infernape gets Earthquake, so it's maybe not as much of a hard check as you would like, but it'll still do pretty well.
Yeah, it'll force certain prep, which is really all you need it to do.
Yeah.
KP?
Yeah, I really like this team. I like the flexibility of having 2 spinners, so you're not forced to run spin on either of them. And I mean, as it's been said, the Tentacruel is a really good matchup. And the Ditto mind games plus his Zoroark mind games is just something that the opponent's always going to have to think about. And just there's a value in that alone. So I think this is a really well balanced and well planned out team.
Agreed. So now we're going to rank them. I think I'm going to go with an 8. I do really like this team. I think it's very well put together. I think this team is lacking physical attackers just a bit. Kind of the same with only having Palafin and Infernape on the left side. We do only have Excadrill and Infernape. I guess as well kind of Mimikyu, but Mimikyu is not really just the biggest physical threat in the world. But other than that, I think this team is going to do very well. It's going to be very hard to switch in on the offensive threats this team has, as well as breaking the defensive threats. So I think an 8 is perfect.
Yeah, I also think 8. Like this team was made for a score of 8. It's not gonna annihilate anyone, but it's super well rounded.
Mhm.
Every piece is important. Like I can even see Dartrix coming to one battle. Just super good team. Really well built.
Okay, Draco.
I think, as you were both saying, it's a very 8 team. It's pretty well built, I think. Yeah, the only thing holding it back is just the lack of physical offense, although could maybe tech like a Swords Dance Zork or Tentacruel sometime to like catch people off guard.
That would be heat.
Yeah.
Mr. KP.
Yeah, I probably for this team would go with an 8 as well. I really like the balance. There's no type that just destroys this team. It's bit like it has a good good typings across the board. So yeah, go with 8.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get right into the next ones. All right, going into the next set. First up, we have Killateral with the team Do the Dupiter. First up, decided to go with the Fairy Dragon Steel route by getting Zygarde 50%. He got Treads, we got Ogerpon Wellspring, Electrode Hisui, we got Skeledirge, and Grafaiai. And right off rip, I do really like this team. I think ground types are going to be very good here. And the main reason for that is I think right off rip, Fairy and Ground is a very good offensive duo. And so things like Terra Ground, Sylveon are going to be probably running everywhere. And so if you can have Zygarde to beat down those ground resists so Sylveon could come in and win the game, or vice versa, I think that's going to be very nice. I think they have probably the second or third best spinner in the format with Treads. I think Ogerpon Wellspring is just a very solid Pokemon in this format. None of those Pokemon up top are very physically defensive, and so none of them are switching in on a Cudgel. Electrode Hisui, fast Pokemon. Skeledirge, probably one of the best checks to all three of the Pokemon up top. And then even Grafaiai, I think, can put in a lot of work in a format like this.
Yeah, I really like the momentum on this team. It's got fast volt switching with Electrode. It's got U-turning with Ogerpon. Treads as momentum. Infernape does. Grafaiai has parting shot.
Mm-hmm.
And the Electrode also brings a lot of speed in a format where I thought it was hard to get speed like comfortably and still have a solid team built around it. I'm not sure how the Zygarde's going to work out, but I'm looking forward to seeing it in action.
Mm-hmm. Draco?
Yeah, I do also like all the fast momentum on this team, and think having the double ground to like beat everyone down with that is gonna help a lot with like taking out the checks to the fairies you've got in the back. Although I think on the flip side you also struggle dealing with opposing grounds kind of with this team, with
Word.
your only real resist being Ogerpon. So.
That's true. Alright, KP?
Yeah, I also love the Skeledirge here, as well as the breaking all the steals. But I think Grafai is really underrated here. I think you're gonna get a lot of value out of it because we have two fairies and a fighting type on every team. I don't think people were kind of scared to draft dark types. So I think that being able to get kind of free parting shots and you can run Prankster and just kind of click whatever you want without worrying about it.
Right.
I think that's going to be really valuable. So I really like the Grafai pick here as well.
Okay. So now let's go ahead and do our rankings. I'm going to give this an 8. I think this is a very solid team. Like we said, kind of just the ground weakness is really showing. But I think there are ways around that with the defensive Terras. So yeah, I'm going to go with an 8.
Yeah, I'm going lower. I'm going with a 6. I hope the coach proves me wrong, but the defensive side of things I just am really worried about, and I tend to be a defensive player, so I'm rating it a little lower.
Okay.
I think I'll go in the middle with a 7, because I do think this team has a lot of potential offensively, but as we've sort of said, it does struggle a bit with defensive.
Yeah, gonna have to play a lot of HO here. Come out the gate swinging.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably going to be an 8 for me. I really like how much pressure this team will be forced to put on everyone that they play. And so yeah, I'm going to go with 8.
Okay. So that's going to be it for Killateral. Next, we have Cool Nick, coach of the San Antonio Slackings. And once again, decided to grab a steel type first. I feel like most people prioritize picking up the checks to the top 3 first. So we got Mega Mawile, we got Toxapex and Clodsire, we got Hydreigon, we got Galvantula, we got Sceptile, and then we got Chatot, the king down there. So right off rip, Fairy Dragon Steel Core is very strong with Mawile and Hydreigon. Toxapex and Claude may have been like a counter pick just to try to take a poison type away from somebody else. I do like Claude as the ground type here. I do think Toxapex is a bit redundant. I think you could have gotten a different bulky water type, but who knows? Maybe they'll be able to make it work by just bringing one or the other each week whenever every opponent has to prep for both. I do think Hydreigon has a bit of a weight on its shoulder here. I think it has to carry a lot of defensive as well as offensive pressure, being one of your only switch-ins to quite a few typings like ground, as well as being the only Pokemon on the team that can truly run Scarf unless you're going to run Scarf Chatot. So I think this mon's going to have a lot of pressure put on its shoulders, and I'm not sure if it's going to be able to hold up. But I do really like webs with it here, so...
Yeah, I like the Toxapex here. I think they should pick up another ground. I think Clodsire's just a lot of repetition there. Like both of them counted the top 3 fine, so I don't see a reason to have both.
Okay.
But maybe they're not planning on bringing both of them every week, and they saw the draft, wanted to change up their options. But the big thing on this team is Hydreigon is like forced to do a lot. It's one of the big round resists. With Levitate, I don't know how freely you'll be able to build it. Feels kind of like you need it to be at peak performance every week if you want to go places.
Mm-hmm. Draco?
Yeah, I'm not sure how comfortable I am with like the star player that we're sort of alluding to on this team being a dark type that's going to struggle with the double fairy and fighting that is on every team, and also just the Toxapex and Clodsire being sort of doing the same role is a bit iffy, but I do think just having that webs option with Mega Mawile and even like something like a more offensive Sylveon can like really break teams open pretty well, so I think it does at least have that going for it.
Mm-hmm. KP?
Yeah, I like this team. I just think it kind of has to play a specific way to win in terms of getting your webs up, positioning your Mawile and your Hydreigon in the right spots to kind of just take over the game from there, which can definitely work, but it's just if your opponent, I feel like, can prep for that and can get around that, I feel like this team will have a hard time counterpunching. So yeah, that's kind of my main thing with this team.
Okay. So real quick, I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to give this team a 6. I'm not really a huge fan of it just because, like I said, the Hydreigon and the Galvantula have a lot of pressure on them. Like they said, I think this team can work. It's just going to be very like run-of-the-mill. Like it's going to be like a checklist. Like you got to do this, 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 and this for it to work. And so it all really is just going to depend on how well all the other teams can do at stopping it. So I'm going to go with a 6.
Yeah, I'm handing out another 6 here. I do think the coach built it with a plan in mind, so I like that they have a game plan going in. I just don't know how it'll compete against some of the top teams.
Okay, Drago.
Yeah, I think I'm going 6 as well. It's just like it has some things to make it work, but I think like overall it's going to struggle with certain things.
For me, I'm probably going to give it a 7. The redundancy definitely does bother me a little bit, but I think that if they can get the webs up, I think this team can be really scary if it gets set up properly.
Agreed. Mawile under webs is always a problem, so you can never count it out.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to the next ones. All right, so we are back with the next set of teams. First up, we have Shatter Backboards, and he decided to start with a Melmetal, which I think was a unanimous one of the best Pokemon for this format. Just because it's so physically bulky, it forces Infernape to either be special or mixed to be able to break it. I do like the Spectre pick here. I think Spectre has a very good speed tier in a format like this, where most people aren't going to be drafting things like Iron Bundle and Dragapult just because they both just get hard checked by the Pokemon up top. I like Terapagos a lot here. I think it's a great Pokemon. Arguably, best spinner in the format, and it's so versatile. Probably one of the most versatile Pokemon in draft. Lando T, King of Draft. I think it's going to be okay in a format like this. And then we got Lumineon and Shroodle down at the bottom. Probably not going to be coming to any games unless we see like a Palafin. Maybe Lumineon checks the Palafin. But yeah, what do you guys think?
I think this team has 5 crazy Mons and a Lumineon, and I am counting Shroodle as one of those crazy Mons.
Okay.
Because that and Lando T make me want to run Clear Amulet against it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Melmetal was like the dream pick for this format.
Yep, and he told me going into this that no matter what pick he was at, he was taking Melmetal, and if he did not get Melmetal, he was going to drop. So
Yeah, and the team name is Double Iron Bashers,
Yep.
so it fit perfectly.
Draco?
Yeah, I think like it's hard to undersell how like Melmetal is like so good here, and I think also just like I've been using Terapagos recently, and I think that mon's just like so fun to build with because like it can do so many different things and like catch people off guard, and I think that'll be a fun aspect to this team. I think the only like minor thing I might say is I think you're probably going to like be forced into like a Terra Water Sylveon a lot because your water resist is Lumineon and your fire resist is also Lumineon, so that's a bit rough, but otherwise I think this is great.
KP?
Yeah, I think this team is a little top heavy,
A little.
and pretty top heavy. And so like I just see where like kind of like the four first picks are locked in, and then he's just have to decide like what's best out of Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape, and I think that can kind of restrict your team building a little bit. But those 4 that he has are definitely really good. The Melmetal and the Lando kind of shuts down a lot of physical attackers, and then you already have the Sylveon to deal with the special attackers. So I think this team's going to be really hard to just get damage out. So I do like this team a good bit. I just wonder about those restrictions in team building.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into the numbers. I'm going to give this 1 point per viable Pokemon on this team. I'm going to give it a 7. I think this team in the builder is still going to be very versatile. Even though Melmetal and Spectre aren't necessarily like versatile Pokemon in prep, you know, they have the only things that really change are maybe like the items and a couple of EV spreads. I do think that Terapagos and Lando being as versatile as they are with hazards and removal respectively, I think this team can still do very well. It's going to be very HO like one of the other ones we talked about. So I'm going to go with a 7.
Yeah, I think it's an 8. I think it just because of how HO can kind of sweep through teams, but it also is not like great momentum if you're bringing the top 4 you drafted and then 2 of the captains from the top 3 every week. That just it prevents me from making this team go any higher.
Okay. Draco?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be an 8 for me too, because like having like probably the best button clicker in the format is obviously great, and like I think just the offensive pressure this team puts out is really good. It's just a bit weak defensively, which is weird to say because you have Melmetal Sylveon, but like you also just don't resist a lot of types, which
Right.
is
Yeah, when you say best button clicker, I actually just looked up the calc, and a max attack Melmetal Double Iron Bash does 62% minimum to an Infernape. So if people aren't drafting Steel Resist, this team is going to absolutely run house on any matchup.
Yeah.
Sure.
For me, I'm probably gonna go 7. Just because I think that the Spectre is a little overpriced in this format, just because I think Sylveon does a pretty good job in handling it. So I'm gonna go 7. I do think the offensive pressure of this team is really scary, but I just think the Spectre, along with the kind of restrictions around you have to kind of have around Luminion and Shootle is going to give me to a 7.
Yeah. Sub Spectre is a bit of a kind of a wash in a league like this where Hyper Voice just goes straight through it. Sylveon always has to be chipped before Spectre can win. So, but he's a good builder. We'll see if he can pull it off. All right, so up next, we have Window, coach of the Gangsta Pengus. Starting off with Mega Scizor, we got Dracovish, Zerora, Overquill, Xatu, and Torterra. So I really like this team. I think Mega Scizor, just like Melmetal, was one of those Pokemon that I feel like was on everybody's radar going into this. Priority Bullet Punch is just really good. It can pick off low HP Infernapes. It can take out Sylveons from full if it's not Fizz-Def, and then obviously beats the Mimikyu if Mimikyu gets set up to sweep. I do like Dracovish. I think Scarfvish in a format like this is going to be very good. Zerora, probably the fastest Pokemon in this format. Overquill, I think, is a decent check, but your poison type not resisting fairy is a bit of an issue, and also not resisting fighting. I do like Xatu as a magic bouncer here. However, I just don't see it coming a lot. And then we have Torterra, who I also think could do really well. I think Torterra, just like all the other ground types in a format like this, can do very well if you're not drafting ground resists.
Yeah, so with our scoring, we're just rating the team, not the coach. But this is the most Window team I've ever seen. Like every draft I've ever seen him do, he'll start with like a semblance of a plan going in, and he'll be talking things out, thinking to himself, and then he'll just grab things like Dracovish and Zeraora that just smack things. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Window does love his button clickers.
Overall, it's not a bad team. Like there's definitely holes, but like it looks fun to use. And I think with Window it'll be fine.
Draco?
Yeah, I do like the concept of this team just sort of being like a spike stack with Overquill into like just breaking with Dracovish and Scizor. I think that's going to be a very effective strategy versus a lot of teams. I do kind of wish he had a rapid spinner to support that, with that being like the main play style I see him going for, but yeah, I think, and yeah, it is a bit weird defensively because, as we said, like his poison type doesn't actually resist the things you'd want it to. But yeah, I think it looks like a fun team.
KP?
Yeah, I like this team too. I think the Shell Smash Torterra has some really good viability in this format. I think it deals with all three of the team captains pretty well, and also think Dracovish, which I would usually like to see some more speed control for Dracovish, but I still think it's going to be able to do a good bit of work here.
Okay, so going into the numbers, I'm going to give this team a 6. I think so far this is the worst team we've seen. I don't think it's that much worse than the other teams I've given a 6, but I do think this team is just not that great. I don't like the lack of hazard control he has here, and I think that Scizor is going to be forced into a Spadef role more often than you'd like, just because the Sylveon switch-in right now is either AV Overquill or Spadef Scizor.
I'm gonna give it a 7. I think, like I said, defensive holes, hazard problems. But at the end of the day, you got Zeraora, Dracovish clicking buttons, Mega Scizor, Bullet Punch in the back. If you can pull off a Shell Smash Torterra, go for it. I don't mind this team.
I think I probably have to give it a 6 as well, just because, like, although I do think it looks fun, I think it's another one of those teams that's sort of like pretty restricted in how you can build it viably, so I think he's gonna struggle with that, but I do hope he proves me wrong, because Window's my guy.
KP?
Yeah, I like this team. I'm probably gonna give it a 6 just because I feel like you kind of have to win a certain way. You kind of got to get your spikes up, your hazards up, and then just kind of get your big hitters in and try to win the game as fast as possible. So I think the game's gonna be really good. I can't wait to watch all of Windows games, but I do think he's gonna have some restrictions in team building.
For sure. All right, so let's go ahead and get into the next two. All right, we are back. First up, we have Sencorpion, and that is the coach of the Sturdy Stoutlands. Starting off with Goldango, another one of the best Steel-type Pokemon in Draft, paired along with with Ting-Lu. And then we have Meowscarada, we have Rotom, we got Komala, and then Wugtrio. So, ignoring some of the things we've said in the past, this man decided to pick up 2 Dark types in a draft where everybody has 2 fairies and a fighting type. But both of those dark types pair very well with Goldango. I do like the Rotom Wash pick here. Rotom Wash is one of the best ground checks in the game. Not very many ground Pokemon can really do much to Rotom. Komala, one of the best low tier Pokemon available. Very bulky, can easily check things like the Sylveon. That's not running Terra Fighting. Wugtrio, interesting Pokemon. I feel like it could come to a game or two just because a lot of teams aren't going to be drafting Great Water Resist or only one of those. But yeah, the hazard stacking I think is going to go crazy here, mixed with the Meowscarada Infernape in games.
Yeah, I like the Rotom Wash is like the most brilliant pickup on this team. I love that mon so much. I think Kamala, you already gave it a shout, but it deserves another one. Can't be like yawn spammed and pivoted on. I like the hazard stack's great. I don't know how well this team seems like a little stally. I don't know how well Meowscarada and Goldango are gonna be able to take things down every week, but I do like the mons on this team.
Yeah, I think it's hard to have a bad team with Goldango hazard stack. I think that's like always gonna be something that's viable.
Right.
But yeah, I do think it's kind of missing that like premier offensive threat, because like right now your best offensive Pokemon are that Meowscarada and Goldango, which they're good, but it's just like not on the same caliber as like some of the other Pokemon we've been seeing. So
Agreed.
Yeah, obviously for me, the first 2 picks are great together, and you can have a lot of success with that. I just think this team is a little weak to Infernape. I think, besides Rotom Wash, Infernape kind of goes crazy against the rest. So, yeah, you'd have to be really careful. You're kind of forced to kind of bring I feel like a defensive Rotom, or I guess Wugtrio if you want to do that too. But besides that, I have no complaints. The Tinglu's going to put in a lot of work for this team.
Right. So let's go ahead and get into the numbers. I think I'm going to give this a 7 just because the hazard stack is going to be very good in a format like this where I think people are just neglecting removal. And none of the 3 mascots have removal, so I think he can get away with winning games specifically because people can't get rid of the spikes and rocks.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of teams without good removal. I'm also giving it a 7. I think it has solid defensive options. It can take hits. It can get revenge kills. Hazard stack will whittle things down. Solid team.
Okay.
and I think 7 seems right for that. I think like he's got like a really good hazard stack going. It just like I think the thing that would really put this team over the edge is just having like one of those like big offensive Pokemon.
Agreed.
I'm probably gonna go with the 6 just because I feel like this team struggles a little bit into those 3 mascot team captains. Just having the 2 dark types, and you're with the Goldango being pretty weak to Infernape too. So yeah, I'd probably go with a 6 for this.
Agreed. I think this team, it feels like he drafted this team just completely ignoring the Pokemon up top. If you just take those 3 mascot picks out and you just have these 6, I think this team would be very good, but it's the fact that every team has 2 fairies and a fighting type, and he drafted 2 dark types that's just keeping me from putting it a little bit higher, even though he does have the best hazard game.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and go on to the right. We got Hello Am Chris. Starting off with Mega Alakazam. We got Shaman Sky. We got regular Scizor. We got Swampert, Burmy. We got Geodude.
One more time?
We got a Burmy, a Geodude, and then a Girafarig. So extremely top heavy. Mega Alakazam is a Pokemon that's just going to be good in any format. Sylveon with its Spadef can check most special attackers in the game, but I think Alakazam is one of those few that's just going to hit so hard that you really can't swap in on it, especially with the fear of Psyshock. Shaman in and of itself is a great Pokemon. It forces people to run Covert Cloak or have times for resists, but Chris has one of those times 4 resists in Scizor. Once again, not really a fan of the removal here, only being Scizor. Kind of forces Skyman to be running Boots a lot of the time, or run it as a lead so you don't have to worry about swapping it in. And then the Swampert I think is a great pickup here. I think it looks really good. As a flip turn mon next to Scizor. 2 very slow U-turners to get in. The Skyman and the Alakazam is, I think, perfect for it. It's just that he did not have enough points to put everything else together. And so we end up with a Burmy and a Geodude. I do think Girafarig can definitely come to a game or two. I think it's very bulky. But other than that, I'll stop.
Yeah, I think it's like first 4 picks are good. I just think this team, like if somebody preps well for those top 2, I don't see how well it can take on anyone else. It does do decent into the Sylveon Mimikyu Infernape that everyone has English with the Scissor Swampert core, but like a good prep just takes this team out because there's not much to prep for.
Legitimately.
You kind of know what you're getting.
Yeah, a dark type with Covert Cloak kind of just shuts down those top 2. Draco?
Yeah, I think this team definitely has like only 7.5 Pokemon on it, so that's a bit rough. And yeah, I think like having both of your like bigger Pokemon just be like more on the frail side and like very weak to priority is gonna make it hard to like clean up games, I think, because basically if the opponent has like any Sucker Punch or Ice Shard guy alive in the back, like you're not winning with Alakazam or Skyman most of the time.
Right.
But I will say, if he manages to get a kill with Burmy, I will personally buy Chris a Big Mac for that.
KP?
Yeah, I thought this seemed kind of similar to Shattered, to where like you're kind of forced to bring those first, like those top 4 picks. But I just think these are a little bit worse overall in terms of power level to that. So I think it has kind of those roster constraints without having like the upside of the high base power, base stats and crazy offensive moves in terms of on the physical side. I think they're kind of struggle getting through some through some special walls. Like if they're running into if Sylveon decides to Terra and run a Covert Cloak, I think it can kind of shut down a lot that this team wants to do.
Agreed.
So I think that's what I kind of worry about this team is how it gets through the special walls.
Agreed. I'm going to give this team a 6. I definitely think that this team can do well under the right circumstances. It's really just going to be matchup dependent for me. Obviously, Mega Alakazam is great because, like we've said, a lot of people aren't drafting the dark types, so I feel like it might be able to work. But other than that, I think it's just going to be too easy to prep for.
I think this team should be a 5, but Choice Band, Adamant, Explosion from Geodude, Oko's especially defensive Sylveon.
Okay.
So there's potential for that, so I'm giving it a 6.
Well, I hope he sees this before his games.
Please.
I know. Well, I think I have to go with a 5 for this one. Like, it just doesn't feel as good as the other teams we've put at 6 so far, and like, well, I think it does have like some redeeming qualities. It's definitely just gonna struggle, I think.
KP?
Yeah, I think being so kind of weak to Sylveon here kind of hurts this team. So I'm probably going to go with a 5 as well.
I would also like to point out, I just noticed, if you count the Geodude, this team has, or Geodude and the Burmy, this team has 5 times 4 weaknesses on it.
That's
Burmy's just pure
how
body,
was this
isn't it?
created?
All right, so that's going to do it for Pool A. We'll be right back with a overall look at Pool A. All right, so going into Pool B, so our second pool, we have Johnny. Johnny decided to draft Scizor. We got Mega Swampert. We have Zeraora. We have Azelf, Hisuian Qwilfish, Tangela, and then Surskit down on the bottom. So first thing I'm going to say is Mega Swampert outside of Rain automatically just makes it a little bit worse. There is a lot of potential for manual Rain with Azelf off lead, as well as Qwilfish, who I believe gets Swift Swim. So there is definitely potential for that there. Scizor as a first overall pick, I think was a little too low, or a little too high, especially considering he was the first overall pick. He took this first round. I feel like you could have gotten away with a different steel type unless this was just your plan from the beginning. I do like the Zeraora. Speed tiers on this team are very good. And then I think Tangela can definitely still put in work. It's very bulky, and regen with wish support is also very good. And he's even got a potential for Sash lead webs with Surskit to help something like a Mega Swampert just clean up an endgame.
Yeah, I do like this team. I don't think it's very good, but I do like it. I think Tangela is going to be insanely underrated. He could definitely catch people off guard, with people just not being able to break through it at all. I think Azelf's a great pickup and provides a lot of utility, good speed, levitate. And then Scissor and Mega Swampert. I think if it was normal Swampert and then there was just a better first round overall pick, it'd be a fantastic team.
Agreed. KP?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how the points work out, but I feel like I would like to see more with normal Swampert and Mega Scizor
I agree.
instead. So, but I do like the team. I feel like it could be, if you can get that manual rain set up, this team could be scary. The Eviolite Qwilfish and Eviolite Tangela kind of force knockoffs, which Swampert can take pretty easily. So I think it can be, those two can be really annoying to deal with. The Qwilfish and the Tangela just constantly switching out and being annoying. But yeah, I like this team as well.
I don't know, this team to me like feels like it's a lot of good Pokemon, but like I don't see how all of them fit together really. Like I feel like there's a lot of Pokemon here that are kind of missing a partner that it really wants. Like obviously the Swampert without Rain is the big culprit there. But yeah, I do think like he has some good options with like the Azelf and the Zeraora just to be like really fast. And
I think
I think
I think this pool actually had like 2 or 3 really prevalent rain teams.
Mhm.
So Johnny might have just gotten beat to like drafting a Pelipper or Politoed.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure yet.
But that is kind of inexcusable. He was first pick, and so if he wanted Rain, he
Yeah.
could have taken
Yeah,
it
that's
on
true.
wheel after Swampert. Because if Swampert was second pick, he could have followed it up with a Politoed or a Pelipper instead
Yeah.
of Zeraora.
Yeah, definitely.
yeah, also
right.
I think both Pelipper and Politoed were taken in later rounds, so
Yeah,
he
they
could
were.
have taken
round
one.
7 and 6.
I would
yeah.
even be more okay with him taking Swampert first round and then Zeraora and Pelipper round 2 and 3. I think that's more excusable than Scizor followed up by Mega Swampert with no Rain. I'm gonna give this team a 5. I just think that, like Draco said, I just feel like this team just doesn't like mesh well together. I feel like this was a draft where 2 different people were trying to pick, but they didn't know what the person before them picked. Just because it doesn't fit super well together. And I think just like looking at the resist chart, it's like there's one Pokemon to check like a whole typing. Like they only have one ghost resist, no normal type. They only have one fighting resist outside of the top, the 3 up top. Only one Pokemon that checks ground. I don't really count Tangela, just because it's not really doing a lot back. And so I feel like this team is just gonna really struggle to swap into things, but also struggle to OHKO things, just because even like Zeraora and Scizor just aren't hitting as hard as you'd think they are. So I'm gonna go with a 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna give out a 4, which is the lowest score so far. And I do like the Pokemon on this team. I just like the team aspect is missing for me.
Yeah, I think I'll go 5, because just echoing what everyone has said already, just like it's a team that doesn't really come together in the end, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 5 as well, just because looking at this team, there's nothing to me that sticks out that says, "Oh my gosh, you're gonna have to prep for this or you're gonna lose." So, gonna go 5.
Yeah, I think your top two Pokemon both having times 4 weaknesses just isn't going to bode well for you in a format like this. But going on to the right side, we have Frog Duck. His team is absolutely ridiculous. So we're starting off with Mega Aggron. Next we have Clodsire. We got Alomomola, Iron Crown. We picked up Tapu Koko, Murkrow, and then Appleton. So right off rip, those top three are extremely bulky, and all three of the top Pokemon, Mimikyu, Sylveon, and Infernape, are going to be very much struggling against Aggron, Clodsire, and Aloe. And then we have Iron Crown, which is a great Pokemon to check Sylveon. We have Electric Terrain to support it, as well as Koko just being one of the fastest Pokemon in the format, especially in a format where a lot of people are not going to be drafting like good or great ground types. I don't like the triple fairy, but it's kind of what you had to do to get the electric terrain. I think Murkrow is a underrated pickup just because of what we said in the past with things like Grafaiai. Prankster is going to be really good here, and Eviolite Murkrow can definitely check a lot of Pokemon in this format. And then even Appleton. I think Appleton in a format like this can definitely put in some work with Thick Fat being able to check basically any fire type, including the Infernape.
Yeah, no, the Appleton is the cherry on top to this team. Well, I guess the apple on top.
The apple on top.
It's like the defense bar is insane. It's perfect for the 3 Pokemon that every single team has. Tapu Koko, I mentioned earlier the Electrode Hisui, like how hard speed is to get, and he got it. I love this team a lot.
Yeah, I think Frog Duck was probably one of the people I saw mentioned the most when like people were talking about like teams they didn't want to fight, and I think it's pretty easy to see why with those first few picks. And yeah, I think my only concern would have been that like he's looking a bit passive with like his top 3 being like more bulky, but then like I think the Poco and Iron Crown can kind of remedy that, and even just Mega Aggron on its own is like not passive. Like you can just run Body Slam or Heavy Slam on that thing and do some serious damage. So.
So yeah, I find this team to also be like kind of really annoying and tough to deal with, but I do not. I feel like it's kind of lacking some well-roundedness. I feel like in terms of offensive threats, you're kind of banking on your team captains or Mega Aggron or Iron Crown. And just from using Tapu Koko a lot in the past is one of my favorite all times, but I feel like offensively it's kind of overrated. So I think this team might struggle to break through some things. But I think if they, if you can run the right sets with Iron Crown and Mega Aggron to kind of overcome those things, this team will be very, very tough to deal with overall.
Agreed. I'm going to go with an 8 for this team. I think if it weren't for the lack of removal, this team would be a 9. But Murkrow and Tapu Koko being your only removal is just really turning me off to giving this team the highest rating of the day. So yeah.
I'm giving it the 9. I like what I see. It's got solid defensive core. It's got a fast threat, and it has Appleton. It's close to getting a 10.
There you go.
Yeah, I think I'll probably settle on an 8 for it as well. I think it's definitely very good, but there's still like some things it's missing. Like it doesn't have the best offense, and I think as Trey was saying, the hazard removal is a bit weak. But yeah, it's definitely a solid team.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with a 7 here, just because I think that this team might struggle with breaking some things, and if you're okay with playing the long game, and you can have the patience to kind of try to weather the storm of the defensive core, and if you're patient with the recovers and the wishes and all that stuff, I think this team might struggle to consistently build the momentum necessary to finish out the game offensively.
Okay. So let's go ahead and go on to the next ones. All right, so next up for Pool B, we have Tidal Wave, coach of the Birmingham Belly Bolts. And he started off his draft with Palafin. Next went to Raging Bolt and then Revavroom to round out the Fairy Dragon Steel Core, as well as getting him a grounded poison. We got Torn Eye, we got Serena, we got Mudsdale, and then Gorbis. And I'll be the first to say I really like this team. I think it's got very solid removal with Prankster Defog and Serena, who's just a very reliable spinner. I think the manual rain is going to go way better than what we saw on Johnny's team. I think Palafin plus Raging Bolt in the rain is going to go crazy, as well as taking away one of Revavroom's weaknesses, as well as even Gorbis down there getting some Shell Smash sweeps. I really like this team. I don't like the Mudsdale. I think it doesn't make a lot of sense. I think I would have preferred you picking up something like Quagsire or Gastrodon if it was available, just because it just benefits from the rain a little bit more, as well as giving you spikes. But other than that, big fan of this team.
Yeah, even though it can't Terra, I think Revavroom as a third pick is fantastic here. A Steel Poison type, you knocked it out with one pick, and then you got Tornadus to cover ground later on, like the very next round. This team is great. It's not super fast, but the amount of priority on it is insane, and the pivoting is wild. The parting shot, volt switches, flip turns, U-turns, all of it.
Yep. Draco?
Yeah, I think this team pretty much has anything you would want from a team, except maybe like a spike option. I don't think any of those mons get spikes, so maybe that's one thing I could say. But yeah, I think it looks like a very solid team, and like it's one of those teams that like you can go the manual rain route, but like you don't need to.
KP.
Yeah, I think this team is really well put together. I think they have perfect mons to deal with the other's weaknesses. It has, Tornadus and Serena to deal with the ground types that Raging Bolt and Revavroom might struggle with. And it has Raging Bolt to take all the electric and grass moves from Palafin. So I think this team is just really well put together. And it's probably my favorite team of the day.
Agreed.
So far.
I'm going to give this team a 9. The only thing stopping me from giving this team a 10 is specifically the fact that I don't like Mudsdale here. I think Mudsdale is a fraud. Not been a fan of it since Gen 9. I do think that if he were to pick up a different, even something like Seismitoad, I think Seismitoad would have been very good here with the Swift Swim as well as Water Absorb. I do think it would have just made this team better. But other than that, I think this team is perfect. It's one of the best teams I think I've ever seen drafted with this concept. And so, yeah, I'm going to go with a 9.
I'm going to give it an 8. I think it's fantastic. Like it does have better rain options than everything without a Pelipper and Politoed. I just don't really know what Gorybus or Mudsdale do, but I don't even know if that matters. I think it's good into the 3 that everyone has as well.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go 9 as well. I think this team has like some really strong options and like not a whole lot of downsides. Like I think only things like I'm just now noticing that like he kind of loses to the move Freeze Try outside of Sylveon, but like it's kind of hard to find holes in this team, I think, so it's really good.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go 9 as well. I think this team is insane, and I don't really see any major issues with it besides the Gorbis and the Mudsdale. Kind of feel like struggling to find their spot on the team in terms of bringing it, week in and week out.
Okay, so that's it for Tidal Wave. Let's go ahead and go on to the right side with Armenius. So Armenius decided to take a different approach to drafting. They're one of the few people that did not draft a Pokemon above like that 15-point margin, which is like I would say probably like a second, third option on the team. So they decided to pick up Rotom Wash first, followed up by Bisharp. Then Mega Alakazam going up to 19, and then Tentacruel, then Hydrapple, then Shedinja. So I think Rotom Wash, like we said before with the person that drafted in Pool 8, I think it's a very good Pokemon. It's very good in this format. Bisharp, I'm a bit worried about just because your Steel type does not resist Fairy, and it also just dies to a Mach Punch or a Vacuum Wave. Even with Eviolite, you're probably still taking like 67 to 80%. I do like the Alakazam here. I think it fits better on this team than the last one we saw it drafted on. Tentacruel drafted again makes a lot of sense. I do like the Hydrapple. I think Hydrapple is a very solid Pokemon in this format. It's one of the few dragon types that can just really like tank those fairy hits and return back with a very strong hit. And then Shedinja I feel like can actually have some play. It forces people to prep certain ways and bring certain moves that they otherwise wouldn't bring. And so they might prep with only Infernape being able to check the Shedinja in mind, and then if you take out that Infernape, Shedinja might just be able to win the game just because they literally can't touch it.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I was looking at it. I was like, is every team going to have a way to kill Shedinja? I think my biggest problem with this team is it doesn't really hit steel types that much, like very well at all. I do like. I think they have good answers to the Sylveon, Mimikyu, Infernape, so you get a lot of credit from me in that regard. But yeah, just not being able to hit steel types much is the big thing for me.
I think this team does probably more than like most of the teams we've seen so far. I think it will rely on like those top three to like fill important roles on the team, like especially like having the Sylveon and Infernape to break down the darks that Alakazam doesn't want to deal with, and then Infernape to break down the steels. But I think it's not bad overall. I think it could definitely work out.
Yeah, I like this team. I think that the pickup of Tentacruel to kind of deal with the fairy type, so Bisharp doesn't have to, take on that role. I think that was really smart, and I think that the Shedinja can be really good as a counter for Sylveon unless you're forcing the Sylveon to run Mystical Fire, which I know usually doesn't love to run. So I think Shedinja is going to actually bring a lot of value here because it's going to force a lot of different weird prep or you can only bring 24 moves to a game, and the fact that you have to consider Shedinja is probably going to take up at least two of those spots. So I think it's going to be really good here in terms of forcing prep. But yeah, I think the Alakazam is going to be kind of like reliant to do a lot of the breaking here. But Alakazam has no problem doing that. So I like this team a good bit.
Agreed. I think this team's pretty well balanced. I think the one thing that I have an issue with is defensively, like even Rotom and Tentacruel, who are seen as defensive Pokemon, still take quite a bit of damage from neutral hits and even sometimes resisted hits based on who's throwing out that hit. And then Hydrapple, with the amount of weaknesses it has and not being able to tear it out of them, I think this team does struggle defensively. So I'm going to give this team a 6. Other than that, I really like it. I think the offense is at about an 8. But defensively, takes it way down. I'm going to give it a 6.
Yeah, I'm also sitting on the fence of a 5 and 6 here, but I do want to give it a 6. Hydrapple, I've seen it put in a ton of work, despite its weaknesses before. I think there's a lot of potential there. It does kind of suck that there's a Sylveon every week, and I don't see a reason to not bring Sylveon into this team. It does rely on Tentacruel quite heavily as well.
I think I'm going to go with a 6 as well. Like, I think this team does have a lot of good pieces, but like you're really going to have to like play them all carefully in order to get the wins consistently, I think, because there's a lot of Pokemon on here that don't have a lot of staying power, so yeah.
Okay. KP?
Yeah, I'll probably go 7 on this one. I think that they'll have to rely on those team captains, which was already said. But I think that's I think this person had that in mind when they built the team. So I'm gonna go with 7.
Okay. So that's it for Armenia. So let's go ahead and get into the next two. All right. So next up, we have Into the Void with a pretty good rain team. Into Void is the coach of the Soul Dews, starting off with Meowscarada, going into Archaludon, then Manaphy, Politoed, Sandaconda. We got Skuntank and Rotom Fan. So overall, not a bad team. I think this team is very heavily reliant on rain. Manaphy is very good in the rain with hydration, so you can run Tail Glow and not be forced to run Take Heart. I do like Archaludon in the rain here, as well as even Meowscarada in the rain. Getting rid of that fire weakness and being able to just kind of pivot around with Meowscarada into these bulkier offensive threats like Archaludon and Manaphy are going to be nice. I really hope that we see a Hurricane Sandaconda come out. I think that would be absolutely amazing. I do like the Skuntank. I think as cheap as it was, I think it's a very good pickup being a poison type. I don't like the fact that it does not resist fairy or fighting, but I think we can get around that because we do have at least a decent check to fighting types with the double fairy. But I do not like the fact that there is not a single fairy resist on this team. So yeah.
Yeah, I usually with weather I instantly look for like a Sand Rush, a Swift Swim, Slush Rush, that kind of stuff. And I would nitpick it, but I'm honestly just terrified of Archaludon in rain. And Manaphy under rain is going to hit everything like a cannon. The fairy resist is rough, or the lack of it. I'm interested to see how Rotom Fan does, because I haven't really seen it outside of Terra. But hopefully it does well in this team.
Yeah, I think this team does manage to have like a pretty good rain core without having any Swift Swim users, which is definitely not what you usually see, but it is still worth having, because like I haven't seen much of like Rain or Caledon personally, but like I know it can like snowball pretty hard because of that electroshock, so other team doesn't have a good ground type, which I know some of them don't, then can definitely have fun there. I think concern I have that I don't think has been brought up yet is that like I think his only hazard removal is going to be his like bottom two picks there with the Skuntank and Rotom Fan, which is a bit tough.
Yeah, for me, I think I wish this team had a little bit more synergy with those last three picks. But overall, I think that Manaphy and Archaludon would be able to handle that. I think if I'm playing against this team, I'm kind of going to be pressing the spam spec Sylveon button because it really doesn't. You don't really see any switches, which kind of forces either an assault vest or something that you want to be usually more offensive to run. Maybe like max HP or max def. But yeah, I mean, I feel like you can't go wrong with Rain and Archaludon. So this team's definitely going to be a threat.
Agreed. I'm going to give this team a 6. I think offensively it does look very good. Like Draco said, the removal is very poor here and forces you to bring two of those, at least one of those two on the bottom. And it kind of just forces you to leave home something that's going to be a threat. You almost always have to bring Politoed, and then if you bring Politoed, you're bringing Arch, you're most likely bringing Manaphy, you bring Meow to every game, and then after that, you're left with either not bringing removal, or if you do bring removal, then you only have room for one left out of Infernape, Mimikyu, and Sylveon, and I think that just off rip is a very bad thing. So yeah, I think a 6 is okay here.
Yeah, I agree with the 6. I think it's just lacking really solid and reliable defensive options. Like, we can talk about the rain all we want, but with the lack of hazard removal as well, you want to pivot into things as a Meowscarada, but if you start pivoting too much, you're just taking a lot of chip.
Yeah, I think I might go with a 5 on this one actually, because I think like the lack of a solid fairy resist and a format where everyone's gonna have two fairy types combined with that bad hazard removal is like really gonna make it hard to do much with this team, which I think he's really gonna have to rely on like setting up with our Caledon and Manaphy to try to win.
Yeah, I'm also going to go 5 as well. I feel like this team could be pretty susceptible to something else just changing the weather, and doesn't really have, I feel like, the offensive pressure to threaten that outside of maybe like Meowscarada or Archaludon, which you kind of want already to be in the rain to make them stronger. So I'm gonna go with 5.
Okay. Next up on the right side, we got Big Bling, another rain team. This one decided to start out with Mega Scizor, and then they went to Zapdos, Pelipper, Toxicroak, Donphan, and then Kabutops. I will be the first to say I think this team is great. I think this team is exactly what the left team should have done. He picked right before the guy, the one on the right, so I think he should have been able to take this. I think this team on the right is great. I think Mega Scizor and Rain is incredible because it reduces your fire weakness. Zapdos and Rain is incredible because it doesn't punish you for running Hurricane. As well as running Thunder. Pelipper in its own is just a better rain setter than Politoed. Even Toxicroak is a very good Pokemon. You can run Dry Skin and be able to do things in the rain. I do like Donphan. I think it's a Pokemon that we didn't see it in Pool A get drafted, but I do think it's just a very reliable spinner in a format like this where not a lot of things can OHKO you. And that's kind of all you need is to be able to get the hazards off the field once. And then Kabutops being a swift swim sweeper, going to be very solid. None of the mascot Pokemon are very physically defensive, and nobody really wants to take a waterfall in the rain. So yeah, I'm a big fan of this team.
Yeah, the two rain teams with Drizzlemons being posted right next to each other make it very clear which one is better. Big Bling has a swimmer, Void doesn't. Donphan's always been an incredibly reliable hazard remover. Toxicroak has dry skin, Sandaconda has shed skin, Zapdos and Rain, Mega Scizor and Rain resisting those fires, or helping out with the fires at least. It's like a very I don't know, standard Rain team, but I think that's what makes it so good.
Yeah, I think this team definitely has like a lot of the pieces that were missing from the last one, and I guess having them right next to each other does make it seem better in that respect.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think it might struggle a little bit with opposing waters, especially since we've had so many other like attempts at rain in this pool, but I think Toxicroak will definitely help alleviate that, and like Zapdos and Scizor are both just good defensive mons on their own merit, so
Agreed.
I like it.
Yeah, I really love this team. I think especially getting Kabutops as your last pick, I think that's pretty great here. You have a bunch of different mons that can just kind of ruin your game. So I think this is a really well put together team where it kind of you see all the synergy coming together in the final product. So I think this is a really well put together Rain team.
Right. One thing I will add is none of us really talked about it, but I think that this team, the 6 he drafted, does do a very good job at stopping all 3 of the mascot Pokemon, but it feels like he did it without even trying to. Zapdos is very good into Mimikyu because all of Mimikyu's moves are contact unless it runs special, so risking static is always there. Infernape in the rain is not doing anything to Zapdos, and it has to run Thunder Punch for Pelipper. And Sylveon, Mystical Fire being the best thing it can to hit Scizor. Under rain is not going to do enough to kill it, maybe even 2-KO it if the Scizor is Spadef. So I think this team actually did a very good job at even unintentionally beating all 3 of the mascots. And with that being said, I'm going to give this team a 9. I think this team is great. I think this is the second best team. I do like Tidal Wave's team better, but I think this team is absolutely incredible. I don't see very many holes in it.
Yeah, this team's worthy of a 9. I like it. In prep, it looks hard to prep for. Like if you don't prep for Kabutops, you get wrecked. If you over prep for it and he doesn't bring it, you have a team meant for something that isn't even going to hit the field. So yeah, 9 definitely deserved here.
I think I'll go a little lower with an 8 because like I do think the team is really good, but I think just with how much weather is here in general, and also just the fact that like his main like immediate offense outside of rain is going to be the Scizor, which like while it's good, it's also probably going to be more defensive usually to check the fairies, so I think that might be a bit of a problem, but yeah, I think overall it's still very good for reasons everyone else has said.
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna go with a 10 here. I really, really
First
like
10.
this team, and there's nothing that I see that I have no complaints really. I think that this team like fills every hole and has a different mon to cover every other mon's weaknesses. So I think this is a pretty great team. So I'm gonna go 10.
Okay. So we have our first 10, and Big Bling is now going to take over as the top rated team so far. But we still have quite a few teams to rank, so let's get into the next ones. All right, so going into our next set of coaches, we have Sableye, who's the coach of the Grand Rapid Spinners. And Sableye decided to start off like I thought more people would and pick up their top 3 check. So they decided to start off with Toxapex, who, like I said, does check at the top 3 very well. We have Thunderous Therian, who is a very good Pokemon in a format where a lot of people are not drafting good ground types. We have Mega Absol, who's a very underrated Pokemon. We have Mamoswine, we got Hisuian Zoroark, we got Bronzong, and then the GOAT, we have Leap down there at the bottom. So right off rip, not a huge fan of the removal here, as it's just Thunderous and Magic Bounce Absol. So I do think this team's going to struggle specifically with like spikes. Toxic Spike shouldn't be too much of an issue with Toxapex being there. And other than that, not a bad team. I think this team is going to struggle with Sylveon specifically. A Terra Ground Sylveon kind of just runs crazy on this team. Outside of the Mamoswine, they don't really have anything that can kill it in even 2 hits. So I think Sylveon is going to be very scary for this team specifically, but they're just going to have to keep that Toxapex healthy.
Yeah, this team it's very close to being super highly rated for me. But it's just the little nitpicky things that bring it down, like the removal. I think Bronzong's actually a really good deal that I don't think we saw in the first pool.
We did.
Like being able to take away a ground or a fire weakness in itself is great. I also like that it's dual psychic. Like in the off chance you can hit the Infernape and it hasn't terrored. I think Mamoswine was a much needed physical attacker for this team. I would love to see Mega Absol go in because I've seen other people use it well. But yeah, I like the Toxapex first round. It's just like a fantastic counter to all 3 of the top mons.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think I do think the Toxapex was definitely there to like help stop the top 3 for everyone, and I think it should be able to do a good job for the most part. I think like maybe with the exception of like some Terra Ground offensive Sylveon like Trey was mentioning, but yeah, I think it has pretty good breakers on both sides with the Mamoswine and the Thunderous, and I think the main thing that's gonna bring it down is just that the hazard game here is not very strong with not great removal and only rocks. Well, actually no, he does have Toxic Spikes on Toxapex, so scratch that part, but he does have pretty bad removal, so.
Yeah, for me, I obviously really like the Pex. You can kind of just bring it every game, and I think Mamoswine also it's going to be really hard to deal with for other teams. But it's the same kind of thing where I think they might struggle with that removal. I feel like you could just get the hazards up, and then if you have enough defensive checks to deal with the Mamoswine and the Thunderous, you can kind of just let the War of Attrition kind of wear this team out. So that's kind of where I'm at with this team. But I do really like it. I think it's really scary with the Zoroark Hisui, especially playing mind games with everything else.
Agreed. So going into the numbers, I'm going to give this team a 7. Mainly just because of the removal. Mega Absol is not reliable as a removal mon, considering it can just die on switching, and you're forcing yourself to run Boots Thunderous basically every week, or just not have any removal, and then at that point you basically just need to put all your money into Heavy Duty Boots Incorporated.
Yeah, this seems just outside of an 8 for me. Definitely a 7. I really do like the Thunderous and Memo electric immunities if Thunderous is Volt Absorb, paired with the Toxapex, and then even with a thing like Zapdos, Mamoswine is able to hit it back like an electric flying mon.
Yeah, I think 7 feels right to me. It's got like a lot of good pieces, but some like, yes, yeah, the hazard problem that everyone has brought up already.
Yeah, I think with some better removal, uh, and being able to allow Thunders to kind of just run specs or be just completely offensive and just like breaking teams left and right. I think that's kind of what you want to do with Thunders. So the fact that you can't really do that, I feel like kind of pulls the team back a little bit. So I'm gonna go with 7 as well.
All right, going on to the right side, we have one of our very own. We have Dracogon. He decided to start off his draft with Mega Mawile, followed up by Glamora, then Tangrowth, Slowking, Rampardos, and Cyclizar. So right off rip, Mega Mawile, I think it's a great pickup in basically any draft in this format. Followed up by Glamora, who is also a very good Pokemon. A lot of people are very much neglecting the removal. So Glamora being the premier hazard stacker in Nat decks and Paldea decks, just a great Pokemon to pick up. And then we got a bit of a regen core. I think Tangrowth and Slowking can just come to every game and be super annoying to take down, forcing a lot of switches with things like Leech Seed, Chilly Reception, anything like that. Rampardos, I think, is a decent pickup here, but with the guarantee that everybody wants at least a decent steel type, I feel like Rampardos is going to be a struggle to bring into most matches. And then the Cyclizar, big fan. It's a guilty pleasure Pokemon of mine. I think Cyclizar is great. I just do not like it into the double fairy plus fighting Pokemon team.
Yeah, first I want to say we should start doing a drinking game for every time Trace is right off rip. But yeah, Glamora is in an amazing pickup in this format. I saw it in the general chat when you picked up Tangrowth and Slowking. You like announced the regen core. I was like, oh god, who did it? Yeah, I don't know how Tangrowth is like consistently 13 points. That thing is hell to fight. But I do like your team. I hope all the Glamora chip is able to enable Mawile like super well.
All right, Draco, go ahead. Talk about yourself.
Yeah, I think I am pretty happy with how the team came together overall. I think definitely like Glamora is kind of the cornerstone piece of all this, just racking up all the hazard damage for while Tangrowth and Slowking just kind of sit there and be annoying, and then really open the way up for Mawile to clean in the end. And then, although I don't usually like Cyclizar, I just thought it fit really well on this team, just bringing me like a very needed speed tier and just being a solid removal option and knocking off the boots that everyone's running.
Agreed.
And one like fun piece of synergy that I have here is just that with the Slowking and Mimikyu, they both get Trick Room and can pass into Mawile to just cause havoc, and I think that'll be a fun option for a lot of teams here.
Well, there you go, everybody. Draco's giving away his strats.
Yeah, now everyone's gonna over prep for Trick Room.
Yep. Mind games. All right, KP, what you got?
Yeah, I like this team. I think the Cyclizar, because of how fast it is, can kind of get out of those sticky situations and kind of switch into the super tanks. Being able to just get Mawile in safely with chilly receptions and trick rooms and whatever you want can be really nice. You don't have to worry about Mawile taking big hits to switch in and start wreaking havoc. As Trey said earlier, the Rampardos might struggle to put in as much value as you want because the steel types running around everywhere. But besides that, I mean, I think that I think all of these Pokemon go really well together in terms of switching out, getting what you want in, and then forcing the opponent to make a switch with all the hazards.
All right, so going into numbers, I think I'm going to start off. I'm going to give this team an 8. I think it's a very solid team. I think the regen core pairs very well with the Mawile and the hazard stacking, and a lot of people do neglect the fact that Glamora does get Mortal Spin as extra removal. And yeah, I think this team's going to be very good. Hazard stacking plus Mawile is always a good idea.
Yeah, I'm also giving it an 8. It's not because you're in the call. I like the team. Like coach aside, it's just it looks like a fun team to pilot. Looks like it could annoy some people. you can really catch some people off guard with what you switch in. But yeah, solid 8.
Yeah, I don't really know how to number rank my own team, but so I guess I'll stick with an 8, just because I think it does have some really good qualities. I think just main thing's gonna be like it's a bit dependent on how well Hazard Stack does into the opponent to function properly, but I think in the matches where it does do well, it should be good.
I think for me, the underrated thing also about Glamora, besides the mortal spin, is also corrosion. I think people are going to expect Toxic Debris and never throw out any physical moves into you. But if you can, kind of plan for that and get a toxic off on one of the steel types that your team might have trouble breaking through, I think Glamora is going to be. I think Glamora at 14 points was really great value. But all that said, I'm going with an 8 as well. Really good team.
All right, so that's going to do it for Dracogon. All right, so starting off, Pool C is going to be Dim. Dim has, which Megalati is this? I can't tell. This is Megaladios. Then we have Ting Lu, then Heatran, then Toxapex, Satitan, and then Ledian. So Latios, I think, is a great Pokemon in this type of format, even though there are double fairies. I think Latios can just hit so hard even with its other stab, as well as a fast flip turn. Being able to get out of those bad matchups is just very good. It has decent, or actually has good natural attack stats, so that flip turn is going to do a good chunk into either Sylveon or Mimikyu. I do like the Ting Lu. I think the removal on this team is very lacking, but the hazards are not. So for the other teams that are only rocking Defog, I think they're going to have to make a choice between both sides staying up with hazards or both sides not having any. I do like Heatran. Heatran is a good Pokemon into all three, forcing the Infernape to run something other than just Mach Punch, forcing it to run CC or even Earthquake to beat it. Toxapex round 4, I think, is a huge steal, being one of the best Pokemon to check all three of the mascots, and getting it round 4 I think is incredible. So Titan, don't really know what it's doing on this team, outside of maybe just like Scarf or Bandit every week. And then Ledian, I don't know why it's there.
Yeah, I do like this team a lot. The only thing I would like to see is it just replace the Titan with something that can pivot out more easily. Just U-turn, Volt Switch, Flip Turn, just a little more chip. You can stack that with the hazards because you're definitely going to want to keep those up. Outside of that, like Latios Mega is just terrifying. Heatran and Toxapex is such a good defensive core. I like this team a lot. Just Titan could have been something else.
I think if he would have had Jolteon instead of Satitan, this team would be great.
That would have been great, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably have the same comment as the Titan without any sort of snow on this team seems a bit weird, but yeah, I think it's got a lot of good stuff going for it with that Mega Latios and the hazard stack from Ting Lu and just a pretty solid defensive core, I think. Only thing is it might struggle a little bit with ground since both Toxapex and Heatran are weak to it, and if you're coming up against a Terra Ground Sylveon, you don't have great tools to deal with that here, but I think otherwise it looks really...
Yeah, I like this team. I think the first 4 picks are really good. It's just those last 2, I feel like it's going to be hard to fit those in or week out. So I feel like you're going to kind of be forced to bring 2 of the team captains every week. But, if the Titan can get off that belly drum and it can Ice Shard, it can, you can deal with the Infernape and out of the way. I think the Titan can do some good work. But yeah, I love Ting Lu here. Because it can heavy slam the Sylveons. So I think a lot of people are gonna have trouble dealing with Ting Lu. It's kind of underrated offensively. So, but yeah, I like this team a lot.
Okay. I'm going to give this team an 8, just because I think I really like the offensive core of the Latios and the Heatran. I think those bottom 2 picks are very irrelevant. I don't see Satitan coming to maybe more than 1 or 2 games. Ledian's not coming at all. But I do think that Toxapex is a very big steal and it deserves an 8.
Yeah, I I do agree. Yeah, I'm going with an 8. The only thing I can see Titan being for is maybe like to hit ground types, because team doesn't really do that super effectively outside of like maybe like Terra Grass, Infernape, or even Terra Water Sylveon. But it's not enough to bring the team down because it applies so much pressure and it's super hard to break through.
Yeah, I think 8 feels right for this one. I think, yeah, it's just got some like really solid mods on there that I think people are gonna struggle with. So even if the bottom 2 never come, I think just having some mix of the top 7 every week is gonna be more than enough.
Probably gonna go 7. I like how this team kind of covers for each other's weaknesses. Like I like how Latias can take the ground moves for Heatran, and the Heatran can take the fairy moves from Tinglu, or Latios can take the fighting moves for Tinglu. I like how well balanced the defensive core is, but I just feel like it can kind of struggle with dealing with the top 3 mons in terms of the offensively. I feel like the Sylveon can kind of stick around too much and kind of give this team some problems.
Now that I'm looking at it, I'm going to change mine to a 7 as well, just because I don't know how, but my brain ignored the fact that the only removal on this team is Mega Latios. So that's going to take me down 1 point, but I do still think this team is very good. So moving on to the right side, we got one of our mods. We have Dantigator. They decided to start off their draft with Mega Venusaur, who is, I think, one of the best Pokemon to check the top 3. And not seeing it drafted in either of the other 2 pools is a little surprising. We have Lando T, we got Latias, Alamomola, Stakataka, and then Rotom. I do like this team. I think not having a spinner when you have things like Mega Venu and Lando and even Alamomola, forcing Alamomola to run boots is kind of sucky. But I do think both of the defoggers are very reliable. I don't really like Stack Attack on this team just because this team doesn't really do very well in Trick Room outside of the Stack Attacker. And Stack Attacker in and of itself is just going to get ran through by basically any ground type or every Infernape. And I do like the Rotom. Rotom actually does get defog as well, but I just don't see it coming to that many matches.
Yeah, everything on this team outside of Stack Attack I absolutely love. I think Danta picked up Venusaur in the last season and ended up dropping it. So I think he just wanted to try this mon. This was a great opportunity to take it. Lando and Latias together is wild. They're both ground immunities. They both just get momentum, hit things. They can defog. They got it all. And Alomamol is like annoying. I don't know why they gave it flip turn, but yeah, I really do like this team a lot.
Yeah, I think this team has a lot of mods that were sort of underappreciated up to this point with the Venusaur and I think this is the first Latias we're seeing, so I think it's going to be he's going to have a lot of fun with those mods, and I think they definitely work well in this meta. I think, yeah, I just wish he had a better steel type than Stack Attacker, even though I am a big Stack Attacker stan, so I think it'll still be good for him. I think, yeah, it could have gotten something better.
I think the Aloe is kind of what brings this team all together. I think this team's already pretty scary with Lando and Mega Venusaur and Latias. Those 3 already being tough to deal with, but Aloe constantly healing them up with Wish, I feel like can make this team very, very hard to break. And also, the Stack Attacker has the ground and fighting weaknesses, but Rotom, Latias, and Lando kind of just negate all of that. So I think the Stack Attacker, if you can keep those other 3 alive to kind of take all those hits for it, I think the Stack Attacker could actually be pretty scary. And then Trey already said it, but Mega Venu is very hard to deal with in this format. So overall, I think this team's pretty solid, minus the no spinning. The no spinning is kind of concerning. If you want to get your hazards up, you kind of got to defog yourself to get rid of hazards too.
Yep. I'm going to give this team a 9. And the reason for that is we just said Mega Venusaur is very hard to take down. And when I look overall at a majority of the drafts, there's not a lot of those like strong like banded flying Pokemon or like strong spec psychic Pokemon running around. And so there's not a lot of Pokemon that are going to be able to take down this Venusaur. Aside from like the Torn T and the Mega Alakazam, there's just not a lot of people that are going to have something that can OHKO or even 2KO this Venusaur. And then pairing it with Alomomola and Lando, I think it's a great team. Give it a 9.
Yeah, this team's. I want to give out my first 10. I think I am. Yeah, this team's a 10
Let's
for
go.
me. Those top 3 are just, they're so good, and they're also versatile. You can't really, like, you don't just lock them in. They don't do one thing super well. They do a ton of things. And having a Lomomola there to support Sylveon fits in. Like, we haven't talked about building around the top 3. We've talked a lot about building against, like, for them. But I actually think this team, Infernape and Sylveon particularly, fit super well on.
I think I'm going to go with a 9 on this team just because I think there isn't really a mod on this team that feels out of place. Like, I know we talked about the stacker a lot, but like looking at it more, I think there's like a lot of things that really cover for its weaknesses. And so I think it's not as big a deal, and just like, yeah, the only real thing is just not having spin, but I don't think this team relies too heavily on hazards, so I don't think it's too much of an issue either. It's a good team.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 9. The only reason it's not a 10 is because of the spinning. I do think the Rotom usually is kind of a weird pick, but I think its 3 immunities actually work really well with the rest of the team. So I think all 6 of these mons drafted have a chance to come any week.
All right. So yeah, that's going to be it for Danta. Let's go ahead and get on to the next 2. All right, so next up for Pool C, we have Arika. Arika decided to start off with a different steel type. First time seeing Kartana, first time seeing Hisuian Samurai, and first time seeing Pecharunt. Followed it up with Iron Shreds and then Mega Ampharos, which is an interesting Pokemon, and then Farigiraf and Aeron. So I really like this team. I think Double Steel definitely works. Especially with the Mega Amph and the Hisuian Samurott to take on those ground type or the fire types. Big fan of Pecharunt here. I think Pecharunt is a very underrated Pokemon in this format. Not being able to sorry, what's the word I'm looking for? Not being able to worry about dark types for the most part is going to be very good because the amount of good dark types that people drafted very minuscule. And then Hisuian Samurott being able to hazard stack I think is also great. And then Kartana, no switch-ins for Kartana. That's just how it is. And then they got one of the best spinners. I do think the removal is still a little lacking, only having the one spinner. It's forcing Treads into a more defensive role every week. But other than that, great team.
Trey,
Yeah.
you said double steal. I think you forgot.
Triple steal. Sorry, I'm not talking
Alright.
about the Aeron. It has to be level 100. We're not running Fear Strats. Aeron is not a Pokemon.
I like just having the one spinner and no defog, because otherwise, I don't like running defog with Samurai Hisui. It feels counterproductive. Kartana is a fantastic pickup. The more I look at it, I kind of wish it was on my team. Pretty cool mon. I think Pecharunt is, if not the greatest pick on this team, easily the second behind Treads. I think it's very, very solid, especially in this format. Takes fighting moves from Infernape, takes fairies from the other 2.
I think speaking of things we wish were on our team, I know Pecharunt was something I was really considering for my own, because I think it matches up really well against the top 3, and it's just a good annoying mon in general, especially in a setting where there aren't as many dark types. I think it will be really good, and also just taking a second more defensive steal along with Kartana I think is a really valid move, because obviously you don't want Kartana to be your main Sylveon switching because you just get blown up anyway, so I think taking another resist was definitely a good move there, and just Iron Treads is nice in general. I think I'm not super big on Mega Ampharos, but I might get impressed by it. It's the only thing I have.
So for me, I think the Cartana first pick is a little up high for me, just because looking at the calc, it looks like it gets one shot by vacuum wave. I think Special Infernape looks pretty good into this team, all things considered. I feel like especially defensively, I think special defensively, this team kind of struggles a bit, which concerns me with the threat of Sylveon and special Infernape. But I do think like physically, this team is going to be really hard to break through, um, with the Petron and the Iron Treads. I think Petron, like has been said, is really good. I think the Malignant Chain Hex sets kind of go crazy because a lot of teams don't have good dark types. So I think being able to just kind of spam that as much as you want with his ability is going to be really annoying to deal with. So my guess is that Petron's going to be the MVP of this team.
Okay. So now we can get into the numbers. I think I'm going to give this team a 6. I hate ranking it that low, but the more I look at it, the more defensively terrible it looks. This team has not a single switch into a ground type move anywhere, and if that ground type move happens to be special, you don't have a single Pokemon that's taking that. Because Petrarunt with its Fizz Def can probably take an EQ if it's not like Stab from Land OT. Same with Kartana. But if you see if they're like a Terra Ground Sylveon absolutely runs house on this entire team. And that's kind of my issue with it is that everybody has so far I think almost every team we've seen at least like a 10-point ground type, and it's going to give Arika a lot of troubles, so I'm going to go with a 6.
Yeah, I think it's been a 6 since the moment I started looking at it. It is what I do like about it is, I mean, outside of the Aeron, like it is a team. Like you could bring all these Pokemon to a game. You could do some interesting stuff with them. But it doesn't blow my mind is the biggest thing.
I think I'll go a little higher. I'll give it a 7 because I do think having that Kartana plus Samurott Spikes option is gonna be really helpful for like breaking down a lot of teams, and I think does have good defensive options. It's just those defensive options have one like common weakness, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go 6 as well for this team. I think that if they had the Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape, I think this team, I think I'd give it maybe like a 7 or an 8. But the fact that everyone else also has it, I feel like it's kind of forced to run special defensive Sylveon to kind of deal with any special attacker, and then it's also kind of weak to all the Infernapes that I feel like Infernape's going to come against this team every single week, and it's going to kind of struggle with handling it. So I'm going to go with a 6.
Right. All right. So getting into the right side, we have Brett, who somehow had extra points than everybody else. Was able to pick up Chien-Pao and then Zamazenta Crown, followed by Raging Bolt, Mega Steelix, Dipplin, and then Morgrem. So I'm a big fan of those first 4 Pokemon. I think they fit very well together. The one thing that I think this team is going to struggle with is special fairy types, especially if anybody picked up something like Enamorus or basically any of the Sylveon sets. Mega Steelix is bulky, but it's not that bulky to be able to switch in on multiple fairy hits, and then those top 3 all being weak and neutral to fairy. And then you add in Dipplin and Morgrem, who are also weak to fairy. It's going to be a bit interesting. This team offensively has absolutely no checks. There's not a single Pokemon in the game that can check the combination of Chien-Pao, Zamazenta Crown, and Raging Bolt. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this team plays. It's definitely going to be a game of kill your opponent's team before they kill you.
Yeah, I hate this team. This team is just like it's not going to be ranked low, but it's just like the way it plays. It's just I have good Pokemon, I'm going to hit you. Like I don't think there's a single remover on this team. It's just like they kind of picked what they wanted and did not look at the team at all. I don't know. It's interesting. It's going to be rated high because Chien-Pao, Zamazenta, Raging Bolt are wild. But yeah, this is never a team that I would ever want to draft myself.
Yeah, I think this team is kind of built off the preface that it's going to bring either 2 or 3 of the team captains every week, and you're just going to round it out with 3 powerhouses and just dare the opponent to like try to match it. So Yeah, I think this team is really well. Like I think it's really top heavy, but I honestly think that Dipplin and Morgan are really good value for their points. We've talked a lot about Prankster already and about how it's probably going to be good. The fact that you can get your screen set up if you want, Dipplin can can take a bunch of hits. Um, I think getting those two for only 7 points combined, I think is really good considering that you dumped so many of your points in your first 3 picks. So yeah, I'm curious to see how much of those bottom three come every week. Um, but yeah, like everyone said, those top three are going to be such a problem. It might not matter.
All right, so getting into the rankings, I'm gonna give this team a 7, just because the lack of removal versus the sheer offensive force that this team brings, I think weighs each other out. And then also you have like the defensive core of basically checking every type that is not fairy versus the fact that your entire team is weak to fairy. Also cancels each other out. So I think a good 7 is like a good middle ground for this team.
I think I'm going one lower. I'm going to a 6. It's definitely an above average team, and it's like I wouldn't be surprised if it even sweeps its pool just because people can't deal with those top 3. But yeah, as a team, it's just it's wild.
I guess I haven't had a chance to really speak about it yet, but I would probably also give it a 7 because, like, I think it will definitely win some games just off the merit of having a lot of insane Pokemon just on its own. But I think it's missing a lot of things that you would usually want in a team, and I think that might come back to bite them.
Yeah, I kind of think of this team as like like in basketball terms, a team with an insane starting five but no bench. And so I just wonder, as games get long, if it has, if it has the staying power to kind of consistently deal with any sort of longer game. I feel like they have to kind of win really fast because it doesn't have like all the pieces to kind of put together a full.
All right, so next up in Pool C, we have Brooks. Brooks decided to start off their team with Melmetal, followed by Nidoking, so 2 very good Pokemon into checking those fairies. Then we have Arena Trap Dugtrio, which I think is very underrated in a format like this, where you know there's 3 Pokemon on the field that you can trap. Then we have Vaporeon, Venusaur, Mega Manectric, and then Porygon. I don't really like the lower half of this team. I think Vaporeon is just a little too passive, but it does have Flip Turn, plus Wish Passing for Melmetal, which is not bad. I don't like Venusaur on any team that is not Sun. I think you just take away about half of the effectiveness of it. And then Manectric, I think it's an okay Pokemon, but once again, we've seen a lot of really good ground types on everybody's draft, and so I think Manectric just kind of doesn't shine in a format like this where it's a bunch of different pools, so all of the good ground types are very evenly distributed amongst all the coaches.
I think I like the Mega Manectric here. Gives a lot of added speed. I think if a better ground counter was picked up, like instead of a Venusaur, then maybe even a Vaporeon. But I know they desperately just wanted a water type, so I think Vaporeon is a good mon. But I do like the Mega Manectric here, and then Melmetal, Nidoking we've talked about. They counter the top 3. I do expect with this team, like 2 of the 3 captains we've been talking about this whole time to come every week, though.
Yeah, I think the first 3 picks, just Melmetal, Nidoking, Dugtrio, are all very good, and then the rest are kind of just average. Like, I do kind of wish he had more pivots than just Vaporeon and Manectric to really get in that Dugtrio to try and punish things like the Infernape that's gonna be everywhere.
Agreed.
And like any steel types, because almost everyone is a steel that can be susceptible to Dugtrio. So yeah, I think I just wish the Vaporeon and Venusaur are maybe swapped out for things that are a little better at what they do.
Yeah, I feel like defensively it has some good pieces in Vaporeon and Melmetal, but in terms of like taking ground type moves, I think this team struggles a ton. and so I think that they might have some problems with that. I feel like the pressure that Melmetal, Dugtrio, and Nidoking can put on can make up for that in a lot of ways, but yeah, I think defensively it's lacking some pieces. Um, but I do think Porygon is kind of a funny addition here, and curious to see if we can get any trick room teleports off for Melmetal.
Agreed. All right, so going into the rankings, I think I'm going to start by saying that this team is the definition of a 6. I think it has a very good start that just did not finish well in the draft, as well as the fact that there is not a single Pokemon on this team that can get rid of any hazards. And I think that is going to be the downfall of it. Not having any spikes immunities as well as anything to get rid of spikes, I think this team is going to get trashed in the hazard game. So I think a 6 is just fine for it.
I think this team is a 5. I think it's perfectly average. It's one of the draft league teams of all time. It's just like there's a couple good things about it. There's a couple bad things about it. It doesn't blow my mind. I don't hate it. But yeah, just right in the middle at a 5.
I think I'll go with a 6 for it. I think, kind of like the last team, it sort of suffers from like not having some of those like key options that a lot of the better teams will have. And I think the only reason I'm going 6 over 5 is just because of how good Melmetal and Nidoking are in this format.
Yeah, I think this team is pretty dependent on Melmetal to carry. However, I do think Melmetal can do that pretty well. So I'm going to go with the 6 as well.
All right, so that's going to do it for Brooks. Now we can bounce over here on the right side. We have the Zoo Kid, and right off rip, they decided to start with Palafin, then into Jirachi, Gliscor, Serena, Dunsparce, and Emolga. I do like this team. It has good removal. This is Nadex Gliscor, so it did not get nerfed. We have Serena, which is a good spinner, as well as a good Pokemon to check those grass types and bulky waters that Palafin doesn't like to deal with. I do like the Jirachi. I think it's a very decent Pokemon into the mascots. Not really sure what the Dunsparce and the Emolga are doing there. I think Dunsparce is a decent Pokemon, but I just think it doesn't hit hard enough to warrant being picked up in a format like this where you can't really beat the Sylveon. And you do just underspeed it, so if you want to try to glare it, you are going to take a Hyper Voice to the face before you proceed to glare it. And then the Emolga, I think, could have definitely just been swapped out for maybe something to give up some maybe get some more hazards. Either that or maybe some speed control.
Yeah, I like the way this team used their points. Like, they started off with 3, I think, great mons. I think the Jirachi is actually a very good fit here. It's a steel type, and in the case that you are scarfed or something, you can't out-infernape, hit it with a psychic type move. Serena fits in very well. It's another ground resist, along with the Emolga Gliscor just being immune to it. I think the Dunsparce has value in that it can just slow things down. It can roost up, kind of delay things. It doesn't really hit hard, like you said, but I do. This team is actually quite decent.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Pokemon here that do like support each other pretty well defensively, like the Grass and Electric that Palafin doesn't like are covered by Jirachi and Gliscor, and then Ice that Gliscor doesn't like is covered by Jirachi and Palafin, so there's a lot of defensive synergy like that. I think the only thing is that the team might struggle with breaking outside of Palafin, because like that's the only mon I see that like really puts out a lot of offensive pressure without setup.
Yeah, I agree. I think this team is a little Palafin reliant in terms of breaking things. And I feel like you're also depending on the Jirachi a lot defensively to deal with the Sylveon. So I think if that Jirachi's running really offensive and it happens to go out, then the Sylveon could just click Hyper Voice or Hyper Beam, and give this team some problems. But yeah, I think this team is really solid though in terms of covering for each other and filling out a full team.
All right. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and get into the numbers. I think this team is a 7. I think it's not a bad team. I think it's just going to struggle offensively unless you're running SD Gliscor. Palafin is going to have to do a lot of carrying, as well as none of the 6 they drafted being like huge special threats. So I think you're going to rely on the Sylveon to put in a lot of that work, probably bring Specs or Life Orb more often than you'd like.
Yeah, I also think it's a 7. It's like the picture perfect 7 team. They cover each other well. Jirachi can do a multitude of things. Gleisker, you can catch people off guard with. And I hope to see Palafin go in.
I think it's gonna be a 7 for me too. It seems like pretty average team overall, and just like it does have good pieces, but I think like it might rely on like the more defensive options, bringing offensive sets to like try and really patch up those offensive weaknesses.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a 6 just because I worry about its special breaking power. Um, but I think with the right play and the right prep, it can work around those.
All right, so that's going to be it for Brooks and the Zoo Kid. We'll be right back with the next 2. All right, so going into the last 2 drafts of Pool C, up first we have Gluok, who started their draft with Kiram Black, then Greninja and Superior, then Magneton. So they started their draft with 4 Pokemon that we have not seen in previous drafts, then Zeraora, and then we have Beedrill. And I left Porygon on the team builder. I did not mean to do that. Okay, so Zeraora and Beedrill. I really like this team. I think Kyurem is a perfect pairing with the fairies. I think it's just a very strong Pokemon that a lot of people aren't even allowing in that deck. So allowing it, I was excited to see some people pick it up. Big fan of Greninja. I think Greninja is just a very good Pokemon. I think the only thing I'm not a fan of with this team is it feels like Greninja and Infernape and Zeraora kind of all do the same thing. They're both too frail to be defensive, but they all kind of just do the same thing with different stabs. I do like the Superior here. I think it can definitely break through the Steel types just by clicking Leaf Storm over and over again to allow Sylveon to win the game, or vice versa. Magneton is a bit of an interesting one. Definitely not your ideal Steel type, especially a second Electric type paired with Zeraora, and then Beedrill, kind of just there.
Yeah, I don't really like this team's just lack of overall defense. Hazard removal as well. I think every time I've seen a Magneton drafted and someone's doing a PR, they're like, I don't know why you drafted Magneton. So it's like, why is it on the board? Like, people get like points taken off their rating every time it's picked up, and I just don't really know why it's there. But yeah, the lack of defense for me is just like almost appalling. I don't know. It's hard to look at.
I think this team is really going to rely pretty heavily on Sylveon for defense, which is not the greatest position to be in. And I think like the hazard game on this team is also like pretty weak, because like all of your hazard setters are really frail, and your only removal is defog Superior, which Superior doesn't always want to run that, so it's going to be a rough time.
Yeah, for me, I think your Steel type being Magneton is kind of rough because, and you probably don't want to bring Magneton every week, so you're gonna be kind of weak to against Sylveon and Sylveon relying on your own team. So I think that those kind of constraints kind of knock it down a little for me. But on the positive side, Kyurem Black I think is amazing here. Just because looking at a lot of the other teams, a lot of teams have ground types to break steals, um, and they have other dragons. So something that can like with the ice moves to deal with the ground and the dragon types. I think having a really strong ice type is really really good. And I guess you can also say that same thing about Greninja with Ice Beam Protean as well. So this team is really scary offensively, but I think I'd be very nervous if I was this trainer um, about Sylveon's.
Agreed. All right, so getting into the numbers, I think this team's a 5. I think it's amazing offensively, horribly defensively, and I think it's basically just going to be another one of those things that they just have to output so much damage that the opponent can't keep up. I think they do have the capability of doing so between Kyurem, Greninja, and Zorora, all just hitting like absolute trucks, and then you pair it with Superior as well. I don't like the fact that their fairy resists are Magneton and Beedrill. I think you basically just don't have any fairy resist. But other than that, great offensive team, terrible defensive team.
Yeah, I'm rating this one a 4. It has good offense, that's clear. There's a lot of things I don't like about it. But I hope the coach has fun using it and puts in some work with Kyurem and Superior maybe.
Yeah, I might have to go with 4 on this one as well. I think it's just like this team is like the definition of a glass cannon. Like if you cannot break early with Kyurem or Superior or Greninja, then you are just probably going to lose.
For me, I agree that it is a glass cannon, but I think this does that really well. So I'm gonna give it a 6, um, because I think that this team does put a lot of pressure on you and kind of makes your opponent think defensively and on the back foot. I know that not every team is built defensively to handle something like this team, so I'll go with a 6.
Okay. So that's going to be it for Gluok. And now we're going to move over to Mr. Shell, who decided to start their team off with Excadrill, followed by Rotom Wash, Mega Beedrill. We got Shaman Landform, Necrozma, and Knucklestack. So I do like the pairing of Excadrill and Mega Beedrill. Pairing Mega Beedrill with the one of the best spinners in the format is always a good idea, followed by another very good defogger in Rotom. I think Necrozma is a very underrated Pokemon in this format. Not a lot of people are drafting dark types or bug types. And Mimikyu being a majority of teams' only ghost type is not very threatening to a Pokemon like Necrozma. So I do like that pickup. I think Knucklestack is actually a very underrated Pokemon in this type of format. Sawcure is going to be very strong into all these steel types that are going to be coming out, as well as the bulky waters. And I do think Shaman definitely has its place. I just don't like the fact that Shaman and Knucklestack are both going to be forcing opponents to bring Covert Cloak. So if you just bring a steel type with Covert Cloak, you can kind of just knock out 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I like this team. The Beedrill's got the speed, Necrozma's potential for Trick Room if you did want to throw that in one matchup. If it looks good. You've got decent momentum options with Volt Switch, U-Turn, Baton Pass from Shaman. I think it could do really well. I'm interested to see how it does against the teams with like a huge Palafin, like Latios kind of deal, but I think there's a lot of potential here.
Yeah, I like this team as well. I mean, now that I'm seeing it here, I'm surprised this is the first Necrozma we're seeing, because I think it's going to be a pretty good Pokemon in this format, and just having all the pivoting options with Rotom and Infernape and Beedrill and Shaman are also really nice, and just, yeah, the only sort of issue I have is that, like, your Ghost Resist is Knucklestack, which isn't great, but I also don't think we've seen a lot of offensive Ghosts outside of the Mimikyu, so I don't think it'll be too big a deal.
Yeah, I think this team, I do like it a good bit. I think that I like how versatile the team is offensively and defensively, and I think that all 9 of these mons are really good. I think Knucklestack at 3 points was great value, and I also think Necrozma is going to probably be the MVP of this team. I think it's going to be really tough to deal with for a lot of other teams with no dark types. And then also the Shaman. I think you can be kind of creative with how you run the Shaman. If you want to run the Sea Flare sets, or if you want to run like a more defensive like Leech Seed set, I think they're both going to be pretty good. But yeah, I think this is a pretty solid team.
All right. So with that being said, we can go ahead and hop into the numbers. I'm really sitting and debating between a 7 and 8 for this team. I really like it. I think it's got just a little bit of everything. I think the one thing that's going to hold it back for me is just the lack of like hazards themselves. I don't like Necrozma being a hazard Pokemon, and I think Knuckle Stack just doesn't come enough to set hazards. No spikes and no toxic spikes, as well as no grounded poison. I think is, or actually, sorry, there's a Beetle there, but no like true toxic spike setter. I think it's just gonna put this team at a 7 for me.
I think, yeah, I agree with the 7. I think everything works well together, and like I said, it's got potential. Like, it can hit pretty much every type with anything on it, and best of luck to Mr. Shell with this team. I like it.
Yeah, I think probably a 7 for me too. Like it's a well-crafted team. I think it's just like it doesn't stand out as much as some of the others we've seen, but like there's nothing inherently wrong with it either. So
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go 7 as well. Just because I think it's a really, like I said earlier, it's a solid team, but nothing really scares me or says to me like, this is a super threat.
Agreed. I think it's a good team. I think we think Pool C has had some very good teams, but yeah, that's going to be it for Pool C. We will be back for Pool D. All right, so we are back for Pool D. This is our fourth of 8 pools. Starting off, we have Hero, who picked up Iron Treads first. Next is Rotom Wash, and then Meowscarada, Galarian Articuno, Dragalge. We got Kangaskhan, and then Rampardos. So pretty decent team. One thing I think this team's going to struggle with is like having that face of the team, like that like first overall like option for damage. Meowscarada is like okay, but in a format like this where it gets checked pretty easily by those top 3 Pokemon, I think it's really just lacking that like first pick material. Galarian Articuno is an interesting Pokemon we haven't seen picked yet. It's got to get a lot of setup to be able to beat Sylveon one-on-one, so I'm not sure how viable it's going to be. I do like the Dragalge here. I think Toxic Spikes are a very good thing. Kangaskhan and Rampardos, not really a big fan of those 2 picks, but I think Hero can pull it off.
Yeah, I think it's one of those Rotom Wash Iron Treads teams. It's not going to be bad. I like the Articuno Galar pick. I think this is like the most interesting team we've seen so far in terms of like direction it went. It's like a little all over the place, but it looks fun to use.
yeah, for sure, there's a lot of interesting low tiers here. I'm glad I'm not the only one who picked Rampardos, but I'm interested to see what Kangaskhan can do here because I think I don't know, I haven't even seen it used much, so maybe it has some surprise tools, but yeah, I think it's got a pretty good defensive backbone. I'm just worried that like there isn't really a Pokemon here that just wins games. Like,
Yeah, I agree with that. There's nothing when you're looking at this team that like screams like, okay, this is a problem. Like this, like I need to come up with a way to beat this, or it will kind of snowball and win the game. So, but it also doesn't really like I don't really see a great avenue to snowball this team either, because of that really good defensive core. So, um, yeah, I think it's a good team. I don't find it to be super threatening offensively,
Right.
minus the Rampardos,
Right.
obviously.
Okay. So with that being said, we can go ahead and get into our number rankings. I think I'm going to start with a 6. I do like this team. I just really don't like the lack of physical offensive pressure. Rampardos, like we've said in the past, just doesn't do that great into this format because of all the steel types and ground types running around. And then Meowscarada is going to carry a lot of that load because Treads is going to be forced into a defensive role.
I'm wondering if Kangaskhan might be the greatest Mimikyu counter we've seen. It's got scrappy shadow or like scrappy normal type moves, all that stuff.
that's true.
Yeah, I think it's a 6. It's like it could go places. It's a solid team, but like no massive red alarm mon on it.
Yeah, I think 6 is fair for this one. It's got the pieces it needs to survive. I think it just also doesn't have a lot of threats, really.
I'm gonna go 7 here, just because I think that because it's so strong defensively, you can kind of run like maybe like a Specs, Dragalge, or a more offensive Treads because you have really good defensive backbones throughout the team. So I think they'll be able to make up for a little bit of those gaps, kind of in places that you're not expecting. But it's still going to struggle to maybe overwhelm a team offensively.
All right, so we can go ahead and hop over onto the right side with J Scurf. And they decided to start their draft off with Palafin, never a bad first pick. Next up, we have Nidoqueen, Celesteela, Espeon, Mega Sceptile, Colossal, and then Porygon. I'm a big fan of Celesteela here. I think it is a great pickup in a format like this, and I know if I was playing that I would have definitely picked it up because even though it is a steel type that does quote-unquote lose to Infernape, it is so bulky that it's not dying to anything that's not like a banded Flare Blitz, and it can return kill with an Air Slash depending on Infernape's EV spread. And it's just so insanely tanky that it's very hard to get off the field. And in a format where a lot of people aren't drafting secondary fire types, there's just not a lot of checks to that type of Pokemon. I do like Mega Sceptile here. I think it's a great speed tier. I believe it is, aside from the Electrodes, probably the fastest Pokemon drafted. I'm not sure if Regieleki or Deoxys Speed was drafted. Other than that, aside from the lack of removal, that's only the Colossal. Big fan of this team.
Yeah, I think the first 3 were definitely drafted with Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape in mind, and Coach did a really good job here. The ground resistance and Mega Sceptile is solid. Covers Nidoqueen, Infernape really well. Outside of that, I'm curious as to how Espeon will be used. I definitely think it's not a bad pickup. It's not one of those why is this here. But I just feel like there might always be a better option. But I would like to see it come for one battle at least.
Yeah, I think my only real gripe with this team is just the hazard removal is kind of weak, because, like, I guess Colossal can take advantage of Sylveon pretty well to get spins off on that, and then Espeon's a decent magic bouncer, but, like, neither of them are really, like, great at being a hazard removal. But I think, like, yeah, especially those first 3 with Palafin, Nidoqueen, and Celesteela are just very solid.
Yeah, I really like how this team kind of works offensively and defensively with the 3 team captains. I like how it can take hits from Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape, but also they complement Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape as well because Nidoqueen can hit the steel and poison types that Sylveon doesn't like, and Sceptile can deal with maybe some water types that Infernape would struggle with. So I really like how this team kind of kept that in mind, both as pieces on their team, but also facing against them as well.
Right. I'm going to start off this team strong, and I think I'm just going to give it an 8. I think the one thing that this team could use is maybe taking that Porygon away and then change that Espeon to either another removal Pokemon or an Ice or Electric type to help break like annoying flyers. But outside of that, I think this team's really good.
Yeah, when I first glanced at it, I was like, "Oh, this looks like a 7 team, or a 7 team." But I want to give it an 8. I'm kind of optimistic about how it'll work out.
Yeah, I think I'll go with an 8. I think just the top 3 alone, like, pretty much are going to be very solid into, like, almost every team, so I think.
Yeah, I like an 8 here as well. I think this team is going to be not too hard to build around. And I think that any sort of shortcomings in terms of hazard removal, they'll be able to kind of deal with it with I think Espeon and Colossal on their own can kind of uh, can kind of handle hazards, and their team isn't super weak to hazards as well because you have Celesteela who doesn't take spikes damage and Nidoqueen who can absorb toxic spikes and only takes 6% from rocks. So gonna go with 8.
All right. So good job drafting from J Scurf, and let's get into the next ones. All right. going into our next set, we have Final Crusader, who decided to pick up Megalodios, followed by Terrapagos, Rillaboom, Vaporeon, Piloswine, and then Whirlipede. So honestly, not a bad team. A good Defogger in Latios, followed by one of the best spinners in Terrapagos. I do like Rillaboom. Grassy terrain with Sylveon Wish Pass is a lot of sustain for everyone on the team, as well as Vaporeon Wish Pass. I do think that the Whirlipede is a bit of an interesting pick. Not entirely a fan of it. I think that plus the Piloswine could have made for a better pick, and then picked up a 1-pointer after that. Other than that, big fan of the Rillaboom. I think it's going to put in more work here, especially with all of the ground types that are going to be running around.
Yeah, I think this top three is especially dangerous both defensively and offensively. And you can even like allow Latios to not ever have to worry about running any kind of recovery or like recover sets even. I I don't think it's the most flexible team. Like I think like who are you really gonna bring? Who's gonna see Piloswine as a threat? Do you like Vaporeon, Sylveon's kind of a toss up, but I do think what you have is good.
I think I would mostly agree with that. Just like it has like some really good Pokemon, but I also think it's kind of predictable in what everything's going to do. Like I think Terrapagos on a team like this is going to be forced into being the removal more often than not, and then Latios and Rillaboom are both going to come pretty much every time, and yeah. And I do kind of wish that maybe we could have fit on a Pokemon that takes more advantage of the grassy terrain. But yeah, I think it's still pretty good.
Yeah, I like this team a lot. I think Latios. This is the kind of a perfect team for Latios, because you can just keep you can kind of just run just really offensive and not really worry too much because you can it can kind of get infinite switch-ins with all the wishing going on. I do like Rillaboom a lot as well because there's a lot of grounds and a lot of waters, so those grassy glides are going to be hitting pretty tough. The banded wood hammers too. I feel like we haven't seen too many things that can switch to those consistently. Um, so I think this team provides a lot of offensive pressure, and defensively, it doesn't really need to be that strong defensively because you're gonna have the option to just wish into your switch-ins. So I think this is a really solid team all around.
All right. I think I'm still going to give it a 7, just because, like Draco said, Terrapagos is kind of forced into that spin bot role. And Terrapagos has so much untapped potential, even though it's been out for like 3 months now, 4 months. It's just so good offensively, and people just can't discover it because they don't pair it with more removal. And so for that, I think a 7 is just fine.
I'm gonna give it an 8. I think it was definitely built around Latios, which I like. Um, and like there's a couple things missing, but overall, I think it's really well put together.
Yeah, I think I'll go 8 as well. I think it's got some very strong pieces, and I think just Rillaboom plus Latios' breaking is going to be like too much on its own for some teams.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 8. I really like this team a lot. I like Piloswine. Actually, here I think the ground ice coverage is actually pretty good in this format with all the ground and steel types. So yeah, I'm gonna go 8.
All right. So that's going to do it for Final Crusader. And then on the right, we have Ace. Ace decided to start off their draft with Fairy Dragon Steel Core with Garchomp and Ferrothorn. Two very good Pokemon in a format like this, followed up by Donphan, Mega Slowbro, Thunderous Therian, and then Glaceon. So right off rip, Garchomp, I don't believe, you correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we've seen Garchomp drafted yet, have we?
Nope. First one.
So Garchomp not being drafted in 3 pools is kind of insane. Yes, it is a dragon into the 2 fairies, but it's still a Garchomp. Ferrothorn, also first time seeing it drafted. I think it's a pretty good mon. Obviously, it hard loses to the Infernape, but it does force very specific prep and almost always forces the Infernape to come, so it guarantees that you know at least one of the mons that are going to be coming. I do like Donphan. I don't like that it's the only removal you have, because I just don't really respect Thundurus as a defogger. Mega Slowbro is an interesting choice. I feel like regular Slowbro is just better here because you want to regen more often than not. And then Glaceon is honestly not a bad pickup, considering Freeze Dry is very good into the ridiculous amount of rain teams we've seen and a lot of the bulky water types like Toxapex.
Yeah, I like it. I especially like the late Thundy T pickup, because outside of Ferrothorn dealing with water types, you didn't really have an answer, and it's on the special side, whereas you have things like Archomp hitting physically. Um, it's it's a good team. I think the only real problem I have with it is Donphan being the only hazard clear.
Yeah, I think definitely Garchomp plus Thundurus is a pretty solid offensive combo. I do think it might struggle a bit to break fairies, because, like, you do have Ferrothorn, but that's usually not, like, a super offensive mon, so you might have trouble breaking through enemy Sylveons, but other than that, I think, yeah, there's the point with the John fan being the only remover, but I think it's otherwise pretty good.
Yeah, to Trey's point earlier, it is interesting how the Ferrothorn kind of forces Infernape, but at the same time, Mega Slowbro kind of shuts it down pretty, um, pretty well. So I think that I really like that. It seems like they kept that in mind when they picked the Mega Slowbro with its synergy with the Ferrothorn. I think that's really smart. And oh yeah, I do also think the Glaceon can get some run out of the freeze dries, and I think that's really good value at 3 points.
All right, so with that being said, I think I'm going to give this team a 7. I think it's a very solid team. I think it's actually very well put together. It's just missing like offensive pressure that I think you're gonna think you have in things like Slowbro and Donphan, but it's really just not going to be there, especially because Donphan doesn't really hit anything that Garchomp doesn't. And so I think just the lack of offense is keeping me from putting it higher. So I think a 7 is where I'm going to stay.
For me, I'm handing out another 8. There's no like glaring defensive weaknesses. Got decent coverage almost all the way around, and in terms of like dealing with Sylveon, Infernape, you do have an answer to at least all of them.
I think I'm going to be going a 7 on this one, because I think it does have some good synergies going on here. I think there's some mods that play well together, but at the same time, I feel like Donphan probably could have been a different spinner, because it is kind of offensively already covered by Garchomp, and like I said before, I think there's some Pokemon that this team's going to still struggle to break, so I think 7's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 8 here. I think this team's really solid, and I think that they'll be able to kind of work around um, the only Donphan being the only spinner. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna go with 8.
Okay, so that's going to do it for Ace and Final. Let's go ahead and get into the next two. All right.
I agree.
So going into this one, we have Tibbs. First round Corviknight, second round Landorus, followed by Mega Manectric, so a very early Mega Manectric. Then we have Revavroom in round 4, Pyukumuku, Spidops, and then the last round Kyurem Black. I'm a big fan of this team. I think it is very good outside of no spinners, but they really don't have a lot as far as hazards go outside of like the Spidops. I'm not a huge fan of the Pyukumuku. I mean, it is going to sit there and Toxic Stall, which a lot of teams I think are going to struggle with Stall, so he might be able to pull it off. I do think Mega Main went a little early, and I think that Revavroom maybe could have waited another round, but I do think it is a very good pick. I do like the Corviknight Lando core. I think they are very good together, and I think Corviknight, very shocked that we have not seen it through the first 3 drafts so far. So very excited to see how Tibbs does with this team. And then obviously Kieran Black, just a menace of a Pokemon.
Yeah, the Corviknight and Lando together are extremely hard to break, and they do incredibly well against Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape. Spite Ops setting up webs. I don't really know what it enables because Kieran Black's gonna D-dance Mega Manetrix fast. Maybe like a Mimikyu, I suppose. Um, it's not my favorite team, but I do. It just picture Kieran Black at the top 3, and I do think that's a good top 3 you have.
Yeah, I think the yeah, I'm also surprised it's the first time we're seeing Corviknight. I think it matches up pretty well just into the top 3 and just into a lot of other teams we've seen in general. And I think it's hard to go wrong with Lando T too, and Karen Black's obviously really strong. I do kind of think this team's gonna struggle with Taunt, because like Pyukumuku and Spite Ops kind of just get hard shut down by it, and Corviknight and Lando don't like it either. So you might have some trouble with that, but I think it's pretty decent.
Yeah, I like this team a good bit. I like the Corviknight Landorus defensive backbone. I had to double check this because I didn't remember, but I think Kieran Black can't D-dance in this.
It cannot D-dance, but it does get scale shot.
Okay, so it does get scanned.
Oh,
So Spite
okay.
Ops might get some usage out of the webs there, but like Draco said, it Taunt is really really good to this team. It stops Revavroom from setting up. It stops a lot of stuff that Corvalent wants to do. Obviously the Pikmin setups. So yeah, that's what would worry me about this team. Like Infernape is coming and bringing Taunt, and it's not really you can. That's gonna be really good into you. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So I think this team is like a solid 7. I think the only way this team it doesn't at least like do somewhat well is if he just comes across like the very creative builders that are good at building for specific scenarios, like all of the setup for taunt or the webs, and anybody that just has a good Kieran Black check, which is not very many Pokemon. And I would just like to see maybe something to help hit ground types better. Obviously, you have Kieran Black right there, but Kieran Black, 1, has a decent amount of weaknesses, and 2, gets no physical ice type moves.
I think for me it's a 6. I think like if you face a team that can handle both Corviknight and Lando T with 1 Mon, I think it gets significantly harder for you to work around the entire team because you do rely on them doing a lot of the dirty work and then having Revavroom set up. And I'm not sure how well the rest of them fit together with the Corviknight Lando.
The team kind of loses to Lando T.
Yeah, good thing they got him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think. Well,
Sorry, you go ahead. My bad.
I think I'm also gonna go with a 6 on this one because I think for a lot of games it's gonna come down to just trying to like set up hazards with either like the Spite Ops or some combination of Lando and Revavroom and just try to outlast, which I'm not sure is always gonna be possible. Like especially if there's a good Volt Beam on, and otherwise it's just gonna be how good does Kieran Black do into the opponent.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go 7. I do think that it has because of how kind of strong it is defensively and the slow U turns getting Kieran back Black in to do some damage is going to be really really tough to deal with. But I do kind of worry about getting like setting up those situations where webs are up and Kieran Black can kind of do its thing.
Okay, so that's going to do it for Tibbs. Let's go ahead and hop onto the other side with Lunar. We're going to see Gouging Fire drafted for the first time, paired with Mega Venusaur, Bronzong, Torn T. Araquanid, and then Trapinch. So another decently top-heavy team. We have two very high-tier picks with Gouging Fire and Torn T, paired with Mega Venusaur. I think is a very solid offensive team. Not a lot of Pokemon can switch into the combination of those three. I think Bronzong is a very solid Pokemon. I think Araquanid in and of itself is a good Pokemon, and then Webs with Gouging Fire and Mega Venusaur is also very solid. I think the only thing this team is lacking is a Rapid Spinner, because you would like to keep the rocks up that Bronzong is going to set and the webs that Araquanid is going to set, but you really do not want to be forced to bring boots on Torn and Gouging Fire every week.
Yeah, I think Webs, even without Sun, I think Webs Gouging Fire is more of a win con right here. Torn T is extremely helpful here. Just being able to stay at a high amount of health, clear hazards if it has to, pivot out. I think that was a really, really good pickup, even though it was kind of late. You saw that it was there and were able to snag it for yourself. And you got a good steel type in Bronzong.
Yeah, I really like this team. I think theme of the past few teams has been why hasn't this been taken already? And I think Gouging Fire might be close to the top of that list of just seems very good in this format, with matching up very well into not only the top 3 but also a lot of the Pokemon that other people are going to have to try and beat the top 3. So I think Gouging's gonna be really good here, and yeah, there's a lot of good support here around it too.
Yeah, I think Gouging Fire is amazing here. Having a dragon that's not weak to fairy is really nice. And then we've talked before about how good Mega Venusaur is with not that many psychic types and not that many flying types, and it probably has one of the best offensive flying types in Tornadus Therian. So I really like this team. The Bronzong I think fits perfectly with just another fairy resist for the fairies. We saw a lot of teams that had 3 fairies, and so this team would handle that pretty great. And then Araquanid putting it all together with the web support and its amazing ability, I think is kind of perfect.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and give this team. I think I'm gonna give it an 8. I think the lack of a spinner and overall just more removal is really what's throwing me off here. Just because, like I said, Gouging Fire really does not want to run boots. I think offensive Gouging Fire is more prevalent in this specific format, and so I think banded Gouging Fire with webs is much better than a Boots Dragon Dance set or Boots Morning Sun. So I think the lack of a spinner is really hurting this team.
Yeah, it seems definitely an 8. I couldn't agree more. We were praising the Mega Venusaur earlier. It's still a great defensive option, good matchup into the 3 captains, and built really well around a Gouging Fire, even without Sun, so good job.
Yeah, I almost want to give it a 9, but I think it is held at an 8 just because of that somewhat limited removal, and I really do think this team would have liked a Sunsetter just to really make Gouging Fire and even pre-Mega Venusaur just that much more threatening.
If they could have somehow made Torkoal work, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, I'm so close. I'm just like Drake. I'm really close to a 9, but I think I'm gonna go with 8. I don't know if there were any 2-point sunsetters. I don't know how much Vulpix was, but it would have been cool to see a really cheap sunsetter for this team to kind of activate the Venusaur and the Gouging Fire. But yeah, I'm gonna go with 8 mainly for the reasons everyone said, but just a little lacking on the offensive side for me.
Okay, so it's going to do it for Tibbs and Lunar. Let's go ahead and get into the next 2. All right. So first up on the left side, we got Sander. Sander decided to start off their draft with Shaman Sky, followed by Mamoswine, Duraludon, Komala, Azelf, Weezing, and then Basculin. I really like this team for one. I think this is a team, this is one of the few teams that we've seen where I think every Mon can come to every game. Even Basculin and Komala definitely have their uses. I think round 4 Komala might have been a bit early, but if you needed your removal, then go out and get it. I do like the Azelf round 5. I think it adds a lot to this team and allows for Mamoswine and Duraludon to not have to worry about setting rocks. I would have liked a spiker on this team. And I think this team may also hurt a little bit from a lack of a grounded poison. But Komala not being able to be poisoned and still getting rapid spin, I think is going to do just fine. I think the only other thing this team is lacking is a true Spadef wall.
Yeah, I at first glance it doesn't look as intimidating as a lot of the other teams, but you look at all the abilities. You got 2 levitators. I'm hoping to see Basculin put in work. I think it's 8 points for a reason. That thing is dangerous. But Shaman Sky, Mamoswine, I think both of them. I think Mamoswine especially is just terrifying in this format. There's so many different sets you can run. You can get up rocks if you want. You can go AV, choice it. I'm gonna save the other stuff because I picked it up later. But yeah, I do enjoy this team. I don't think it's super top heavy. It's pretty well balanced. It's also not as terrifying as others, but it's a good team.
Yeah, I do think the Shaman Sky and Mamoswine combo is very good offensively, because I think both of them are mons that kind of demand specific types of counters, and I think they check each other's counters pretty well. Although I am kind of worried with this team defensively, because I think, as Trey said, there's not a lot of special bulk here outside of the Sylveon, and I think just generally this team is not very bulky, so it might be susceptible to getting overrun. But yeah, I think it can still do some good things.
Yeah, I like this team a good bit. I think that relying on the Sylveon for the special wall, I think Sylveon is can kind of be tanky enough to where you can rely on it, especially as a Terra captain. So I'm not too worried about it taking hits defensively. I again, I think Duraludon's really good here. Again, having another dragon that's not weak to fairy, I think is really nice. And I think this might be, and I'm probably wrong about this, but this might be the first 10 mon team that I really like everything and that everything can come. I think we've seen a couple nine mon rosters, but I think this is the first 10 mon roster where I was like, I like every single one of these, and I think every single one can come every single week. So really like this team. I think it was really well put together.
You're 100% right. This is definitely the first 10 mon team where everything's been viable. I'm going to give this team, I think I'm going to give it an 8. I think I'm really high on this team. I know I was kind of dogging on the lack of special walls, but between AV, Mamo, potentially Spadef, Weezing, and as well as Sylveon, I do like their defensive core still. And I do commend Sander because they drafted quite a lot of Pokemon that we've only seen once or not at all. And I really enjoy that they went very outside of the box for this draft.
Yeah, I was also thinking an 8. I think it's going to catch a lot of people off guard because they won't be able to prep for everything. A lot of the teams we've seen so far, they have 4 mons to prep for, and that's it. But this, if you don't prep for Azelf, it's going to get you. Things like that.
I think I'm gonna go a little lower at a 7, just because I still think this. Maybe it's just because there is a lot of unorthodox mons on this team, and I just am not as big on them, but I do think this team still does have the tools it needs to work, and I hope that it'll have success with it.
I'm gonna go a little bit in the opposite direction. I think I'm gonna go 9. I really value how versatile this team is and how much prep is going to be needed to kind of plan for everything. Um, and I don't really, to me, I don't see any big glaring holes or things that can be exploited. The reason that it's not a 10 is I feel like offensively, I feel like it's kind of two dimensional, where it's kind of relying a lot on Shaman Mamoswine with, I guess, also Azelf. But outside of that, I think this team really does a good job of filling out like a full team.
All right, so let's go ahead and hop over to the right side. We got Lava Lamp. So this is another rain team. This one's going to start with Archaludon, followed by Pelipper Zapdos, then Cryogonal, Swampert, Shroodle, and then last pick Cinccino. Big fan of this team. I really think that the Shroodle could have just been added to Cinccino and made an 8-point mon. But if Cinccino was the best mon left, then I guess it's not a problem. I do really like the Rain core here. I think Mega Swampert and Rain is just a absolute monster. Zapdos and Rain and Archaludon and Rain. I think you have three of the best, probably the best Rain abusers. And then you also got Cryogonal, which is just an absolute pain in the ass to play against. So the fact that you drafted it means that one, if you ever have to face a Cryogonal, you have a Cryogonal check in itself, as well as being able to check some of the other Rain teams and the potential bulky waters that do want to sit on Mega Swampert.
Yeah, this rain team has everything. It's got a Swift Swimmer. It's got the Archaludon. It's got Zap. It's got Pelipper. You even picked up Cryogonal, like Trey said, because it was so good in your team. And I think the Cinccino is an amazing sleeper pick. I think that could catch a lot of people off guard. Just so focused on Archaludon, Swampert counters, they forget about Cinccino, and it could slip through the cracks.
Yeah, I think this is easily the best rain core we've seen so far. Like, you've basically got everything you could ever want there. And yeah, I do also think that picking up Cryogonal was a pretty smart move, just because it was one of the mons that really threatened all of your rain core, and now you don't have to deal with it, at least from this pool. And yeah, I think also just because of how strong that rain core is, and like people will be over prepping for it, and they might not see some of your other options like Cinccino or Infernape. So I think that's also a good direction for you.
Yeah, I think this is Rain done right. I really like the cryo pick with the Rain, because you're gonna have a lot of bulky waters trying to slow down Swampert, probably on the more physical side, and so if you can get a good flip turn into cryo and immediately threaten with a freeze dry, that's just one of the examples of the synergy of this team. Yeah, every you can kind of see the role of every mon, but you can also kind of think about some extra roles that it can fill as well. So I really like how all these pieces fit together, and everything makes sense.
Okay, with that being said, I'm going to give this team a 9. Draco said that this is the best rain team we've seen. I think it's tied with Big Bling's team back in Pool B. I don't think either one is better than the other. I think this one has more specific rain pieces, but I think the other team is definitely just as good. And I cannot put one over the other, so I think a 9 is where I'm going to stay.
I think this one beats Big Bling out by just a hair, and I gave Big Bling a 9, so this one has to be a 10. Just extremely well choreographed team, so good job to Lava Lamp.
Yeah. I think I'll give this one a 9 as well, and I would like to specify that it's the best rain core. I do think his outside of rain options aren't as good as Big Bling's, but definitely while he has rain, he's going to be like the best rain abuser out there.
Yeah, for me, I kind of second everything that Draco said. I'm gonna go 9 as well because yeah, I think this team has basically all the tools. Like if Rain is set up, I think this team is a little weaker than the other team outside of Rain, which is why I'm not gonna go 10 for this. But when Rain is up, this team's going to be claiming kills almost every turn.
Agreed. All right, so that's going to be it for Pool D, and we'll be back with Pool C, or Pool E. All right, so we are back at the start of Pool E. So first up, we have Swaggy Boy, and Swaggy Boy decided to start off their team with Dragapult, then Great Tusk, Alamomola, Silvally. We got Overquill, and then Noctowl. It's a very interesting team. Definitely a little unorthodox. I feel like some of these mons you definitely don't see drafted together. Silvally is definitely an interesting pickup, one we haven't seen yet. Definitely like Tusk. I feel like removal is definitely an important aspect in these kind of teams. Alamomola being a bulky water, I feel like it's going to do really well, especially with mirror coat sets. Dragapult, not really the biggest fan of with the double fairy, but other than that, not a bad team.
Yeah, I actually really like the team. I think it doesn't handle the three that everyone has as well as some of the others we've seen, but these six together, I'm kind of optimistic about them. I don't mind any of these mons.
I think Dragapult and Great Tusk are like probably some of the best Pokemon in the format. Just both of them being weak to Fairy and really struggling with Sylveon is kind of rough, but I think they'll still be very good regardless.
Yeah, this team's definitely weak to Sylveon, especially because the poison type is also happens doesn't resist fairy. But I think the versatility of Silvally to take on maybe that steel type, or a poison type will be nice. I think the combination of flip turn Aloe and parting shot Silvally can kind of allow for Great Tusk and Dragapult to be a lot more offensive because those other mons can kind of switch in. Even Overcoat with Intimidate can switch in and then get out and kind of get in the heavy hitters. So that's kind of the thing that I was imagining for this team, but I like it overall.
Okay, so getting into the rankings for this, I'm gonna give this team. I like it a lot more than I was letting off to. I'm gonna give it an 8. I think it's got good removal, and I do like Silvally just because I feel like it's adding an extra Terra Captain, and so for that, I think it's a good 8.
Yeah, this one's an easy 8. Dragapult and Great Tusk together is deadly to any team. It's going to require a lot of prep, and the Silvally does that a lot. It's got a bulky water. Overquill can put in work. It's kind of a shame it doesn't resist fairy, but I think there's plenty of ways to work around it.
Yeah, I think I'll go 8 as well. I do think Silvally's gonna probably be pigeonholed into being steel or poison a lot of the time, but I think just with more offensive Great Tusk and Dragapult builds, it can really tear through people.
Yeah, I think I really like the Aloe and the Sylveon being able to heal up the rest of the team. I think the team's really gonna appreciate that. So I'm also gonna go with an 8. I think this team looks really scary offensively, and I think that with that wish support, it's also going to be pretty menacing defensively as well.
All right, so that's going to do it for Swaggy. Now we can move over to the right with Baby Huey. They decided to start off their draft with Chien-Pao, followed by Landorus Therian, then Bronzong, Manectric, we got Mantine, Roselia, and then Type Null. So I'm actually a really big fan of this team. I think I think they cover each other's weaknesses very well. Like we've said in the past, Bronzong is a very solid Pokemon in this format because it can beat all three of the mascot mons. I think Lando T is very underrated, and this is Nat Deck, so it does get defog. I like Mantine as a Spadef wall to be able to beat Sylveon with not having any super effective moves to hit the Mantine. And I do like Roselia as a form of not only a poison type, but being able to get toxic spikes up. I think that is definitely going to go underappreciated.
This team's great. Any one of these could come any week, and there's potentially 3 ground immunities with Levitate, Bronzong. You also got Mantine and Lando. Mega Manectric can just kind of come in whenever it wants. It's got a lot of defensive options around that, and Chien Pao on top of it all is missing. So I like this team a lot.
Yeah, I think this team looks really good too. I mean, having the combination of just fast offense with Chien-Pao and Mega Manectric is going to be really threatening, and you have a good defensive core to back it up with Flanders and Mantine and Bronzong. I think the only thing I'm a little curious about is that, I think this is one of the only teams that ended with points remaining, so, they have 3 points left. I'm wondering if I can't think of the draft board off the top of my head, but I'm wondering if maybe they could have gotten, a better normal type than type null, because I'm not a huge fan of it, but I'm also not sure if there was anything better on the board, so.
Yeah, for me, I look more at the Roselia. I feel like the Roselia could maybe switch. I feel like again, I don't remember the draft board off the top of my head either, but I feel like maybe a higher poison type would have suited this team a little better. But overall, I do like the team a lot. I think Chien-Pao is super scary in this format because we've seen a lot of ground and dragon types. Um, running around with most people's drafts. So I think having this Chien-Pao to kind of just threaten so many things on other teams with its dark and ice coverage will be really good. Obviously, Lando does so much for your team in the Nat decks. In Nat decks with the knockoff and the defog, it can just do a lot, and so it just is a lot to prep for. And I think Mantine is actually pretty underrated here, and I believe this is the first one we've seen. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mantine you're going to get a lot of value out of Mantine just being able like just switching in on any special move that's not electric. So I really like this team.
For sure. So going back to what Draco and Kpizzle said before we get into our rankings, looking at the extra points they could have used, there was an Autono and a Mega Autono as well as a Mill Tank still on the board that they could have upgraded the Type Null tool. I think any of those could have definitely been better. I think Autono with the Wish support would have been really good here. As far as poison types go, the only things available above the 4-point threshold were Toxicroak and Quillfish, and I don't think either one of those fit very well, as well as Venomoth. So I do think Roselia was definitely the pick of choice, but Type Null definitely could have been something better.
Yeah. I like Miltank better than Type Null here, probably as well.
Yeah, I just think Autono with the regen definitely would have helped and more Wish support, just like the Aloe on the left side. Getting into the numbers, I'm going to give this team a 9. I really like this team. I think it is still very solid, and Type Null with an Eviolite is still very tanky. And this is Nat Dex, so Toxic Stall is obviously viable. And there's really just not a lot of holes in this team outside of the lack of a spinner.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 10. I don't see a problem with this team at all. I guess outside of the 3 remaining points, this team is awesome. The defensive core, Chien-Pao, Megametric with fast speed, hitting hard. I think like Sylveon, Mimikyu, Infernape, any of one of them adds to this team as well each week. So they're all good brings. Really good team.
I think I'll go with a 9 on this one. I think like it's a really solid team overall. I think just have to nitpick a bit just to find weaknesses with it, like just with a bit of opportunity cost with the top type null, but like and I guess a spinner might have been nice just to like take advantage of the hazard stack that Roselia can do, but like those are both really just minor things. It's overall a very good team.
Yeah, I was debating between 8 and 9, but I think I'm gonna go 9. I think I've been convinced. I do think this team does just exert a lot of pressure offensively, and even the slower mons, I feel like in this Natdex format can still, like Trey said, toxic stall and still be very pesky to deal with. So I'm gonna go with a 9 here.
All right, so that's going to do it for Baby Huey. Let's go ahead and get on to the next ones. All right, so getting into the next two, we have Fairy Tale. And they decided to start off with Zamazenta Crowned, followed by Iron Valiant. Then Fortress, we got Smeargle, Amoonguss, and then Arctozolt. Big fan of Zamasu. I definitely think it's one of the best Pokemon available in this format. Iron Valiant is definitely an interesting choice because I feel like it's just a slightly better version of Infernape in this type of format. I do like Fortress. I think it's a very solid Pokemon with Hazard Stack in a format where a lot of people are not drafting removal. Smeargle, same thing. Amoonguss, I feel like is a bit passive, but it definitely can handle the Mimikyu and the Sylveon. And then Arctozolt, I feel like it just doesn't really have a place on this team, but who knows? Maybe they can make it work.
Yeah, this one's just interesting to me. No bulky water. I don't know. It's not really like a real solid defensive core or anything. It's good hazards and removal, but I think if you're gonna drop two 20-pointers, you might want to Like, I just don't think you want both of them to have the same typing, like two fairies. Like, you could mix it up a little bit if you want two top tier threats.
Yeah, I don't know about this team. Feels like very slapped together to me, honestly. Like there's some good Pokemon in here. Like I think obviously Zama and Valiant are both good, and I think Fortress or Smeargle could have been a good hazard stack option. I don't really see the value in both, and then Amoonguss is kind of there as a defensive piece, but it doesn't have a great thing to pair with it, and then just everything on this team kind of loses to fire types, which is difficult since everyone has an Infernape, so yeah, I'm not sure about this one, honestly.
Yeah, for me, that's the first thing that stuck out to me. It's like, what is your Infernape, Flare Blitz, or Fire Blast switch in? Because it's not, you don't really see anything great here for that. So I just worry about this team defensively, because there's not like Fortress is a good defensive mon, but it has nothing to switch into fire moves for it, which is just could be problematic. But I do think that it's speed and it's kind of what all the different sets you can run with Valiant might be able to cover for some of that. And I just feel like these games are going to have to go really fast because this team I feel like doesn't have the bulk necessary to kind of last long with every team having a fire type that's going to be able to whittle down the core of this team pretty consistently.
For sure. So let's go ahead and get right into the numbers. I'm going to give this team a 5. I think I can see the vision as to where they went. I think this team is very one-dimensional, but it can still get the job done under the right circumstances. It's basically going to be just clicking webs with Smeargle and then getting in the combination of Zamazenta, Iron Valiant, and Arctozolt and just clicking buttons and hoping you can kill your opponents faster than they can kill you. So I think a 5 is very appropriate here.
I'm gonna give it a 4. I don't like the lack of defensive checks that you have for the mons that you drafted with each other. Like Fortress doesn't really cover what Amoonguss can, and vice versa. And also, I think I said fairy earlier. I meant fighting with the Zamazenta Iron Valiant. But yeah, 4 for me.
I think I'm also going 4 on this one. I'm not seeing a lot of synergy on the team, and just like having your two biggest offensive threats both kind of be walled by similar Pokemon is gonna be very hard for what I think is trying to be a more offensive team. So
I'm gonna go with 6. Just because I do think that the option to Terra Sylveon into a water type, I think that might have to be its play for dealing with a lot of things. But I also think that that's not a terrible place to be. I think Terra Water Sylveon could be pretty good here. And I also think that this team might just need to run hyper offense, but I think this team might be able to do it pretty well. I think that Smeargle and Fortress being able to get up whatever it wants, and then kind of just letting Iron Valiant kind of do its thing, um, is going to be. I think that can be, I think that's a viable enough strategy. I don't know about how consistent. I think that there is a path for this team to be successful. So going with 6.
Okay, so it's going to do it for Fairy Tail. We can go ahead and move over to the right with Mini Ninny. And they decided to start their draft off with Palafin into Gudra Hisui, followed by Mega Scizor. We got Hisuian Quillfish, Lurantis, Altaria, and then Rotom. So my first thought with this team is I really like the double steal. I do not like the Hisuian Quillfish on this team because I think the fact that your Gudra, your steel type, outside of Mega Scizor, does not resist Fairy. I feel like your Poison definitely should. I feel like the combination of Lurantis, Altaria, and Rotom should have just been all mashed together and combined into some more quality Pokemon. I feel like Altaria in a format like this is just never coming to a game. Lurantis is just too slow to make anything happen. Rotom is a bit viable, but outside of that, also no Stealth Rocks outside of the Infernape. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, I think Palafin's a good check to ground types here, and you drafted those last 3 mons. It looks like in a panic to kind of deal with ground types switching in a little more. I just don't know how often they're gonna come in and put in work. But I do like Gudra and Scissor. It's weirdly enough. I was just talking about I don't like same types at the top, but I think this works a little bit better because they're not both 20 points.
I also think it helps that Gouda and Scizor don't have any common weaknesses, so them both being steel isn't as big of a deal in that respect. But yeah, I do kind of agree that like Lurantis and Altaria could have probably been smushed into one viable 7-pointer than just 2 low pointers that are probably never coming. But I do also like how strong the priority options are on this team, with Palafin and Scizor both just being able to threaten with very strong priority moves. I think can help with some of the more offensive teams running around.
Yeah, I like this team. I wish that there was a little bit more like special breaking offensively. And I also like how the steals kind of complement each other really well in that fact that, as Jaco said, that they can cover for each other's weaknesses. But yeah, I just feel like for this team, you're going to bring those first three every week. And then you're either going to have to bring three mascot mons or bring something that I feel like might be kind of be a liability. And so okay, I just think it's going to be, pretty top heavy and kind of be a challenge to kind of fill out that fifth or sixth spot on the team every week.
All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the numbers. I'm gonna give this team a 6. I definitely think offensively it's somewhat viable, but defensively I just do not like the way everything fits together. And like I said, only having defoggers, Lurantis and Altaria are definitely not coming to more than like 1 or 2 games. So forcing Scizor into that defensive role whenever it's such a good mon in this format, just not a huge fan.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this one a 4, same as the last team. For me, it's also just another case of defensive options not really being there for each other, and then with what little hazards you do have, there's no spinner for you, so you can't really chip things down for the Palafin Mega Scissor priority as well as some other teams might be able to.
I think I'll probably go in the middle of those and go with a 5. I think this team still has like the things that it needs to maybe like get some wins. I do think it's lacking in some areas, definitely. Like your fighting and ground resists are not the best, and just overall the defense on this team isn't stellar, but like still better than some other teams in that respect, I think. So I can't put it lower than a 5, I think.
Yeah. For me, I'm probably gonna go 5 as well, just because I think that uh, I'm really big on getting as many viable mons as you can, and I think that there's just in terms of prepping against this team, I feel like you don't really need to put that much time prepping for a 10-man team, a 10-mon team. It's going to be more you're prepping for like a 6 or a 7-mon team. So I think that's going to kind of hurt them in terms of their opponent kind of being able to prep for them a little easier. So I'm gonna go with 5.
All right, so that's going to do it for Mini Ninny. Let's go ahead and get right into the next two. All right, so getting into the next two, we have Lancey Poo on the left, and they started their draft off with Mega Alakazam, followed by Archaladon, then Ting Lu. We got Indeedee, we got Wheezing, we got Sceptile, and then Quaxwell. And I'll be the first to say I'm a huge fan of this team. I really like the way they put everything together. I think Ting Lu is a great mon in this format, even though it is a dark type facing up against 2 fairies. It's super bulky and is almost never going to get O-code. And getting hazards up in this format is just really good, especially when you have Mega Alakazam and a potential Unburdened Sweeper in Sceptile. And I really like the Indeedee Psychic Surge to protect Mega Alakazam from potential priority moves. I think the only thing this team is lacking is some removal.
Yeah, outside of just the removal, this team's awesome. The Quaxwell's worth those 2 points every single time. Mega Alakazam. I like this team a lot. I was trying to figure out why Indeedee was here. But the Psychic Surge to protect Alakazam is a very good point. I like that your poison isn't weak to ground. Still is there for the Sylveon every week, and even the Terra Ground Sylveon that we've brought up a lot. So yeah, really good team here.
Yeah, I really like this one too. I think, as you were saying, like just the psychic spam option with Indeedee and Alakazam is already just great, and then you also have the Archaludon there to just also put on a lot of pressure. And I think it can really just afford to run like any sort of set it wants on this team. And I think like Weezing and Tinglu is also just a very good defensive core in the back because they cover each other pretty well, and even Sceptile just can be kind of a sleeper pick with Unburdened Psychic Seed, just maybe attempt a sweep.
Yeah. Yeah, as everyone said, this seems really good. The synergy, you can tell this person had a plan and an idea, and they followed through with it on this team. I think that's really good. I think that the Indeedee being able to boost Mega Alakazam's moves is going to help a lot with breaking through that Sylveon. Because I think Sylveon is going to have to come every week against this team just to deal with like all the special pressure. Uh, my only like nitpick with this team is I just think it might struggle breaking through with some physical attackers, but you do have options because Tinglu can go a little offensive, and Archaludon with body press can also kind of threaten out your special walls and kind of break through those with that as well. So that's my only thing, but this team is really good. Every single mon, you can see its purpose and you can see where it fits, and I think this person did a really great job drafting this team.
For sure, for sure. So going into the numbers, I'm going to go ahead and hand out my first 10. I think this team is very solid. I think Alakazam is a great mon in this format because you don't see a lot of dark types drafted because of the double fairy, and I think that is just going to pair very well with the Psychic Surge. And I think my only nitpick is that you're going to be bringing Quaxwell more often than you'd like, but hazards aren't everything in the game of draft, so I think you're still going to be okay. So I'm going to give it a 10.
Yeah, I think because of removal, this team's easily a 9, but Quaxwell is worth those 2 points every time. So if I could bring it to an 11, I would. This team is a 10.
Yeah, I think I have to agree. Like, just the. I'm not sure if we would see a better team than this, so I'm gonna have to go 10 on it, because, like. So yeah, even with the hazard problem, I think, like, it can just run boots on most of these mons pretty comfortably, and it's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, I'm sorry to be the Debbie Downer, but I'm gonna go with a 9 here.
Oh man.
But for me, it's really just still about like kind of that, like how well it can deal with like the AV and just like especially bulky mons breaking through those and the removal. But everyone's kind of talked about all the great things with this team. I do think this team is one of the best teams we've seen today. But I just think that those little things is what keeps it from being a perfect 10 for me.
You know our Chaladon has 105 attack and Tinglu has 110, right?
Yeah.
You better get choice band Tinglued.
Yep, choice band Tinglued. All right, so going over to the right side, we have Gunk, who decided to pick up first round Zapdos, followed by Slowbro. Then Meowscarada, we got Excadrill, we got Grafaiai, and then Hippopotas. Honestly, not really that mad at the way this team came out. I think first round Zapdos is a bit of a reach. I feel like you could have let this go till the second round. I do like Slowbro. This is Nat deck, so you do get Toxic and Teleport. Meowscarada round 3 I think is very solid, just because dark types are a bit underappreciated, but with Protein I feel like it's a little bit more respectable. Excadrill plus the last round Sandpick is honestly not that bad. It gives you extra removal on top of the Zapdos, and I think Grafaiai, like we've talked about in the past with a couple other teams, I think Grafaiai is a very underrated grounded poison here, so I really like this team.
Yeah, I really like how you enhanced an already great team with your last couple of picks. Grafaiai is super good into the top 3. Parting shot out on the Infernape if you need to. All the other prankster stuff, and then the Hippopotas for the Excadrill. And I think both offensively and defensively a solid team. Maybe it could be a little stronger on the special side in terms of attacking, but yeah, I like this. Very solid.
Well, you took the thing I was gonna say about it. It's just like I think most of the big offensive threats here are physical, which might be a bit of a hindrance. But yeah, I think, and also I think the Rocks. Well, actually, I guess if Hippopotas is coming, it's running rocks, so maybe that's not as big a deal. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good team overall. I think. Yeah, I don't have much to add on this one. Just pretty straightforward in what it does, but it does it well.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. This team is pretty straightforward and solid. I don't see any huge glaring weaknesses, but I also don't see anything too scary in terms of like prepping against this team. I think that it might actually no, it does pretty good into the three mascot mons. But yeah, I just prepping against that. I think that Meowscarada is gonna have to run maybe Bandit or Scarf to like really put up the pressure that this team will need to break through things.
All right. So getting into the numbers, like I said, I really like this team, and I do disagree with a couple of things that they said. I think this team has more special offense than is at face value, just because I think Zapdos. Its base special attack is really high, and I think this team has enough defensive options to where it can run a little bit of offense, as well as things like AV Slowbro, as well as obviously you have the Sylveon there. I'm going to give this team a 9. I think it's pretty solid.
I'm thinking it's an 8. This is not really a glaring issue that I don't like. It's definitely a great team. Well thought out with each pick. It wasn't just a flurry of random decisions.
I think I'll have to go with 8 as well. I think it's a pretty solid team all around. No huge weaknesses, but I also think there's no huge strengths either. It's very much on the average side of good teams.
Yeah, to Trey's point, I think that future sight as well on Slowbro, as well as being able to run more offensive Zapdos, can be a problem for other teams to deal with in terms of dealing with the combination of maybe a knockoff with Meowscarada as well as a future sight coming in. So I think this team is pretty good. So I'm going to go with an 8 as well.
Okay, so that's going to be it for Lancey, Poo, and Gunk. Let's go ahead and hop into the next ones. All right, so coming up on our last two coaches of Pool E, we have Manawing. I just realized I didn't add the Terras on there, but you guys know the drill by now. So we have another rain team. We have Urshifu Rapid. We have Pelipper, Mega Swampert. We got Thundurus Incarnate, Pecharunt, and then Aeron. So I'm a big fan of this team. I think it is going to fit together very well. Prankster Defog on Thundurus kind of makes up for the otherwise lack of removal, because I just don't like Pelipper as a removal mon, because you risk it just dying and losing your win con. Other than that, I think it's a really solid team. I think Pecharunt is a good mon in this format, yeah, there's not really much else to say about it. It's a good rain team. I think it's just a little top heavy, but other than that, good team.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rain teams up to this point. I think this is the only one that Urshifu Rapid Strike was on. And I'm excited to see how that goes in. Other than that, I think Pecharunt and Thundurus rounded it out well. Obviously, you kind of used all your points before the Aeron, but you've got the 5 that you wanted before then, so no problems with it. Yeah, another fun rain team.
I think it's definitely a good rain team. I think it might not be as good as some of the other ones we've seen, but still definitely solid with the Urshifu and Thundurus on there, and obviously the Swampert. I think my main concern with this one is just that I think the defense is a bit lacking here, but I think that's almost a given with most rain teams, so it can be looked past a little bit. But yeah, I think there's just a lot of types that hit almost everything on this neutrally, which might make switching in difficult, but yeah. I think offensively it's great though.
Yeah, I like this team a lot. This is probably on either my one of my favorite rain teams that we've seen so far. I agree that this team really leans into offense and kind of lacking on the defensive end, but it almost seems like that was kind of their plan. It seems like the plan is to get rain up and win as soon as possible, and this team kind of has the pieces to do that. So my only gripe with this team is that it feels like it's going to be these five, because of you can see kind of how the points were allotted, that the plan is going to kind of going to be I'm going to bring these five mons that go really well together, and then just grab one of the mascot mons, which again I think kind of helps your opponent out a good bit in terms of prepping for it, but it's going to be a beast to prep for, because this team kind of has a lot of really tough pieces to handle. So, yeah, it's definitely you can definitely see what the vision was going into this team, and I think it was really well executed.
Agreed. So starting off with the numbers, I'm going to give this team an 8. I think this team is very well put together, and just looking through some things, I don't really see how you could have put it better together if this was your vision. I think the only thing I would have done differently is maybe grab a different one pointer other than Aaron, because there are actually some one pointers that were viable that I think could have helped out this team a little bit.
Yeah, I liked what Kpizzle was saying about, your opponent's gonna know what you're bringing every week. But it is still a good team, and fortunately for Manawing here, utility umbrella sucks. So this team's also getting an 8 from me.
I think also have to go 8 on this one. It's like, as I said before, it's definitely a very good rain team for like what they're going for with it. I just don't think it's as good as like the rain teams that we rated 9 earlier. So it's an 8.
So I actually do think this team is on par with the other kind of great rating teams that we've seen. So I'm going to go with a 9. I think this team is going to have really tough times. Other opponents are going to have really tough time switching into the combination of Urshifu and Swampert. I feel like they're going to be able to kind of keep positioning themselves with the flip turns on Swampert, or dealing with Thunderous to kind of handle this team's offenses. I think the game's going to go by fast, but I think that Manwing's going to be on the better side of most of those.
Right, so that's going to do it for Manawing. And now over here on the right side, we have Mr. Mosty. They decided to start off their draft with Corviknight, who is a very good mon to start off into the double fairy, followed by Greninja, Clodsire, Raging Bolt, Mega Pinsir, who we have not seen yet, and then Eldegoss. And I will say I'm a big fan of this team. I think the only thing that is glaring out at me is the massive ice weakness. And the fact that your steel type does not resist ice does not really help with that, and Infernape being as frail as it is, as well as Greninja, I think you're going to have a very hard time switching into a majority of ice types. Luckily, there were not a lot drafted, but Terra is always a thing. Other than that, big fan of this team. I think it's got good removal in probably the best defogger in the game, as well as a somewhat solid spinner. I think you have good physical and special breakers, and yeah, not really a lot to complain about here.
I don't think we've seen a bad Raging Bolt team yet, and this one's continuing the trend of Raging Bolt being on awesome teams. And it wasn't even one of the first 2 picks. It was an already solid team. Then you added another great mon to it. Even adding Mega Pinsir later on, which just helps this team a lot out physically, ground immunity, all that kind of stuff. Really good team.
I think, yeah, I do like this one as well. I think like the only thing that puts me off a little bit is just that I'm not usually the biggest fan of Clodsire, but I do see how it fits well on this team, so I can't really knock it for just my personal preferences. But yeah, I think it definitely just has. It's got everything pretty well, and like definitely like Raging Bolt and Greninja especially are like 2 mons that have really grown on me as the generation's gone on. So excited to see what they make of it.
Yeah, I really like the defensive pairing of Corv and Clodsire. I think they're going to go really well together, kind of covering for each other, minus I guess ice type moves. Um, but I also really like the Mega Pinsir bring. I think that it being able to kind of deal with Infernape with its priority, um, and kind of scaring it out, or forcing it to Terra is going to be pretty huge for this team. And I think Raging Bolt is going to be a menace, especially with the booster energy sets. So I'm really excited to see what this team does. I'm a big fan.
All right. So I think it's pretty safe to say I said I like this team. I think I'm going to give it a 9. I think it's a very solid team. Not really too much to complain about it. I definitely think there are some exploits with it, like I said, the ice weaknesses, but obviously Terra can help with that, as well as ice just not being super prevalent. So I think this team is very well put together.
Yeah, I like this team a lot. The defensive options are great into the team captains that everyone has, and I mean, with your opponents prepping for it, like they have to prep for every single mon here. Even Eldegoss in terms of removal, and you have freedom to pick between Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Infernape every week. So I don't know if I gave him a number 9.
Yeah, I think we'll go 9 for it. It's yeah, I think as we were saying, there's not a lot to complain about here. There's like nothing really that's missing from this team. I think it has good answers to like all the mascot picks and like a lot of just good threatening mons on its own. So it's very good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 9 as well. I think it's a really strong team. I do think it's kind of susceptible to maybe like a hyper voice Psysock set from Sylveon. But besides that, I think this team deals with the three mascot mons really well. And if you don't have an ice type against this team, you're gonna have a hard time getting through the Corviknight and Clodsire. So going with a 9.
All right, so that's going to do it for all of Pool E. We'll be right back with Pool F. All right, so starting off Pool F, we have Bork. Bork decided to start off their draft with Golden Go, followed by Feeny, followed by Skeledirge, Serena, Mega Beedrill, and then Double A. I really like this team. I think it's solid. I think you're putting a lot of pressure on either Feeny to leave a slot open for Defog or bring the Serena, who just does not have a lot of good matchups here. Or you are forced to run Boots on Dirge and just not bring the Mega Beedrill as much. And I'm not a huge fan of Golden Go without any hazard stacking. But other than that, I think the offensive potential on this team is very solid. I think DeBlade is a great pickup in the late tiers. And yeah, I think I'm excited to see how this team works. I think it just doesn't synergize as well as my brain is wanting it to.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the same thing. Like, how do you break through this team? There's not a bad mon on it, so I'm a big fan of that. Everything here is viable. Um, I think your first 3 picks, especially like we've seen a lot of the top teams do, deal with the team captains very well. Serena for the ground resist, important with Goldango, rapid spin. No like big complaints here from me.
I think it's a good team. I think Gordango, Feeny, Skeledirge definitely seems like it's going to be an annoying core for a lot of teams to break, and I think the hazard removal options for Beedrill are pretty good, although I think Beedrill usually benefits more from having more pivoting options on a team, which this team does not seem to have very many. I think the only other ones are Infernape and Zarina, so that's a bit of a bummer, and I think, as we said, there's not a lot of hazards either to really take advantage of Goldango, and I also sort of think this team is pretty weak to ghost spam, although we haven't seen a lot of ghosts, so that might not be an issue, but yeah, I think all that aside, it's still pretty solid despite those weaknesses.
Yeah, I like this team for a lot of reasons. I think the making sure you had the removal for Beedrill was huge with Feeny and Sarina. You talked about how good Skeledirge is into these teams, so um, don't need to rehash all of that. Um, I am curious um, on how Tapu Fini's how the Misty Terrain is going to kind of protect its team from spamming the other team from spamming different status moves. So I think that I don't know how much that will overlap with the Goldango usually being the one to switch into status moves. I feel like there's a little redundancy there, but yeah, I do think this is a really strong defensive core who's kind of reliant on Beedrill to kind of come in and get kills when it needs to.
All right, so that's gonna do it for that. Let's go ahead and get right into the numbers. I think this team's a 6, mainly because there's not a lot of physical pressure. I think DeBlade is just a little too much of a one-trick pony, and it can get beaten by a knockoff plus basically any physical wall. And like Draco mentioned, four ghost types on a team. Is a little concerning, especially when everyone has a Mimikyu. I feel like if you get the Dirge Weaking, this entire team is just getting slandered by a Swords Dance Mimikyu. So I think a 6 is appropriate here.
Yeah, this team is just susceptible to knockoff spam, and I feel like Mega Beedrill's kind of essential here. Seems like, I don't know, it wasn't really built around Goldango. Goldango is just a good piece in it. I'm also going to give it a 6. I think there's potential, but it definitely has its weaknesses.
Yeah, I think a 6 sounds about right for this. Like, I think, yeah, there's a lot of good mons here. I just think that, like, it's maybe a little too reliant on Mega Beedrill for, like, breaking, and I think it only does a decent job at enabling Beedrill to do that, so it's a little concerning. But I think it can still pull out some wins, especially because Goldango and Skeledirge are still pretty good offensively, so...
Yeah, kind of for what the reasons that most people were saying. I'm gonna go with 6 as well. It does seem like just really Beedrill reliant without kind of doing all the things you want a Mega Beedrill team to do and to have. Um, I do think, yeah, this team can still be really scary, especially with that the Torch Song, Skeledirge sets, or the Nasty Pot Goldango sets. Um, and you do have the type of thing you take on the knockoffs, but I do think that, yeah, this team just has a couple of weaknesses in terms of maximizing its potentials offensively.
All right. So we can go ahead and go over to the right side. We have another one of our very own. We have Kpizzle. He decided to start his draft off with a Heatran, followed by Lando T. Then we have Toxapex, we have Meowscarada, we got Cryogonal, and then Smeargle. So overall, a pretty solid team. I think the round 4 Meowscarada is a bit of a steal. But like we said, dark types are just not that favored. So any high tier dark type was definitely left on the board at this time. It's definitely still a good pickup. I think Heatran's a very underrated Pokemon. However, with Sylveon being able to run Terra Ground, you definitely have to be a little bit more prepared for that. But being paired with Lando T, I think those two pair very well together. I think the only thing that I would like to see from this team is probably just some more hazard stacking outside of the Meowscarada, and not relying so much on Smeargle. Maybe just a second spiker that would be more defensive, but other than that, not that bad.
Yeah, I like the Cryogonal pickup as just adds a needed spinner to this team, a nice ice type, just teams that are weak to it. And then, I mean, the top 4, it's kind of like a Natdex ladder team. Everything switches in for each other pretty well. A lot of different sets you can run. I like this team. It's versatile, and every member can be brought every week, so it demands prep.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid team overall. I think just those first 3 picks with the Heatran, Lando, Toxapex, they're a pretty nasty defensive core just on their own, so I think this team can definitely survive the long game if it needs to, and then, like, Meowscarada and then, like, more offensive Lando sets can take care of the offense. But yeah, I do think it's a little lacking offensively compared to some of the other teams we've seen, but it's definitely not a bad team either. I think it's very solid.
No, I'm happy. I got 3 not bads, and I'm pretty excited about that. Um, but yeah, so I guess I could just kind of talk about what I was thinking when making the team. So I actually wanted Goldango first pick, but it got sniped round 1, pick 1, which was unfortunate. But yeah, so once I was kind of looking at all the different teams, I realized that some ice types would be really kind of nice to have. So my ice types are cryo, and then I was thinking, having the Protean triple axles, which it can be, kind of finicky, but I thought that it could, it would be pretty good here because you see so many dragon and ground types running around. And then in terms of dealing with the Sylveon, Mimikyu, and Frame, that's kind of what I picked my first 3 around, kind of trying to counter those 3. So that's kind of the thinking there. And then I only had 4 points left, so I went through all the 4-pointers, and for me, Smeargle just seemed like to be the best value for me because I can, get hazards up with it and set up, set up whatever I wanted. So that was just kind of the thought process going into it, and just kind of dealing with the three mascot mons, and then looking at everyone else's team and seeing what people had, and going with Meow and Cryo off of that. So yeah.
All right. So getting into the numbers portion, like I said, I do like this team. I think you're just going to rely a little too much on Sylveon to be that special breaker for you, unless you're going to run offensive Heatran. And so with that, I think I'm going to give this team a 7. I definitely think that this team can perform better than what I'm ranking it at. But just from face value, what I'm seeing, I think it's just a little too passive on certain mons, and Cryo just not being a hard enough hitter to really matter. I think Sylveon's going to have to carry a lot of weight offensively.
I think this team's easily an 8 for me. This is kind of what I picture when I think of an 8 team. It's definitely on the higher end. Definitely the 3 picks were picked in mind with the team captains, deals with what they need to deal with, and then just finished it off nicely. So definitely an 8 for me.
I think I'm gonna have to go with a 7 on this one as well. I think it does have a lot of good pieces, but I think it's going to be one of those teams where you're going to sort of have to have some of your more defensive mons be run offensively to just like make up a bit for the lack of immediate breakers, which Lando and Heatran can definitely do, so I don't think it'll be the biggest deal, but it is definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah, if I were gonna rank it based off the other teams we've seen, I'd probably go probably around a 7, just because of that special like breaking issue. I feel like I'm gonna be kind of be forced to either run like offensive Heatran, which kind of weakens me up to Terra Sylveon, or running super offensive Sylveon, which could also be taking away one of my defensive pieces as well. So I definitely see that being, if this team does not do well, I feel like I can kind of guess that would be the reason why, and then kind of gonna have to be working around that throughout the tour. So yeah.
All right, so it's going to do it for Bork and Kpizzle. Let's go ahead and hop into picks 3 and 4. All right, so up first on the left side for Pool F, we have Peter 96er. They decided to start off their draft with Aegislash. So we are 5 pulls in, and we finally found our first Aegislash. Next, we have Mega Garchomp, very surprising pick, followed by Starmie, another first. Then we have Grafaiai, we have Silvally, we have Rotomote, and then we have Firo. So honestly, I like this team. I definitely think it's solid. I probably would have rather liked to seen regular Garchomp as opposed to Mega Garchomp. I think the speed tier definitely would have helped. I just feel like Mega Garchomp, especially in this format, being slower than Mimikyu is not something you'd want. Other than that, honestly, really solid team. I think it's got a decent amount of removal. You got Rotom and Silvally with Defog, as well as Starmie for Spin. We like the double parting shot, as well as Volt Switch and Teleport on Starmie. So honestly, really big fan. I think the only thing this team is lacking is like a true special breaker. I feel like most of the time Starmie is a little too like it doesn't hit as hard as you'd think it would, and so outside of not having like a really good special breaker, I think this team is very solid.
It just looks like a fun team to use. As Trey mentioned, there's a lot of firsts on it, and first slash is crazy. Garchomp with the Giga Chad chin, the 2 parting shots. There's plenty of pivot options. There is a point left over, but they just clearly wanted Firo, and maybe Firo should have been 3 points. But I don't think it's like the best team. I don't think it's the worst team. It should be fun to use, and I hope they go far with it.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be an interesting one to rank, just because of how many unique options it has compared to like some of the other teams we've seen. I think Aegislash and Starmie can be a good like special offense options, and then obviously like Garchomp Mega is like ridiculous amount of attack. It's just the speed that kind of lets it down. But Yeah, I think my main worry is just that like there might be a issue with longevity on this team because I think like a lot of the breakers outside of that Mega Chomp aren't like hitting hard enough for like to make up for I think just what am I trying to say? I guess just like the walls on this team are not going to stick around long enough for the breakers to break what they need to, is my main fear.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with most of the stuff that you just said. I'm really curious to see how Aegislash does, because the steel typing gives it a good matchup with Sylveon, but it and Mimikyu kind of have a trade off being Ghost. But obviously the Grafai is really cool to have here with the Prankster parting shots, and then Savalli being able to kind of weaken things up to get your heavy hitters in like Garchomp and Aegislash and Starmie to kind of do their thing and kind of force switches on the other team's part. Could be really strong, especially with Starmie's ability. Yeah, I feel like Pharaoh's gonna have a tough time finding a lot of games to come to, but overall, again, that's this team is pretty well rounded, and you have 6 really good mons you need to prep for.
Agreed. All right, so getting into the numbers, I do think I still like this team. It's got a good amount of removal. I think it's got good hazards, decent hazards at least. I think, like Draco said, I think that there's not really like any profound walls that are going to be able to stay around long enough. And I think for that, I think an 8 is appropriate here. I think this team is very unorthodox, but I think it can work, and I am a fan of it. I'm just a little concerned of how they're going to be able to execute it.
I think overall, I don't know if I'm just not impressed, but like I said, it's a fun team. I'm gonna give it a 6 though, and like I said, I hope the coach goes far. Uh, it's just one of those teams. It's kind of hard to rank. I don't know, so could be underrating it. Hopefully, not overrating it.
Yeah, I think sort of in the same boat as like this is a weird one to rank. I think I'm gonna go 6 as well though. I think like just because what I was saying before, like the defense is a bit lacking on this team, and I think just Mega Garchomp is like not the best physical breaker out there, but like honestly, I think this team's gonna be very just like dependent on like how well the coach uses it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 7, just because I think that with a team with Mega Garchomp, you'd want to probably enable some better speed control. Maybe webs, tailwind, or more T-wave spam opportunities. And so I think that this team would have benefited more from that. I think this team definitely like has some really good matchups into some other teams that we've seen today. But I think that this team's gonna have a couple weaknesses that it's gonna have a hard time dealing with. So I'm going to go with 7.
All right, so it's going to do it for Peter. All right, so getting into the right side, we have Infernal. So starting off their draft, they decided to take Zamazenta Crown, followed by Volcanion, Rotom Wash. We have Wobbuffet, Aerodactyl, Vileplume, and Bastiodon. So outside of the Zamazenta and the Rotom Wash, this team was completely all new picks other than those two. We have not seen any of these Mons drafted by any other coaches yet, and I'm very excited to see how this team performs. I'm a big fan of some of these Mons. I think the Bastiodon is a little lacking. I think you're going to find it hard to bring next to the much superior Steel type as well as the faster Rock type that can just set rocks. I do like Wobbuffet. I think in a format like this with much smaller rosters, especially with top-heavy rosters, Wobbuffet can definitely find a place on any team and be able to force a lot of extra prep and change some items from potentially boots or scarf band, anything like that, to shed shell. And so for that, I like this team.
I like the speed tiers on this team with Zamazenta and Aerodactyl. And I think Vileplume is extremely underrated. I think you could definitely catch some people off guard with that, with either them not being able to break it or just bringing some techie sets, whittling things down. And then any team with a Wobbuffet's going to stand out, kind of like watching the Garfield movie and figuring out it's Bill Murray the whole time. It's like, what is this guy doing here? But he's having a good time. He's getting the bag. So go for it.
Yeah, I think this team has like a lot of good like bulkier offense pieces, like Zamazenta, Volcanion, Rotom are like all mons that can fill a more offensive role while still having like considerable bulk on them, and I think that's gonna work to this team's favor a lot. And I also do really like the color coordination on this team, just especially with Zama, Volcanion, and Rotom. I think they look nice together on a team, and
It is pretty.
yeah, it's got all the reds and blues together. I think my only real complaint is that like your only rockers are gonna be Infernape and Aerodactyl and maybe Bastiodon if you do find a place for it. But yeah, otherwise it seems really solid.
Yeah, I definitely agree that I don't think the Bastion's gonna come too much, but I do, really like kind of like the bulky offense like theme of this team with those first three. And Wobbuffet being able to kind of 1v1 anything that would be a problem for the first three to handle, I think is really cool. The only thing about this team is that I feel like a really fast Volt Switcher kind of can be very hard for this team to deal with. Um, but outside of that, defensively, I think this team covers and checks a lot of boxes. I just wish it, I had, I don't know, maybe a spinner to, to keep, to keep any like rocks and spikes off would be nice. But it has the defog options in Volcanion and Rotom. So yeah, I like this team.
All right. So with that being said, like I said, I do like this team. I definitely think it's one of the more unorthodox teams, just like we have on the left over here. I definitely think that this team can win it all, but I'm gonna give it a 7. I definitely think there are some improvements that could be made to it. First one being a spinner. The second one being a more reliable hazard setter, specifically a spiker. I think Zamazenta with hazards is always a good idea. So I think if maybe we could have turned Aerodactyl plus Bastiodon into some kind of spiker, I think this team would be a lot better.
It's definitely an odd one, but I kind of like it. I'm gonna agree with a 7 here. Not the strongest team, but nothing really dragging it down, so that nothing making it a bad team at all.
I think I might even go a little higher and say this one's an 8. I think like yeah, there's no like super big flaws with it. I think with like every time I'm like looking at it, try and find like a hole in the defense. There's like something that's covering it. Like the top 3 picks are a bit weak to fighting, but then you have Wobbuffet and Vileplume, and then like with Electric you get like the Vileplume again. So maybe it's a bit reliant on Vileplume, but I think it's still a good enough mon that it can fill that role. So yeah, I'm digging this one. I'll give it an 8.
Yeah, initially I didn't like this team, but the more I look at it, the more I like it. I kind of like how Draco said that the defensive capabilities of this team is pretty incredible. If it was just offensively, I give this team a 10. I think that offensively it could struggle to break a couple things, but I don't see that to be too much of a problem. But if it's playing against a really, really bulky team, I think it could struggle a little bit on just on those defensive bonds. So I'm gonna go with a 7.
So basically, as long as you don't go up against Frog Duck, you're good. All right. With that being said, let's go ahead and get right into the next pair. All right, so coming up on the left side, we have Fire Feather. They decided to start off their draft with Iron Treads, followed by Glamora. Primarina, we got Skarmory, we have Dracozolt, we have Leavanny, and then we have Shroodle. So honestly, a really well put together team, but also still a little unorthodox at the same time. This team has probably some of the best removal we've seen yet, as one of the best spinners in the format, as well as Mortal Spin, Glamora, and then Skarmory, and that Dex does get defog. We also have web support with Leavanny. I don't think there's really, outside of the Dracozolt, a mon to take advantage of that, as you really don't have that one ace Pokemon to take advantage of it. I do like Primarina here though. despite being a third fairy, I think it does very well and pairs well with Sylveon. They can kind of go hand in hand. And I do like Shroodle for a very cheap pick for the same reasons that we liked the Grafaiai.
Yeah, this team, I think, I don't think it's too unorthodox. I think, no, it is a little different. I think it's slightly underwhelming in terms of offensive firepower, but there's a lot of just solid mons that can deal with hazards, pivot out every once in a while. The webs plus Dracozolt, I'm curious about. I'm hoping Dracozolt steals the spotlight in a match. Yeah, I think there's definitely at least a top four is just solid mons, and I mean, other than that, I don't really know what else to say. We've talked about Shroodle a lot here. We like the 1-pointer.
I actually like this team a lot. I think if they were going for like the game plan of just enabling Dracozolt, I think this team does it very well because you've got the hazard support from Glamora, and then Primarina and Skarmory really just punish the ground types that can stop you from just spamming Bolt Beak everywhere. And I think Iron Treads is just a very good like utility pick in this format in general to deal with the top three. I think my one thing is that I think maybe just if you're going for a speed control with the Leavanny webs, I think maybe getting Hippopotas for Sand to get Sand Rush on Dracozolt might have been a better option because you have a lot of mons on this team that don't care about sand either, so it just seems like a less risky option to me, but maybe Sticky Web will still work.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I like this team. I like that they kind of said we are not going to lose to fairies, and had the steals and the poisons to deal with fairies, and they also have 3 fairies themselves. So I thought that was pretty cool. I like Prim a lot here, especially with Sylveon being able to heal it back up. Prim can already be kind of a hard mon to kind of get rid of, and having Sylveon helping it out is even better. You have Glamora with all the hazards it can set up, which can be perfect for Dracozolt forcing switches. So yeah, I think this is a really well balanced team, and you can it has a very clear path of how they want to play, but it kind of just it makes the opponent very. It's going to make the opponent kind of struggle to deal with all the hazards and while also trying to fight off a Dracozolt bolt beaks as well. So yeah, like this team a good bit.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into the numbers. As far as this team goes, I'm debating really hard between a 7 and an 8. And I think I'm going to give it a 7, mainly just because I think this team has a lot of pressure on the Dracozolt, unless your plan is to have your win con being killing them by hazards. This team has a lot of hazards. And just a lot of forcing your opponent to switch out. The removal is great, but I just think Dracozolt plus Infernape is just I think there's a big weight on their shoulders, and I don't think they're going to be able to take it through every single match, and so I think there's a bit of an issue there.
I also think this team's a 7. It doesn't like absolutely blow my mind. But there is, I don't know. I kind of like the idea of enabling like a lower tier pick, building around that. I think it's a really cool concept. And like I said, I mean, I hope it works out. But yeah, this is a solid 7 for me. Not a bad team by any means.
Yeah, I think it's probably a 7 for me as well, but it's still like a high 7 because I think this team kind of has like one game plan but it does it very well. So I think it's gonna be pretty matchup dependent because if Dracozolt just doesn't have a good matchup, you're gonna struggle because that's your main win con on this team. But I think in the matches where you can enable it, you're gonna see a lot of success.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Dracozolt being your main win con can have its weaknesses with that, but I think this team has a lot of things to kind of enable it and kind of set it up for success. I'm really excited to see how this team does. This is probably one of the teams I'm most excited to just watch because I like Dracozolt a lot on it personally, but I also just think this team is really well balanced. and it has like a lot of different options it can run in terms of the non-Dracozold sets. So I'm gonna go with a 7 on this team. I'm kind of agreeing with everyone else here.
All right, so that's going to be it for Fire Feather. We can go and hop onto the right side with Log Ice. They decided to start their draft with Mega Scizor, followed by Greninja, Clodsire. We got Ogerpon Cornerstone. Then we have Talonflame and Fungus. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the first Ogerpon. Is this the first Ogerpon we've
And
seen?
Talonflame.
Is
No,
it
we saw
no?
Wellspring.
Oh, we have
We
seen
might
a
have seen.
Wellspring.
We see Heartflame as well.
I'm not
I think it
entirely
was
sure,
one.
but this team is definitely very interesting. I do like the concept of it. I think this team has a lot of win cons. I feel like even something like a Talonflame can be a late game sweeper with just its immense speed and like hard hitting stab moves. I do like the 1 point Fungus. I think you definitely get something out of it just by forcing your opponent to prep for potential Spore. And I think the one thing this team is lacking is definitely a spinner. I think between the Ogerpon, the Greninja, and the Clodsire, you have plenty of hazard stack, and you're just really lacking if you have to click defog. But other than that, I do like this team. I definitely think that the defensive core of Scizor, Talonflame, and Clodsire is going to be very hard to break for some people.
Yeah, it's a shame there's no spinner here because Clodsire and Ogerpon's setting up spikes, even Greninja as well, could go kind of crazy. Um, I like, yeah, I don't mind this team at all. It's very good. A lot of great answers to the Sylveon, Mimikyu, Infernape. But it also, I think Sylveon, I can see Sylveon coming on this team every single week, just as a special fairy, and then being able to Terra whenever. So no like real complaints with this team, honestly.
I do like the direction of this team to just like essentially try and just hazard stack with one of your many spikers just to really like enable Scizor to clean up in the late game. I think that's gonna be a very, very solid option for this team, and just defensively with Sylveon, Clodsire, Talonflame is just a very good core there as well. And yeah, I think it's just pretty solid overall.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like the fact that this team kind of allows Scizor to just be offensive and kind of end games. I feel like most of the times we've seen Scizor and Mega Scizor today, they've been kind of like the key defensive piece. But I like that this team has other switch ins to fairy moves so that Scizor doesn't have to be your only fairy pivot. Um, Talonflame I really like here because it kind of stops the Terra Ground Sylveon, which a lot of people are going to be running because it's so strong into so many teams. So being able to kind of stop that and make Sylveon go into a different Terra that might be better into one of your other mods is really nice. And I think Fungus at 1 point is honestly pretty good value in terms of the 1 pointer that we've seen. I think it's probably on the higher end of the ones we've seen today. So yeah, overall, I think the team is really good, and I like the Greninja and how it fits here, and I like the fact that Mega Scizor can kind of just run kind of that offensive set to end games.
For sure, for sure. All right, so I'll go ahead and start off the number rankings. I think this team is very solid. I think it's one of the best we've seen in the second half of this, and I'm going to give this team a 9. I really like this team. I think it has a lot of versatility offensively. I think you have 4, maybe even 5 with Curse Clodsire, 5 very strong drafted Pokemon that can clean up end games or break in mid game. So I'm definitely a fan of this team.
Yeah, the more I look at it, the harder it is to find the glaring issue. And I like what Kpizzle brought up about Mega Scissor being able to just come in and be that guy, just ending games. And for that reason, I'm also going to give it a 9. I think it's a fantastically built team.
Sort of on the fence for like an 8 and a 9 on this one, but I think I'll go 9 just because like it does have very strong options. I just think that it might struggle a bit in the mid game because like you've got a lot of great end game cleaners with Scizor and Greninja and Ogerpon. Just like think they don't do as well in the mid game, but they definitely still can, especially with all that hazard chip. So yeah, I think you'll still get a lot of success with this one.
I'm gonna go 9. I was on the fence between 8 and 9, but thinking more about Talonflame and how good it is into um, the three starter mascot mons, I think that kind of would pushes me to 9. I think this team is going to be very tough to deal with, and I think the Ogrepon sets with Trailblaze and Swords Dance and having just like grass rock coverage is going to be really hard for a lot of teams to deal with. So, going with a 9 here.
All right, so that's gonna do it for Fire, Feather, and Lodge Ice. Let's go ahead and hop into the next ones. All right, so checking out the left side for our last two coaches of Pool F, we have Bennett Bandit starting off with Roaring Moon, followed by Quagsire. We got Lilligant Hisui, we have Ninetales, we have Bronzong, we got Regieleki, and Lily. We got Licky Licky. So this team is definitely different from every other team we've seen. We have a lot of mons that I don't think we've seen drafted yet. I know we haven't seen Licky Licky. I don't think we've seen Ninetales. Or Quagsire, correct me if I'm wrong, or even Lilligant. I don't know if we've seen
Yeah, I
any
was
of these
going to
ones.
say
And I
Lilligant too.
know we have not seen a Roaring Moon because I think anybody willing to draft Roaring Moon into the double fairy plus Infernape is just out of their mind. But who knows? Maybe it'll work. Maybe banded attack boosted Ironhead can kill the Sylveon before it quick attacks you to death. Um, but overall, I do like this team. I definitely think if you ignore the three mascot mons, this team is very well put together. I don't know how well it's gonna do into those three mascot mons. Other than that, I do like it. I think it's got good hazard stacking. It has decent removal between the Lilligant Defog and then Regieleki with Spin. And I think Licky Licky is a very good late round cheaper pick here.
Yeah, this team just does not care about the format at all. They kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely, I don't know. I think if you put every single team next to each other, this one somehow stands out the most. I love the Quagsire around too. That's really funny. It's not, I don't, it's not like a bad team on its own, but when you do consider the format, it definitely brings it down a bit, which is a shame.
I do think it's definitely an interesting team because, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is like the only Sun team that was drafted like in the entire thing. So that's definitely an interesting point for this. And yeah, I think as people were saying, this was definitely a team that was made just kind of ignoring the format. Like feels like he just sort of took what he wanted, which if he's comfortable with these guys, then like maybe he'll make them work. And like I definitely think they can work together. It'll just be difficult when your main Sun Sweepers get shut down by Quick Attack Sylveon or just Mimikyu.
Yeah. I think that I agree with a lot of the criticism of this team, but I do think that Bronzong is kind of the saving grace for it for me personally. I think that it being able to kind of handle the fairy moves, uh, and maybe hit it back with like a heavy slam, gyro ball, something like that could be really valuable. Um, here. And so yeah, if there wasn't the Bronzong, I think this team would probably be one on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of viability with these other teams. But I think the Bronzong round 8 was such a perfect pick for this team to deal with those Sylveon, and dealing with the Terra Ground as well with that, as well as it can also run Heat Proof for Infernape. I think that the Sun is going to be really strong, and I think that having the Bronzong will help it a lot. So I think this team's actually pretty good, all things considered.
All right. So getting into the numbers, this team I feel like is very hard to rank, just because like at first glance it looks like a good team, but then when you consider the fact that everybody has double fairy and some people have 3, even 4 fairies, and most people drafted steel types because of that, you start to question how good Pokemon like Roaring Moon are going to be, and all the ground types running around with Regieleki. And so I think for that, I'm just going to try to not rank this team and just give it a 5 right in the middle. I think this team has potential to win it all, but at the same time, I could definitely see this team not win a single game. I think it's just going to be completely in the coach's hands, and so for that, I'm going to give it a 5.
Yeah, I think this team. I also want to go middle of the road, but something tells me it's got upset potential, and so I'm gonna give it a 6. I want it to shock the world.
I think I have to stick with a 5 for it. I think just definitely it's going to have to pull out some like crazy tech to like not insta lose to Mimikyu and Infernape and Sylveon, but if he can pull it off, then I think he has a good thing going. Also, happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, Grant. What
Happy
a
birthday.
good. So I'm actually kind of hinted at it earlier, but I think I'm higher on this team than everyone else here. I think that Lilligan Hisui is going to be pretty helpful here with dealing with the ground types. That and Bronzong with the ground types that Regieleki can't really deal with, and so I think that having those two options and freeing up Regieleki to do whatever it wants would be nice. And also Roaring Moon having the coverage to, maybe Bandit in the Sun could probably knock out, a Sylveon if need be. So all those things considered, I think I'm gonna go 7 on this team.
Okay, so that's going to do it for Bennett. We can go and hop over to the right for the last coach in Pool F. We have Lalo. They decided to start off their draft with Megalopony, which I believe is also a first. We have Gliscor, we have T-Tar, we got Lycanroc Day, we have Alamomola, we have Shedinja, and then we have Hatterene. So right off rip, Shedinja on a sand team is it's a bit interesting, just because you're kind of taking away your Focus Sash by running safety goggles, or you're just not running the T-Tar and not running your third pick and your third most expensive Pokemon. It's definitely a mon that's still going to force prep, and obviously Lycanroc and Gliscor can both function just fine outside of sand, and maybe T-Tar is just there to win Weather Wars. I do like Megalopony. I definitely think it's still a fine Pokemon in this format, as it can take on all three up top, given some chip. Gliscor, I think, is a very underrated Pokemon. I think it has a lot of utility. But other than that, I do think that this team is lacking probably some special breakers. Other than that, not a bad team.
I'm surprised that Alomomola made it this late without being drafted. I'm not sure. I would assume it's been drafted every single pool, or just left alone. But I think it's been drafted. Yeah, this made it very late. Yeah, originally like before the Shedinja, like it seems like a pretty decent team. Bit of removal issues, but so I guess the 2-point hat trim with Magic Bounce, it does serve some purpose. It's just it's I don't know. I don't want to keep saying the term like unorthodox, but it's a little out there for me.
I think it's definitely a pretty good team. I think Lycanroc obviously isn't the best sand abuser, but it's decent enough. And then like Megalopony is a very good Mega, and just Gliscor and Alamomola is gonna be very annoying to break for some teams. I think weirdly enough, this team's like really weak to grass, which is not something you hear a lot, but I think there's also just not a lot of great grass attackers, so again, it might just be one of those weaknesses that doesn't come into play a lot, but yeah, I think otherwise it's got a lot of good tools here.
Yeah, I like this team. I think the last 2 picks probably could have just been a 5-pointer, to be honest. But besides that, I think those first 5 are all, kind of demons. Having the Tyranitar with the Lycanroc, it's pretty great. And then also having the Aloe to keep things healthy, along with Sylveon, can be just kind of make, the really bulky Tyranitars kind of impossible to handle. So I like this team a good bit. I think that offensively, the Lopunny is going to be a huge problem. Hitting some of the ghost types that we've seen on the other team with Scrappy, and so yeah, I like this team. I just wish that there was a last mon that had a better chance of coming than Shedinja and Hatcham.
I agree. So getting into the numbers for this team, I think this team is very equal to the one on the left. I'm going to give this team a 5, and I think the main reason for that is I think it's a decently built sand team, and I think it has a lot of good pieces as far as like hazards go. I think your removals a little lacking, but the main thing I'm seeing with this team is everybody you face has a Sylveon, and if they put choice specs on those Sylveon and lead it, you are losing one or two Pokemon, and there is absolutely nothing you can do about it outside of tarrying one of the mascots. And I think that right there is just a like a huge problem, being that weak to specifically Fairy.
I'm gonna give this one a 6. So same for me as the last team. I think the top 5, they are a bit more solid. Like just looking at them, like there are good defensive options. I mean, I guess outside of the choice spec Sylveon that we just brought up. But Megalopunny is gonna do Megalopunny things, so I think it's just above average.
I was talking about the grass weakness. I didn't even notice how weak this team is to Fairy. But yeah, I think I might have to give it a 6 because of that. Just so yeah, you don't really have great revenge options for Sylveon or Mimikyu either, which is a bit tough. But so I think you're gonna be forced to run like Terra Poison or Steel Sylveon of your own a lot of weeks, which isn't great. But I think it's still a pretty good sand team. I think it's got good bulk and decent offense, so it can still make it work.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the 6 as well, for most of the reasons that everyone else highlighted. Um, yeah, weak to fairy, weak to weak to grass. Uh, Honestly, don't have great fighting type switch-ins outside of Gliscor because especially if the sand is up because Shedinja just dies, and then like I don't see Hatcham coming too much either. So I see this team, kind of, especially if Sylveon has a Terra Steel, having some weaknesses that you're bringing up there as well. So I just feel like this team's gonna have a hard time covering for all the different typings defensively, and so I'm going with 6.
All right, so that's going to do it for Bennett and Lalo, as well as the rest of Pool F. Let's go ahead and hop right into G. All right, so starting off Pool G, we have Igpay on the right or on the left side. Starting off with Shaman Sky, followed up by Megaladios, then Scizor. We have Seismitoad, Colossal, Electabuzz, and then Diglett. So I will say I'm a big fan of like the way this team looks on paper. I think it has a decent amount of removal. I like the Colossal. I think it's actually a very solid Pokemon into the top 3. With how bulky it is, I think it can take on Infernape one-on-one outside of EQ. And obviously it does beat the Sylveon and the Mimikyu. I do like Shaman Sky. I think it's a Pokemon I'm surprised we haven't seen more of. And then Megaladios, even into the double fairy, I think is a very solid Pokemon now that it gets flip turn. Scizor, we know it's going to be a good mon. I think Seismitoad is very interesting. I think any of the other water ground types like Swampert or Gastrodon or even Quagsire would have probably been more beneficial here, just because Seismitoad really gets that extra boost from the speed boost with rain. I do like the 2-point Electabuzz. I think it's a very underrated Pokemon, and then we have the Diglett. Who knows? Maybe we may see a Diglett come just to beat a Heatran. But other than that, yeah, I kind of like this team.
Yeah, this team just fills out a lot of check marks. Got good coverage, good defensive checks, good hazards, good hazard removal. Couple of low tier picks that are kind of niche but work, and it's not too top heavy. It's not, yeah. It fills in a lot of things that you want to see with a team. So I think for that, it's going to get rated decently high.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. It's like a team that definitely has all the check boxes checked, and I think I like having all the hazard removal options on this team paired with Shaman Sky, so you're not tempted to just run boots every week, because I think that's sometimes a trap you can run into with that, but yeah, I think you just have decent hazards of your own with that Colossal, and maybe Diglett can trap a Steel type or something.
Yeah, I like this team a lot. I think they got really like out of those last three mons, I think they got really good value there. Um, don't have any complaints about any of those picks. I like the ability to run that offensive set on Shaman, like Draco said. Uh, the only thing with this team that worries me a little bit is 1 second. Sorry, my computer just died. All right. Is the I feel like you're kind of forced to bring those top four to deal with all the things defensively, and so I'm a little concerned about how predictable this team will be. But overall, I think that offensively, this team's really scary to deal with all the pressure with Shaman and Latios and Sigil.
Okay, so getting into the rankings, like I said, I do like this team. I definitely think it does have its issues. I think outside of the colossal and the seismitoad, which is a bit of an iffy mon for me, I think this team does struggle to beat steel types just a little bit. And so with that, I think this team's a good 7.
Yeah, a lot of the teams where I look at it and it's like, yep, they got pretty much everything they needed. Uh, might not be like the most creatively put together or most out there idea. I think that they're usually going to end up being a 7 or an 8. And this one for me is an 8. It's just a little bit on the higher end, I think, with the offensive firepower that it does bring.
I think I'm gonna go 7 for this one because I think, like I said, like something I noticed like while we were going is just like while it does do a good job of enabling that Shaman Sky, I think it also sort of falls into the problem of forcing Scizor to be more defensive that we've seen with a lot of other teams as well, which is a little unfortunate because I think that's gonna be your main physical breaker. But yeah, it's otherwise a fairly solid team.
Yeah, gonna go with 7 as well. One thing that I noticed that there wasn't a grounded poison, which is a little unfortunate. But you also have your first three picks being immune to it, and you have the colossal who can spin it away. But yeah, I think that this team's gonna struggle with with the things that everyone else said in terms of forcing this disorder to run defensively. So I know how can you break the special walls like Sylveon if it tears. So gonna go with 7.
Okay, so that's going to do it for Mr. Igpay. We're going to go ahead and hop over to the right side. We have Nuglo. Nuglo decided to pick up Iron Treads round 1, followed by Iron Moth. Then we have Rotom Wash, we have Mega Alakazam, we have Crocolore, and then Go-Goat. So right off rip, I think these first 4 picks are phenomenal. I think he drafted very well. And then I think he kind of just, I don't know, had some kind of head injury and did not know what he was doing in the last 2 rounds. I'm not a big fan of Crocolore here just because your team is already decently weak to ground outside of the Rotom Wash. And you also don't have the best knockoff switch-ins. Rotom Wash would like to keep boots or lefties if possible, and then Iron Moth, if you're not running booster, you usually want to keep that item. Same with Treads. But I just think Crocolore is not going to come to as many games as you'd like it to. Just because this is Nat Dex, there's Toxic Stall everywhere, so it's just not as bulky as it is in a Paldea Dex League. And then Go-Go, I just don't find it coming to many games due to the heavy amount of steel types and poison types that are going to be running around. But outside of that, I do like this team. I think it's got good removal, decent hazards with Treads. Probably could have used a spiker, but I do like the offensive pressure, especially that Iron Moth and Alakazam put on.
Yeah, I think top 4 are probably going to have to come every week. But they are an incredible top 4. The 2 offensive firepower mons, and then 2 mons that you can build defensively, kind of check their weaknesses, and also pivot and get your Mega Alakazam, your Iron Moth in. I think it does have a little bit of a problem with, like I said, just the top 4 mons. If the opponent's able to deal with that pretty well when prepping, then you might not be as threatening to them. But other than that, I don't hate this team.
I think this was the only Iron Moth that went drafted, which is kind of crazy because I think it goes very well into a lot of teams that we've seen offensively. So I think that's definitely going to be a good point in its favor. But yeah, it's been a while since I've said this, but I think this will be a very like glass cannon-y type team. Like you're really gonna rely on Sylveon to try and keep that Rotom and Iron Shreds alive for your defense, but like so you're gonna have to try and hope to just like overwhelm with Iron Moth and Mega Alakazam before those pieces start to break.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think yeah, glass cannon is a really good way to describe this team. Um, I think it's like Fabric said, it's perfect that you have the Volt Switchers and Iron Treads and Rotom Wash, so you can run those mons, really tanky, maybe an AV as well, and just kind of just keep switching in the threats, let the threats do what the threats do, and then kind of just rinse and repeat until you kind of have overwhelmed their team. So yeah, this team is pretty top heavy, but I think this team is top heavy done right because all those top pieces complement each other so well. So it is a little predictable in terms of what's going to come, but I think they cover for each other in a way that they'll be able to, you know, it's not that much of a problem. So yeah, I think I like this team a lot actually, and I think it's going to do pretty well.
Okay. So with that being said, as far as numbers go, I think I'm going to give this team a 7. I think it's very middle ground. I think if this were my team, the one thing I would change is probably changing Crocolore and Go-Goat into a 4-point physical button clicker, something you can put a band or a scarf on, and then just a 1-pointer with some value. Other than that, I think this team is very solid. Yeah, I think it's a good 7.
Yeah, this one's an easy 7 for me. I just think with the top 4 that they have, it's hard to put it any lower because they are so solid together. So it's just really great team here.
I don't know. I think I might have to go with 6 on this one because like I think this team is just gonna really struggle defensively versus a lot of types. And well, Iron Moth and Alakazam are both great breakers. They're also both special, which kind of leaves you like without a great physical breaker outside of like Iron Treads and Infernape, which aren't the best at being offensive, even though, well, Infernape can be, but like, get what I mean? It's definitely very special leaning. So,
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 7. I think that I could have gone with an 8 or even a 9 if Iron Moth was replaced with a really high tier physical breaker that because I think that would be just the perfect piece for this team to really go to the next level for me. But yeah, I think kind of in my opinion, the not so great in terms of value picks in terms of Crocolore and Go-Goat. Um, but I still do think this team is going to be very much a headache to prep for. So gonna go with a 7.
All right, so up first on the left side, we have Dialpo. They decided to start off their draft with Torn-T, followed by Mega Garchomp. Then we have Toxapex, Raikou, Fortress, and Weirdeer. This team is very interesting. I do like the potential that some of these mons bring. I like the Torn-T pick. I think it's a very underrated mon in this format just because of how naturally bulky it is, even though it's not resisting many of the stats outside of Infernape's fighting type. I definitely think it can still put out a lot of damage and take in a lot of damage. And being faster than everything, being able to click U-turn very freely is nice. Once again, I think regular Garchomp would definitely be better suited for this team than Mega Garchomp. I think the only redeeming quality Mega Chomp has here is the immense T-Wave spam between Raikou, Fortress, and Weirdeer. Other than that, pretty good hazards. As well as good hazard removal between Torn-T and Fortress, and I think Weirdeer is a very solid pick. One of my favorite low tier Pokemon, so good team.
Yeah, I love the Weirdeer here. I feel like most people in this position would just picked up Farigiraf or Girafarig, depending on the points. So I think it's really cool that they're bringing this. And outside of that, just I think it's a solid team. Like Mega Garchomp, you don't need a Raging Bolt. You got Raikou for your fast electric type. Toxapex we've talked about a lot with how well it goes into the top 3. Tornadus T, the Pivot King. Should be a fun team to use. Pretty versatile. I think you could make some fun teams this entire season. So good luck.
I definitely think Voodoo's a fun one. It's like not been very explored in draft, and I definitely think it has the potential to be a super versatile low tier, which I think a lot of this team can be like very versatile, like, well, maybe without the Toxapex, because like that just, we all know what Toxapex does at this point, but yeah, like the Tornadus and the Garchomp can like really kind of switch up what they want to do whenever, because like the other roles are kind of covered by the other Pokemon, so yeah, I think it'll be a fun team to build with.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree with that. I think this team would be really fun to mess around with. The Mons are really versatile, and can do different things. You can go offensive Torn, you can go support Torn. Raikou, you can go the choice item where the more setup, and then Weird Deer you can do a lot of weird stuff with, no pun intended. So yeah, I think this team is kind of Mega Garchomp done right. I think I really like the support for it. I guess the only thing I would say is maybe have webs as well, but I guess you can't have everything. But I like this team a lot in terms of enabling Mega Garchomp to just click its buttons, which it wants to do.
All right, so getting into the numbers, I think I really like this team. I think it's one that looks a bit unorthodox, but is really well put together. I think every Pokemon has a place on this team, and I think even the low tiers in Fortress and Weird Deer you have to prep for on a daily basis. And so with that being said, I'm going to give this team a 9. I think it's a very solid team. I don't have a lot of complaints about it.
I'm on the fence between an 8 and a 9. I think I am just I am gonna go with an 8. My initial thought. I think it's just one of those solid teams. I think it's a pretty cool version of the solid teams. It's like just with the mons they picked, it's not very as standard as some of the other ones, but very good 8 team here for me.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's like an 8 team that's sort of like another one of those that's like sort of ends up in the same bucket of like averagely good teams, but it does like get there in a pretty interesting way, so I think it'll be one to watch.
Yeah, I think I'm also gonna go 8 here. And you mentioned it being like an averagely good team. I think that kind of just speaks to we have a lot of really good teams here who we've been looking at. So saying that this is an average team means that it's actually pretty good and going to be pretty difficult to prep for. So gonna go with an 8. I think this team kind of checks just a lot of boxes in terms of what I look for in teams, and yeah, I think it's gonna be really good.
All right, so with that being said, we can go ahead and hop over to the right side. We have Damu. And off rip, they decided to start with Tapu Fini. So they decided that 2 fairies was not enough. They wanted to pick up a third one. We have Sneasler, we have Gliscor, we have Hisuian Zorark, we have Revavroom, and then we have Sandygas. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first Sneasler we've seen?
I think so, yeah.
I believe so as well.
I think that's a very interesting Pokemon that has not been drafted yet, considering it's a probably, I think it's the highest tiered poison type in Nat Dex drafts. I could be wrong about that. But I think this team is very interesting. Obviously, the Sandygas was a throwaway pick, and my big criticism with that is I think there are 1-pointers out there that people can get use out of, so kind of throwing that away is just losing you a couple prep fights. I do like the Sneasler with obviously the Misty Seed Unburdened sets. I think Zora Kasui is a very good mon in this format. I like Gliscor. I think Revavroom without Terra is a bit interesting, especially with the very common Terra Ground Sylveon we're going to be seeing. But overall, I think this team's pretty decent. I don't really have many complaints about it or compliments. It's kind of just there.
Yeah, this is just a good team. I'm curious about how well it's going to fit into the format, or like I can't tell how efficiently it's going to deal with the top or the team captains that everyone has. It has the potential to kill them, but I can't make my mind up about how they're going to be able to switch in. But yeah, outside of the negatives, I think Zora Kasui's really good in this format. Just being able to not die to Shadow Sneak, mimic you, throw out a ton of damage. You can lead specs with it. You can do sash. I think it's a very good rounding out Pokemon for your team, especially with physical Sneasler, and then you pick up a special breaker like Zoroark here.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Draco, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I think sort of as Fabriks was saying, just like it might struggle a bit with the top three because I think you have two poison types, but they're both more offensive, so it's not like the greatest switch in for those. But I do think Tapu Fini can sort of pick up the slack a lot there because I think it matches up pretty well to all three of them. And yeah, I think Sneasler plus Terrain is never not going to be good just because Sneasler is a stupid mon. So yeah, it's definitely a good team for that, if nothing else.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Trey said about the round 9. I feel like you could have gotten something probably better than Sendigas. But nonetheless, I think that having the unburdened Caesar option is really good. I think also, which is a little underrated, is just the poison touch fake out sets. I think being able to just kind of spread poison around is usually good, but you kind of have the Tapu Fini with the Misty Terrain, which might get in the way of that. So I do kind of don't love how that kind of locks you into the to the more unburdened sets. I think having the viability in both would be better, and obviously you still can, but the Fini kind of limits that in some ways. But I love the option to switch to have the disguise on Zoroark because a lot of things don't want to take Sneasler stabs, and so if you can disguise as Sneasler, you can force out a lot of switches, and just getting maybe like a spec Shadow Ball, Hyper Voice, some stuff can just be really really nice. So I really love that pick. And then Gliscor, I think, is just really, really good in this format because we've really seen a lack of ice types. And so Gliscor being able to just do the Gliscor things and just set up spikes, knock off, and U-turn roots, just be really annoying for everything. I think it's going to have kind of free reign to do that here. So, yeah, I like this team. Really like it offensively, and I like it a little less defensively, but still solid team.
Okay. So with that being said, I think this team is just a very standard 7 for me. For most of the reasons that we've already talked about, I think it's a decent offensive team. I feel like it is a bit reliant on Sneasler and Zoroark. I feel like you don't have a lot of offensive options outside of that. Revavroom is very matchup dependent, and then Gliscor and Fini, I feel like both are going to be more relied on to be defensive, and so I think this team is a bit of a one-trick pony team, but I think it's a very good one-trick pony team.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like with pretty much everything Trey said about this being a 7. Only thing to add is hopefully you can catch someone off with a Revavroom. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a 7 team for me.
In the same position, I think it's just a 7. Like, you're gonna basically be doing the same thing every week, I feel, with this, but like it's pretty solid game plan. And yeah, unfortunately I don't really see Revavroom coming because I think if Revavroom's gonna do well into a matchup, Sneasler's probably also doing better in the matchup, so it'll be tough to bring it, but yeah, it's still okay at what it does.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point about the redundancy there. I think I'm gonna go. I'm on the fence between 6 and 7. I think I'm gonna go 6 just because of that, redundancy, and also, I feel like going into this team, like if I can kind of handle the Sneasler, then I feel like I can be okay. And so that kind of being your main, and I don't want to say only way to win, but kind of the focal point of everything. I feel like it's gonna lead to some issues for this team. So gonna go with 6 here.
Okay, so that's going to be it for Dialpo and Damu. Let's go ahead and head into the next ones. All right, so looking up on the left side, we have Nick19. They decided to start off their draft with Latios, followed by King Gambit. We have Mega Blastoise, we have Crobat, we have Type Null, Abomasnow, and then Thwacky. So first notice, I think this team is very solid. It's very well rounded. I think every Pokemon on this team has a purpose and can come to any match. I think my few knocks on the team is I think King Gambit's just a bit overpriced in this kind of format. Not resisting Fairy and also absolutely getting decimated by Infernape since it does not have Terra. But other than that, I think it's still a decent mon. And outside of that, I think the only thing this team is lacking is good hazard stacking. I think a Latios plus King Gambit core definitely could use some rocks and spikes, and I think you're very much lacking in that regard. Outside of that, honestly, not a bad team.
Yeah, I'm. Is there any something I'm missing? Does a mon in this team have Unburden?
I don't
No,
believe so.
no.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, so I actually I'd like Abomasnow, so I'm not gonna rag on him. But Type Null and Thwacky just seem a little bit like. I mean, Thwacky's a good mon, so like I'm not gonna rag on it too much. But yeah, I think those two are just a little out of place. I think it could have been rounded out better, but sometimes it's just hard with little points and things start to go. But the positives are great here. You have good removal. Latios and King Gambit are deadly together. I really like Crobat's speed tier here, and it's fairy resist and also isn't weak to ground at the same time. So the positives definitely outweigh any negatives here for me.
Yeah, I do like the way that this team sort of leverages the three mascot picks because I think normally like Latios, King Gambit core can kind of struggle with bulky dark types, but obviously Sylveon and Infernape can just chew those up, so it's not as much of a problem. Yeah, I think just offensively overall this team is very good, and defensively it's not too shabby either. It's a little too reliant on Crobat as that fairy resist for my liking, but otherwise it's very solid.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think when you're playing against this team, you're just you just need to always make sure your Infernape's alive because if it's not, Kingambit can kind of destroy you in the end game. So I think kind of forcing the opponent to bring in Infernape is I think that's pretty interesting, and I think that could having the Mega Blastoise there to deal with the Infernape, I think that was a really smart combination there. Um, yeah, I'm a little confused by the Thwacky. I feel like you might have been able to get a better 3-pointer than that. And then, but I also think that having the Abomasnow with the Veil could also be really nice for King Gambit or Latios to set up and end the game. So yeah, I like this team a lot in terms of how all the pieces fit together. I just wish that the Thwacky and Type Null maybe could have combined to a 7-pointer that is more likely to come week to week.
For sure, I totally agree with everything you guys have been saying. And go ahead and get right into the numbers. I think this team I think it's just a 7. I think obviously, like we talked about the low tiers, I think Abomasnow can make sense on basically any team, as long as it's not just adding like stacking weaknesses on top of weaknesses you already have. I think Abomasnow can basically fit on any team. Having access to weather, especially in a format where we've seen a lot of people draft rain and sun and sand, I think is fine. I think Aurora Veil on basically any team is fine, especially when you have a King Gambit as well as a Latios. I definitely think the Thwacky could have been changed into something different, but I think this team is definitely like the definition of can work, but will it work? And so I think it just gets a 7.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every single team in this draft board has been just solid, and this is just another one of them. Another 7 for me. I don't really feel like I need to reinstate anything that I said before. So, Draco, you can rate this up next.
I think I'll follow it up with another 7. I think sort of mentioned before, I think the main things holding this team back are just going to be those sort of random lower tier picks outside of the Obama Snow and just lack of hazards in general.
Yeah. Um, I I'm I'm on the fence between 7 and 8, but I'm probably gonna go 7, just because of how weak it is to Infernape. Thankfully, you have Veladius and Blastoise to kind of handle it. But if that Infernape, tears into something that's harder for the Veladius to deal with, maybe Terra Dark or Terra Electric, for the Blastoise, I think this team could get overwhelmed by Infernape. So I'm gonna go with 7, but still think this team is gonna be pretty solid throughout the tour.
For sure. I definitely think this team could definitely go all the way. I think it's got the pieces to do so.
Yeah.
So, jumping over to the right side, we have our good friend OK Big Guy. He decided to start off his draft with some sand. We got Excadrill followed by Hippowdon. We have Silvally. We have Tentacruel. We have Ogerpon Wellspring. We got Manectric. And then lastly, Pidgeot. I think this team is definitely very interesting. It's got good pieces for a sand team. I think Hippowdon in this specific format is the superior sand setter, just because it doesn't straight up lose to any of the three mascots, specifically the Infernape. I think ground Pokemon in general are a necessity in this format, and so being able to get that as well as your weather setter is just very good. Excadrill, we've seen it's going to be one of the best Pokemon in this format. Silvally, very underrated. I like the Tentacruel pick. It's not one we've seen too often. I think it's a good spinner next to the ones we have, and it's not going to be that bad in the sand. I think the only mon that I'm a bit questioning is probably the Wellspring. I don't really like its fit, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not seeing what some people are seeing.
I'm seeing a nice little water absorb switch in when they're trying to hit the Excadrill and Hippowdon. Which it might be redundant with the Tentacruel, but I like it. I think this team, every mon has a purpose. Dude, this G draft, it's just a lot of solid teams. I'm liking it. Picked up some nice speed with the Mega Manectric. We've seen a lot of teams do that. They're like, oh, I'm getting outsped by everything. Let me grab Mega Manectric, and I think it fits well here. It breaks down the water types that Excadrill might struggle with. Silvally's underrated. Tentacruel's a good pick, and keeps Excadrill from having to run Rapid Spin every week. So I like this team a lot.
I think Excadrill and Sand is just like very good in this meta in general, and then like being able to pair that with the Mega Manectric and the Ogerpon, I think forms like a very good offensive core with this. I think sort of same with the last Sand team we saw. There's like a bit of an issue with grass types, just because you have double ground, double water, and then the electric type there. But you can kind of patch that up with Silvally and Tentacruel, so it's not as big a deal as with the last one. And yeah, I think it's a solid one overall.
Yeah, I think this is one of my favorite weather teams. I think having Hippowdon Extra is really nice, but also having the Ogerpon Wellspring to tank tank any water moves that you foresee coming is nice. Tentacruel is really good into Sylveon, and forces it to bring Psyshock, which could be an issue, but I think they can kind of work around that without too many issues. And then Savali, I just think is just so perfect because it can, it being able to run any type it wants is just so valuable in a format like this. When your Terra options are so limited, I think Trey mentioned earlier is kind of like having a 4 Terra captain, and I think it's just really good because the opponent has to prep for so many different possible combinations between the Savali and the 3 Terramons. So yeah, I think Manetric's really good. We've seen a couple teams that are just if you forget if you forgot to draft the ground type, this team will punish you with the roll switching around and stuff. So yeah, I like this team. I think Extra is kind of set up to do a lot of work here, and I think that it has the pieces to support it pretty well for switching and stuff like that. So I like this team a lot.
Agreed. So getting into the rankings, I think the last thing I want to comment before I give my number is on a sand team. I definitely think Ogre Pond Cornerstone would have been a much better fit just to get that SPDF boost, as well as like we said, I don't really think you need the water absorb, considering you have the tentacle right there to soak basically any water hit in the game. As well as Mega Manectric to force out any water Pokemon in the game that's not Gastrodon or Quagsire or Swampert. So I think I would have liked to seen Cornerstone there to get you an extra point to upgrade that Pidgeot to make something a little bit more viable. But outside of that, very solid team. I think I'm still going to give this team an 8. I think it's a very good sand team.
Yeah, I think it's an 8. I think it's definitely it might be the coolest weather team I've seen. I don't know. I like a lot of the mons here. Um, I don't think it's I don't know. I think it could. I think it has potential to be higher, but I'm feeling an 8 for it.
Yeah, I think 8 sounds right for this team. It's like a very solid weather team. It's like does everything a weather team needs to do. Just like only thing that I think wasn't touched on yet is that the speed tiers are a bit wonky. I think it goes all the way from like 88 on Excadrill down to that Sylveon at 60, so there's a bit of a gap there, but like not the biggest deal in the world.
Um, yeah. For me, gonna go 8. I definitely agree with Trey's point about the overpond. Looking at the different 3-pointers, I feel like you could have gone Knuckle Stack, and if you were feeling really frisky, you could have gone Shedinja into another sand team. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think that change probably like just a change of getting maybe a more valuable steel type. I mean, sorry, a more valuable 3-pointer there, and getting that Ogerpon Cornerstone probably would have maybe put this team at a 9. But yeah, I think that I'm gonna go with an 8. I think this team is very well balanced, and I think it's gonna go really well into the other weather teams. I'm excited to see those matchups.
All right, so it's going to do it for OK Big Guy and Nick19. Let's go ahead and hop into the next one. All right, so hopping into the last 2 teams of Pool G. Up first, we have Dirk. Dirk decided to pick up some mons that we have not seen yet or haven't seen in a while. We have Ursaluna Blood Moon, who I believe has not been taken before. We have Empoleon. We have Mega Beedrill. We have Uxie. We have Aerodactyl, we have Skuntank, and we have Tatsugiri. So honestly, big fan of this team. I think it's very interesting. I think you have a decent removal mon in Empoleon, as well as the spin Tatsugiri down there. I think it's a good utility pick. I do like the Mega Beedrill paired with Ursaluna Blood Moon. I think those two pair very well together. I think it's very similar to the Blood Moon Sneasler core we see people draft a lot. I like the Uxie being able to set up Trick Room for the Blood Moon, as well as getting outside of Trick Room, getting slow U-turn pivots into the Mega Beedrill. I think the only thing that this team is lacking is probably a better Dark type. I think, considering you already have the Beedrill with Grounded Poison, I think you could have gotten us a Dark type that was not a Poison type instead of Skuntank, and I think this team would have been a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding a big flaw in the top 5 up until Aerodactyl. Yeah, I mean, actually, even Tatsugiri has so much value here. I think Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Beedrill are great, like Trey said. Blood Moon takes down the steals that Beedrill can't. Uxie's a fantastic support piece. Aerodactyl could just come in and be a menace some games. I really like Empoleon here. I think having a steel and water and hazard removal and pivot and recovery all in one mon is just a really good value pick. Nothing too bad to say about this team, honestly.
I do think, kind of like the last Mega Beedrill, this one has like a lot of good removal options to like keep that Beedrill around, and I think unlike the other one, this one also has a lot of, or at least a decent amount of like momentum options to like get it in more often so it can like do its thing. And I will say though, I'm not a big Tatsugiri guy. I think it kind of doesn't do anything that Empoleon doesn't already do, so bit questioning on that one, but I think otherwise it's very well put together.
Yeah, I like this team because of the removal options. Because then you don't have to run boots on Aerodactyl, and Beedrill doesn't have to take that huge chip every time it comes in. I think Ursa Balloon of Blood Moon is really really good. I'm really excited to see how it does here. You can you can run the spec sets, the Calm Mind sets, and it not being able to Terra, might hold it back a little bit in terms of making it easier to whittle down with toxics. Because everything gets toxic, but I still think Ursaluna is going to be really really good. I'm really excited about it, and I think it has some good pieces to kind of handle its weaknesses in terms of its weakness to fighting and stuff with the Yuxi. Um, yeah, I'd agree with what Draco said about the Tatsugiri being a little redundant with Empoleon, but I still think it's different enough in terms of being able to run maybe like offensively, run Draco Meteors or be more of a hard hitter than Empoleon. Kind of differentiates it a little bit, but I do still think a lot of it is kind of redundant um, overall. So yeah, I like the team. I think it supports what it really wants to do really well.
Okay, so with that being said, I think this team, like we've already said, is very well put together. I think you can kind of see the vision that was made going into it, and I think he stuck to that plan from the beginning, regardless of any snipes. And I think for that, with the consistency of how everything was drafted, I'm going to go with an 8.
Yeah, I agree with an 8. I think like the only like I don't know, it's not even a problem because if the Uxie checks a lot of things, there's kind of a bit of pressure on it. But if Uxie does fall, you kind of just get the opportunity to revenge kill with whatever you want. And also, I want to see this team make playoffs and then win like a quarterfinal or semifinal with a stench scum tank flinch. So 8 for me here.
Stench Skuntank would be pretty hype. I think I'm gonna go 8 as well. I think, yes, as everyone's been saying, it's a well put together team. I think definitely does what you want it to do. I think main thing holding it back is just switching in to fighting types is gonna be rough once that Yuxi gets whittled down, but yeah, otherwise it's very good.
Um, I think I'm gonna go 9 with this team. I think it does a lot of things really well, and I think it kind of covers for its weaknesses. I understand what Fabriks was. I'm sorry, not Fabriks, what Draco was saying about the fighting type moves, but I think that having a Sylveon and a Mimikyu, you don't probably want to bring those every week. I think it can kind of help hold off some of those fighting attacks, so UC doesn't have to bear all of the brunt on those. Um, but yeah, I think this team is really scary, and I think that like I said earlier, it really supports what it wants to do really well, and gonna gonna cause a lot of problems and headaches in terms of prepping for it.
Okay, so it's going to be it for Dirk. We can go ahead and go on to our last team for Pool G, as well as being one of our very own. We have Fabriks. So Fabriks decided to start his draft off with a Zapdos, followed by Blastoise. We got Mamoswine, Mega Aggron. We have Excelgor. We have Cyclizar, and then Quaxwell. So right off rip, I think this team by far has the most removal as well as the best removal. We have three spinners and a defogger. Despite Quaxwell kind of just being the same thing as Blastoise, I feel like it could be different enough to where it could see a game or two. But there's not
Oh,
very
it's seeing
many.
a game. Don't worry.
There's not very many games where, in a serious sense, you would be bringing it over Blastoise unless there's specific calcs I'm not sure of. I do like the Excelgor. I believe this is the first time we've seen it. I could be wrong. Um,
Oh,
I
it's the first.
I do like the Excelgor pick. I think Cyclizar is also very underrated because even though we do have two fairies, being a regen mon with U-turn is a very good Pokemon to be able to bring out things like Mega Aggron to absolutely wall those fairies trying to check it. And like we've said in the past, for the few people that have drafted Mamoswine, I think Mamoswine is going to be absolutely ridiculous here because we have not seen a lot of people checking ice types, and the few people that are, it's with steel types, and Mamoswine absolutely decimates any steel type.
Yeah, this team is like pure vibes. I was on spring break with some friends while I was drafting. I spent a whole like 45 seconds looking at the draft board. All I knew I wanted Mega Aggron going in, and I knew I wanted Blastoise. And then the other picks were just like, this guy seems like a monster. Let's pick him. Let's pick him. My one friend was literally playing Radical Red. I was like, hey, who should I pick next? He was like, I don't know, but Excelger's kind of carrying me this run. And I was like, oh, you said Excelger's good? I didn't even look at his move pool. I just picked him.
Oh yeah.
I think this is going to be a fun team. I honestly I don't know like how strong it is, how well. I think it's built pretty decent for the team captains. But could just be biased. But I don't know. I'm a fan of this team, honestly.
I was gonna say it definitely gives off the like it's a just like picking some guys that seem like they would be fun to use, and like I think it's definitely one of the meta teams that are like that, because like obviously you got like the Zapdos, which like every time it's come up before I've said it's like really good, and I think not gonna repeat that too much, but like yeah, and then Mega Aggron matches up very well into the top three, and Mamoswine is just a beast offensively, so yeah, there's a lot of fun pieces to work with here.
Yeah, I really like this team. I think having the Sylveon be able to kind of wish up the Mega Aggron, I think is going to be so annoying to deal with
The
for
wall.
other teams. Yeah, literally, like you have the Super Wall, then you have the Sylveon who can take special hits that it probably doesn't want to take, and then just heal it right back up, so it can just do whatever it just did all over again. And yeah, and obviously the Mamo's really good here. I like that you have a spinner to keep the spike. I mean, to keep all hazards off your side without having a defog. Kind of let Zapdos be just the that roost hurricane volt switch thunderbolt or just whatever moves you want to run on Zapdos. But yeah, I think this team's really good. I think my only issue with it, I think it's a little too reliant on Quaxwell. I think you're kind of forced to bring it every game
True.
because of how good it is. But outside of that, I think I really like what this team is going for.
Nah,
And
he's spinning right now.
you have a lot. You have a lot of things you need to prep for on the other team. In terms of like facing your team.
All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the numbers. I think this team is a very solid 8. I think whether he was intending to or not, I think this team does fit very well together. I think Excelgor has a great speed tier here as it outspeeds a majority of stuff in the meta. I think Cyclozar, like I said, is very underrated, and I think those first 4 picks are just all very meta relevant mons in this format.
Yeah, I'm gonna give this team a 9. I like what I see. Draco, I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I think I'll give it a 9 as well. I think it's very good. And not
Don't
just
rate the
to
coach, rate the team, man. Oh god, no.
well, no, I think like it does like have a lot of good stuff going for it. Like I was saying, Zapdos and Mamoswine are both like good offensive, and then you got the spike stack from Excelgor with the spin support. Like yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah. Probably gonna go 8 here. I really like this team. If I was taking the train into account, it'd be an 11. But
True.
I think this team's gonna I honestly just think that Sylveon plus Aggron can honestly just win games by itself because how tough it's gonna be just to handle with healing it up and give me problems. I think the Excelgor you can do a lot of different stuff with it. You can run Final Gambit, you can run the spike stuff. So yeah. Um, yeah, I think this team does a lot just really well. And so yeah, I'm gonna go with 8.
All right, so that's going to do it for the remainder of Pool G. We will be right back with the last pool, Pool H. All right, so starting off Pool H, we have Life's Hell. And they decided to start off their draft with Jirachi, followed up by Nidoking. Then we have Toedscruel. We have Meloetta, Vaporeon, we have Absol, and then Aggron. And I believe this is the first time seeing Toedscruel and Meloetta, and maybe even Vaporeon as well. I do like this team. I think it's very solid. I think the Jirachi is very good into 2 of the top 3. Obviously not the Infernape. Obviously it can be with Psychic Stab. Nidoking, very good into the top 3. I think Toedscruel is a very underrated spinner. I think taking it round 3 is a bit ambitious. I think you definitely could have waited a little bit longer on that. I do like the overall build of this team, and I know we've knocked on a couple teams for kind of having some stragglers at the end, but I think this team actually could have benefited a bit more from changing maybe the Aggron and the Mega Absol into something that was a little bit more high tier. But other than that, honestly, not much to complain about here.
Yeah, it's a lot of mons that can come every week, but it's hard to see the full picture of how well they've fit together, and just like I don't know, I'm not sure about how the checks are really. I think having an extra wish passer with Vaporeon and Sylveon is kind of nice,
And Jirachi.
especially if and Jirachi, true. Um, I really wish Toadscroll had any other ability because I love that mon. I do think it's a good pick, especially with the removal it has. Um, it's a decent team. It's a decent team. I like the Meloetta pick a lot. I think that has potential in this format, especially um, into the Infernape and being able to outspeed Mimikyu and not get hit by the Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. It's like a very decent looking team. I think you've got. I think Toadscrool's kind of filling a lot of your utility roles, which like it's a lot of pressure on that mon, but I think like it could work if you play it well. And Nidoking's obviously like a very prominent offensive Pokemon in this format, so I think that'll be a very good one. And I'm a big fan of Vaporeon, so excited to see that here. So yeah, decent overall team.
Big fan of Vaporeon, huh?
Yeah, what's up with that, man?
Oh my god.
Hey, I
Um,
got sleep with it like 2 weeks ago, so
oh,
it's good.
respect. But yeah, I like this team. I agree with Trey's point that I feel like if you combine Absol, um, and Aggron, I feel like for 13 points you probably could have gotten a mon that would fit better here. But I still think that I don't have any qualms with Aggron and Mega Absol. I think they're both pretty solid here. Um, yeah, I think Toadscroll is pretty nice here because it can kind of handle the Sylveon. Um, it can get free like if you switch it into Sylveon and you have a decent matchup, you can get some free spores off and or spike stack, or you can do a lot with Toadscroll. So I think it's actually going to be pretty good for this team. Um, and having all the wish support for something like Aggron, um, could be and Toadscroll as well. I think defensively this team's actually pretty incredible. I think that offensively it might be lacking a little bit in some categories, especially on the physical side. Um, but I think that defensive core is really what shines when I see this team.
For sure. So before I give this ranking, my last thought on this team is I think when I look at this team, it feels like there's no like leader or a face of the team. It feels like this team is full of like backup dancers or backup singers, and we're just looking for that like one like top tier Pokemon. When Jirachi is your highest point Pokemon at 15 points, and Jirachi is usually seen as more of a defensive or support Pokemon, I think that's where this team is lacking a little bit for me. I think you did a good job at spreading your points out evenly, but I think you did too good of a job, and you definitely should have gotten maybe 1 or 2 high tier picks. And so for that, I think this team's a 6.
Yeah, I think it's a 6. I think it falls short of being like a great team. Um, and there's not really like there's not like bad mons on it. There's just mons that could be better. And for that reason, I'm giving it a 6.
Yeah, I think I'll go 6 as well. There's like a lot of, yeah, I guess just the same point as like everyone else. There isn't like a star on this team. It's kind of just like a lot of okay to good mons, but like nothing great. So I think it might struggle, like just not having that higher power level.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 7. I believe in this team a little bit more. I think than the general consensus here. I think that defensively it will be able to stick around, and with the spike stack, it'll be able to kind of whittle teams down over time and uh, and can win some wars of attrition. I think it's maybe not the best that it kind of has to win that way, but I honestly think that those long game strategies are just as viable as kind of like the hyper offense ones as well. So I'll consider, yeah, I'm gonna go 7. I like how much defensive support this team has and versatility it has as well.
All right, so that's going to do it for Lifestyle. We can go ahead and jump over to Mr. Bonana. They decided to start off their draft with Zamazenta Crown, followed by Venusaur. Then we have Greninja, Claydol, Dunsparce, and Rotom Fan. I will say I really like this team. I think the one thing it's lacking is a bit. I think it could have used a better defogger. I think Rotom Fan isn't bad, but I just feel like it's not a mon you want to bring to many of those matchups, and so you're kind of relying on Rapid Spin Claydol a lot, or just no removal. I think Mega Venusaur, we haven't seen it drafted in a couple pools, but I think it is a extremely difficult mon for people to deal with if you're not drafting flying types. We haven't seen a lot drafted. I think Zamasu, one of the best Pokemon in this format. Greninja, extremely underrated, especially now that it does get Sludge Wave. And I think Dodun is a very underrated Pokemon. It is Natdex, so I believe it does get toxic. Because Dunsparce gets toxic. So I think that Pokemon is going to be very hard for people to deal with. I am a big fan of this team, actually.
I like the Claydol here a lot. It's kind of for me, it's the glue holding it all together.
Mm-hmm.
With the rapid spin, so you're not forced to run. Well, I mean, it is just the best hazard remover here. It's just ground type. It has levitate. It has psychic to hit the Infernape if it gets a chance. And then the top 3, I feel like they're just. I mean, they're great. The Greninja's got the rare dark type, fast, special, whatever you want to run on it. The Dunsparce and Rotom Fan are both useful in their own ways. So I think this is a complete team. I like it.
I think just the offensive pressure with just Zama and Greninja is gonna be like really, really good overall, and then just having the Mega Venusaur backup, that's like really, it's like almost just a one-man show for like a defensive core because it's just really good in this format. But then like the Dunsparce and Rotom are not bad either. So yeah, and then you still get the hazards from Claydol and Greninja. So yeah, I think it's got everything it needs. It's a good team.
Yeah, I like this team a lot. I think to Dunsparce, I think Rattle is honestly one of the most underrated abilities, especially in Paldea. I mean, sorry, in that decks because so many things get knocked, so many there are a lot of monsters to have U turn. Um, so I think that you might get a lot of value out of Rattled. But going to the more pertinent points, I do think that Venusaur is one of the best mons in this entire format, and it's almost impossible to one shot. Not a lot of teams have anything to deal with it, so I think it's going to be really good. Um, and I think the Claydol having the hazard removal is nice, but also this team isn't super weak to something like rocks besides the Rotom Fan. So yeah, I think this team's really good in terms of its offenses with Zom and Greninja. I just hope that if I was a fan of this team, that it's not too Venusaur reliant.
Okay. So going into the rankings, I am a huge fan of this team. I think it is very impressive how well they were able to put this team together. And if you put this team into a draft planner and look at the type chart for it, it actually only has one common weakness, which is flying, which, like we already said, is not very common in this format. And so, with that being said, I think this team is very well put together, and I'm going to give it a 10.
Nice.
Ooh, you feeling very confident about it. I'm gonna give it a 9. I think it's extremely good. Definitely one of the better ones out there. Um, and I mean, yeah, I really a lot I can add that we haven't already said. Great team.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a 9 as well. It is a yeah same boat as like my brain is kind of melting at this point, but yeah, it's got everything you would want, and it's just overall like really solid.
Yeah, I don't know if it crosses my threshold for a 10, but I think that it's definitely a 9. Um, because I think that it's very hard to find any weaknesses, and kind of Trey kind of talked about the type weaknesses. Like this team defensively is in perfect synergy with itself in terms of covering for each other and everything. Uh, so yeah, I'm gonna go with 9 just because I feel like defensively, like I said earlier, just a little Venusaur reliant, but I think it's still a really great, well thought out team.
Okay, so that's going to be it for Life's Hell and Bonana. Let's hop into the next two teams for Pool F, or Pool H.
Yeah.
All right, so starting off on the left side, we have It's Me Dome. They decided to start with Walking Wake, followed up by Empoleon, and then Pelipper, Kabutops, Meganium, Zapdos, and Absol. So obviously we got another rain team here. Not the first one we've seen. I think it's the last one. But this team is very solid. I think it's very similar to some of the ones we've seen before. Obviously, some of the low tier picks are a bit different. I think Meganium is very interesting. I think Meganium and Absol could have been combined into a potential 4-point mon that could have abused the rain a little bit better. But other than that, I do like Walking Wake in the rain. I think it's a very interesting choice. Yeah, not really too much to say about this team.
Yeah, will the rain ever end? I liked the point about just grabbing a 4-point mon. Like if you want to make a really good rain team, just go all in on the rain. Meganium and Absol are kind of just not a part of it. Um, I think Walking Wake is pretty cool in rain. Excited to see how that goes. But yeah, other than that, another fun, probably pretty good rain team.
Yeah, I think the same sentiment. It's just a pretty good rain team. I will say that Zapdos round 9 is very disrespectful. I think that mon is like way better than that, but yeah, it's got like all those sort of standard rain pieces you'd expect. I think yeah, it might struggle a bit outside of rain, but yeah, it's still good in it.
Yeah. I like this team. In terms of the rain teams, I think it's more like of an average rain team. Looking at the different 4-pointers, back to Trey's point, they had Caracosta and Armaldo in terms of Swift swimmers. So I honestly think either of those two have a better chance of coming over Meganium or Absol. But nonetheless, uh, obviously, like Kabutops is really good, and in the rain, and getting the Zapdos that late was really great in terms of pick value. Um, yeah, you have defog on Napoleon, so you're not forced to run on Pelipper. And getting the walking wake in the rain, it's pretty nice. It's almost like having it in sun, except you don't get the photosynthesis. So, but yeah, I like this team. I put it probably on the more average out of rain teams, just because I feel like in terms of physical breaking, you're relying a lot on Kabutops or I guess Infernape. But besides that, no complaints.
Okay, so going into the numbers, I think this one's very easy for me. I do still think this team has potential to be good, just because of how offensive it can be. I think Wake is a very impressive Pokemon in any format, as well as offensive Zapdos. So I'm just going to give it a 7.
Yeah, it's it kind of follows the guidelines of a lot of the sevens I've given out. Hopefully I've been consistent. It's got good pieces. It's got a couple things that could be better. Definitely a 7. Yeah, leave it at a 7.
I think 7 for me too, pretty middle of the road as far as rain teams go, and I think if it just had like a better mon over that Absalom Meganium, it might get up to an 8, but yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that changing those out would definitely like put it to an 8 because I'm really close between 7 and 8. But yeah, I just think that Kabutops being like your main physical sweeper might, might come with some issues if you run into the a wrong, a Terra Captain of Sylveon who goes, max bit effort, something else that can handle it. I think I'll have trouble breaking through. But yeah, going with 7.
Okay, so that's going to be it for Dome. We can go ahead and go over to the right side with Brother Yubby. They decided to start off their draft with Palafin, followed by Celesteela. Then we have Overquill, we have Volbeat in round 4. We have Mega Manectric, we have Zygarde, and then Blossom. I think this team is very interesting. I think that even though we have a round 4 Volbeat as well as a random Blossom at the end that I don't think fits at all, I still think this team actually has decent synergy. I think Overquill is a very nice Pokemon paired with Celesteela and Palafin because they check the ground weakness very well. I think Zygarde is definitely an interesting Pokemon in this format just because it hits like a truck, and as long as you can pair the Zygarde with fairy checks, it is going to be good. I think the one complaint I'm going to have with this team is the fact that your only removal is Prankster Defog Volbeat.
Yeah, the lack of removals pretty rough on this team. It's one way you kind of have to rearrange it in your mind. Move Zygarde up towards the top, move Volbeat down low, and then you get a better picture of it. And it's really not that bad. That Volbeat just kind of throws you off at first glance. But yeah, other than that, I think Palafin Celesteela is deadly, especially in this format. I think Celesteela is criminally underrated right now in terms of how often we've seen it come up.
Yeah, I would say the same thing. Like Palafin and Celesteela are both very good mons, and like I don't hate Volbeat here either, because I think, like as we've said with the Grafaiis of the past, the Prankster is very valuable in this format, and Volbeat can definitely fill that niche. So, and then the Mega Manectric is just very solid speed tier, which this team is somewhat lacking in speed otherwise, so it's good to make up for that, and yeah, I like it overall.
Kpizzle, are you there? I think so.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was muted. But I think that Palafin's always great to have, and I think that whenever you get Palafin, you need to make sure you build a team around it. And I think Yubby did a really good job of building a team that can kind of handle and check Palafin's weaknesses and keeping it alive and well. Yeah, I think the speed that Mega Manectric provided is going to be really good for this team. But yeah, I think that maybe switching out the Volbeat and Blossom to maybe get a more valuable 4-pointer would have better served the team. But I still think that this team kind of has all the pieces to be successful and be really, really strong.
All right. So going into the rankings for Brother Yubby, I'm gonna say that I think the Volbeat actually holds a lot of value here. Maybe a little too much value for a 2-point Pokemon. But I think Prankster Tailwind for like late game Palafin sweeps could be really good, as well as just T-Wave support for Palafin and Zygarde and Celesteela. I think the one critique I have is that I think the Blossom should have been changed to a 2-point mon that has access to rocks, because right now Infernape is your only rocker, so if you ever don't bring it, you don't get rocks. But yeah, I think this team is very good. I think the only thing holding it back is a lack of removal. Everything else I think is very solid, so I'm going to give it an 8. Fabriks.
Oh, my bad. I was muted too.
You're good.
I really like the top three: Palafin, Celesteela, Zygarde. They check each other well. I think it's deserving of an 8, but I do want to give it a 7. I'm just uncomfortable with relying on Volbeat that much. But yeah.
I will have faith in the Volbeat and give this an 8. Yeah, I think just having that Zygarde just sort of like break the electric types that you don't like, and then just Palafin and Celesteela basically handling everything else, I think just makes this a very like threatening team overall.
Yeah, I think this team is super threatening, and I'm going with an 8 as well. Yeah, the prankster is nice to have always. To Encore, Thunderwave, Roost, whatever you need it to do, it can kind of fill up. It can kind of stop a lot of things from getting out of hand. So having that as kind of a trump card can be nice, and getting it 2 points is definitely good value. Um, yeah, I think this team enables Palafin to do what Palafin does best, and I think that it's going to be pretty scary to deal with overall. So I'm gonna go with 8.
Okay, so that's gonna do it for Dome and Yebby, and let's hop into the next two. All right, so going into number 5 and 6 in Pool H, we have Noah Aloha. They decided to draft Melmetal. We have King. We have Torn T. We have Gyarados. We have Tyrantrum. We have Dracloak, and then we have Shroodle. Oh, actually, there's not supposed to be a Shroodle there. Is there?
Shroodle finds its way everywhere.
Why is there a Shroodle here? I'm gonna reset. All right, so we are here with coaches number 5 and 6. We have Noah Aloha. They decided to start off their draft with a Melmetal, followed by Slowking Galar. We have Torn T. We have Mega Gyarados. We have Tyrantrum and Dracloak. So right off rip, we have a bit of a regen core going on here between probably the two best regen mons in Natdex format. Paired with Melmetal, I think is very deadly. I like the Mega Gyarados the first time we've seen it. I think it's definitely an interesting Pokemon. It's bulky enough to still be able to take a hit from the fairies and fire back. I like the Tyrantrum. I think it's one of the few dragon types that I think can hold its own against the fairies. And then Dracloak is definitely a steal at 1 point. Obviously, I don't think it fits on this team specifically, but I do think for 1 point it is definitely a steal on any team.
Yeah, this team is just good down the line. Like up until Tyrantrum, I think Mega Gyarados, weirdly enough, just it fits well. It's I don't know. Like you said, it has enough bulk, but also just packs a punch. And with how good Melmetal is in this format, compared with paired with probably the most common and arguably best regen core, just a solid team. I would like to see. I don't know, a little more removal so that Torn T doesn't have to run it every week. But yeah.
This team really just kind of gives up the energy to me of just like a bunch of big button clickers plus just the regen core backup to keep them active, and I think it's a pretty simple team style, but it's still very effective, and I do like it for that. I think it might struggle if like Slowking or Torn don't match up super well because you're kind of relying on them, but yeah, I think they are reliable mons, so it should work out.
Yeah, I always like the double regen teams, and it's hard to have a bad team with Melmetal. I think Melmetal is really good here. I think Mega Gyarados, you're gonna get a lot of value out of it. I think the Mold Breaker is honestly pretty good here. We've seen a couple of Water Absorb and Unaware mons, so being able to to click Dragon Dances on Unaware mons and kind of ignore their abilities, I think will be pretty nice here. And I agree with what Trey said about the Tyrantrum. I think it can be a pretty big threat, and for 7 points, I think that's pretty good value. So yeah, I like a lot of what this team does. I really don't have any major complaints outside of the one dimensional removal.
Okay. So now we can go ahead and hop into the numbers. And I think the one thing that's holding this team back, aside from the removal, because Torrentee is still very reliable as removal, is the lack of hazards. Only having Tyrantrum for rocks and having no spikes is going to hurt just a little bit when you have button clickers like Melmetal and Tyrantrum. And so for that, I think this team is just a solid 7.
Yep, it's another 7 team. Backed with a Regen Core and Melmetal. Pretty solid 7. Creeping up on an 8, but there's just a couple things missing hazard wise.
Yeah, I think I'll go 7 as well. I like the breakers on this team. I like the regen core. I just think it's kind of lacking in the utility department, which kind of makes it a bit one-dimensional.
Yeah, in terms of the hazard removal and hazard setting, this team is definitely one dimensional, but I think kind of makes up for that in a lot of ways by having like double regenerator and having Melmetal having it just has so many things that can just kind of wreck your team that I think it can kind of overcome that. I wish it was a little bit more. I wish the offense wasn't so like heavily leaning towards physical, but besides that, I think this team's going to do really well. I'm going to go with an 8.
Okay, so it's going to do it for Noah Aloha. We can go ahead and go over to the other side. We have Poop. They decided to pick up Mega Alakazam first, followed by Slowbro. Then we have Tangrowth. We have Excadrill, we have Kilowattrel, and then Arctibax. Another regen core, back-to-back regen cores. I think this one is just moderately worse. I think Mega Alakazam is, I would say, on par with Melmetal as far as button clickers go, but I think Melmetal in this specific format is just better, especially because I don't think Mega Alakazam got the utility support that it needs. I do like Excadrill here just as a removal Pokemon, and you have the Tangrowth and the Slowbro to cover the ground fighting and fire weaknesses. I like Kilowattrel. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it just because of its good speed tier for a cheap price with plenty of momentum. And I think the Arctibax, I think in a format like this, kind of just a waste of a 1-pointer. I think we could have gotten something a little bit better.
Yeah, I think Excadrill, weirdly as a late pick, kind of helps round out this team. Another Regen Core, this time Alakazam hitting more in the special. And then you do have Excadrill for the physical side. And then I like the Kilowattrel, speed pivoting, but also the Volt Absorb for things I want to hit the Slowbro, and then might also have coverage to hit Excadrill, like a Grass-type move. I think it's a pretty solid pickup. I like, yeah, outside of the Arctibax, I think the draft continued to stay solid the entire way through.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty solid overall team. I think the defense on this one's a little better than the previous, I think, but then the offense is a bit worse, so it kind of balances out in that way. And yeah, I do like that it is a bit more varied in the offense too, with like Alakazam and Excadrill despite that. So I think this is also going to be one of those teams that's going to be very thankful that there aren't a lot of like special attacking ghosts running around, because this team does not deal with them very well outside of Sylveon.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, I find it's very interesting to me how similar these two teams are. In terms of you have your headliner who's like the super heavy hitter. You have two regen mons. You have a mold breaker mon. You have something else that can hit hard that kind of matches the same damage as the headliner, and then you have your 1 point pseudo legendary. So I thought it was pretty interesting how similar these two teams are. And so I also think, with that, it has a lot of the pros as that first team. The offenses are more diversified, which I like. Um, and I believe you have two forms of hazard removal. Uh, but yeah, I think this team is going to do really well in terms of just taking hits, switching out, future sight, and I think this team is just going to do a lot of switching out to kind of get in the Zam and the drill to kind of do what they do best. So I like this team.
All right. By the way, there's only one form of removal. Kilo does not get defog.
Oops, my bad.
But going into this, I think a good number for this is just going to be a 7. I think this team is right on par with the one on the left. A bit better defensively, a bit better, or a bit worse offensively. I think they balance each other out very well. They both picked 1-point pseudo-legendary dragons. Uh, these teams are kind of carbon copies of each other, and I think they're both either going to perform really well or not perform well at all. I think a 7 is a good point for it.
Yeah, I couldn't believe like the more you were talking about the similarities, I was like, oh yeah, that's what were these guys planning, talking the entire time. And I mean with that
Collusion.
they're getting exactly. They're getting the same score, 7 here as well. Uh, I think they're good teams. I think they could go all the way, if not very far. But yeah.
I think sort of as everyone else was saying, I don't know if I could justify giving us a different score than the one on the left, because they are just like very close to each other in terms of overall team strength. So yeah, just another 7.
I'm gonna go with an 8 as well, because last team got an 8 and they're so similar. I think I'm closer to give this one a higher score because I do think that having Escadrille and Alakazam is really nice to have. But I think that you'd probably want some more speed control in order to kind of capitalize off of that. So gonna go with 8 here.
Okay, so that's going to do it for Noah, Aloha, and Poop. Let's go ahead and get into the last teams. All right, so coming up on the final 2 teams of the tour, coaches 63 and 64 of the draft, we have Saigai, who decided to pick up Kyurem Black, who I believe we only saw one other time. We have Kartana, we have Milotic, we have Nihilego, which I don't think we've seen yet, Mega Steelix, which I also don't think we've seen yet, and then we have Chatot and Misdreavus. So obviously a very top-heavy team. I'm not sure how much I like the Mega Steelix doubling up on Steel with the Kartana. I think this team is extremely weak to fighting outside of the Sylveon and the Mimikyu. I do really like the offensive core of Kyurem, Kartana, and Nihilego. I think this person's definitely a Gen 7 fanboy with the Beast Boosts. But yeah, overall, I really like this team. I think Milotic pairs very well with Sylveon and Mega Steelix. I think the only thing I would like to see is maybe a bit more hazard stacking as well as a good spinner in place of those 1 and 2 point mons at the end.
Yeah, I think Spikes kind of eat this team alive with the Mega Steelix, Kartana, and the Nihilego. And you don't really want to bring defog on Cortana very often, I would imagine. And Chatot is there, but is he really there? I like him. Oh, he's always there. I like the Kieran Black backed by Melodic defensively. I think Mega Steelix is good, definitely in this format as well. It kind of just has similar weaknesses to Cortana is the biggest problem. But yeah, I'm never one to doubt old no name Nihilego.
Yeah, I think since Trey mentioned it, this team does like look like it would be right at home in like a USUM draft. It's got big vibes of that, but yeah, I think I do like the offense and defensive cores on this team. I think it's just another one that's gonna struggle with certain type matchups, and I think the hazards are gonna be really rough for this one, but you can maybe try and force the opponent to defog just with like a hazard stack Nihilego, so it's not hopeless on that front, but it is kind of rough.
Yeah, I'd agree with most of the stuff that everyone else said. I think that it's I always like to have your 2 or 3 biggest threats to offensively to be to have some more diversity in terms of physical versus special. I think that having your Kieran Black and your Cartana, both being physical attackers, I don't love that, and obviously you can get around that. But yeah, I think Milo's really good here. I think kind of having it as a Sylveon check is pretty nice because of how tanky it is on the special side, and I think Steelix being able to deal with a lot of physical threats, I think is really great as well. Yeah, I agree that I think that the that round 9 and 10 probably could have been combined to a pick that's probably going to come more. I'm going to guess that Chaptot and Mischievous don't come too often. I hope I'm wrong because that would be really hype. I've never seen Chaptot used before, so I'd be very excited to see it. Um, but yeah, I think Annihilego is honestly has a chance to to be really really good here with this team specifically if you can get some right predicts and get it in on the right thing. So yeah, I'm excited about this team.
For sure. So going into the rankings for this one, I think the one thing that's holding this team back, aside from the obvious lack of removal, is the fact that none of the Pokemon that were drafted can really handle Steel types outside of like the Steelix, which I don't. I think out of all the Pokemon drafted, I think you don't want to bring it as much. I think handling bulky Steel types like the Mega Aggron matchup is just going to be a pain in the ass for this guy. For that, I think this team is going to sit at a 7 for me. I think offensively, this team is probably one of the best, but I think the lack of removal and the fact that you just can't touch the bulky Steel types is going to be a problem for you.
I'm gonna give this team a 6. I think, well, it does have the offense. It just lacks a lot of other things, and the compared to the last two teams that I've given 7s to, they just felt a little more well balanced. Um, that being said, I'd like the Milotic pick especially here, and I think could go far definitely.
Yeah, I think we'll give this one a 6 as well. I think just kind of what Kpizzle was getting at earlier, that like Kieran Black and Cartana are kind of like very similar mons offensively, so they might end up like struggling with certain defensive pieces, and I think you're a bit reliant on Mega Steelix on this team because it's like your main Fizz Def mon, because like every other defensive mon is special defense, so that might be a bit of a liability, but I think it can definitely still work.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the defensive is kind of one sided, but I think that Mega Steelers can do because of how tanky it is, it could be it can hold a good bit of responsibility on that end. I'm gonna go with 7, just because I think that habit. I think that Milo really like makes this team. I think it's kind of perfect here. The fact that correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it has flip turn, so
It
that
does.
it can switch. It can switch into the threats if it needs to. Um, and I think that with just a couple predicts, this team could be you can face yourself with like where every turn can be the last turn because you have 2 beast boosters. So not going to go with 7.
Okay, so it's going to do it for Sci Guy. I'm going over to the last, but certainly not least, coach of the draft is Doge the Noob. They decided to start off their draft with Toxapex, followed by Iron Crown, so 2 very good Pokemon into the top 3. Then we have Donphan, we have Ogerpon Wellspring, we have Lokix, Komala, and Rotom. Big fan of this team. I think it actually like pieces very well together. I think the double water makes a lot of sense here because they don't share any weaknesses and they actually cover each other's weaknesses very well. I do like the Iron Crown. I don't think it's as good as the other Iron Crown team we saw with the Tapu Koko on it. I do like Donphan. I'm surprised Donphan did not get drafted that much just because Rapid Spin is very reliable and ground types were pretty much a necessity going into this. I think Kamala is a very good low tier spinner, and I think Low Kicks is actually more than underrated in this format. The potential like lack of bug and dark resists I think could go a long way for it.
Yeah, this team's going to be pivoting all over you. You got Iron Crown, Rotom Volt switching. You got U-turn on the Ogerpon low kicks, Komala. Solid removal with the Dawn Fan. Toxapex is just an insane counter to the three captains. And I don't really. There's not a bad mon on this team. I think you even have Komala as a backup spinner. I like what I see a lot.
Yeah, I do like the how much momentum this team has. I think like he'll definitely be able to keep up the pace with that. But that being said, it does make me kind of not like the Toxapex that much on this team because like it is a bit of a momentum sink, which on a team that otherwise just wants a lot of momentum. So that's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, I think otherwise it's a pretty solid team.
Yeah, I really like this team. I know that low kicks is such a threat. So I think it's gonna do a lot for them. Um, and having the Dawn fan and having a water absorb for the Dawn fan it can always be nice as well. Toxapex obviously goes really good into all three of the mons, and it being able to haze, knock, get up T spikes, all that stuff is just going to be I think really valuable for this team. I don't really see any mon that I consider like a liability. I think all of these mons kind of have their own different roles and values that they can be valuable week in or week out and battle out. So yeah, I think this is a really solid all around team. I don't think that there's any major threat that really concerns you when team building in terms of like I need to prep really hard for this one thing or else I'll lose. But I still think it can be the kind of thing where you kind of get worn down by just like the all around power of this team.
Okay, a lot of good notes on that one. With that being said, going into the final ranking of the video, I think this team is very solid. I still think this is. I think, in my opinion, this is one of the best teams we've seen. I'm going to give this team a 9. I think it's very well put together.
Yeah, I want to end on a high note, and we did with Doge the Noob here. Definitely a 9. I think Ogerpon Wellspring is going to be huge here. Just provides that extra way to take on water hits when you want Donphan to stick around, be that reliable spinner, maybe even pop off with a little Ice Shard priority later on. But really well crafted team. Even the low tier picks, the Komala and Rotom, I've felt like we've seen them pop up quite a bit here, and I like them almost every time.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go a little lower at an 8 for this one because like I still think it's a really good team. I just think there's like sort of the issues of just like there not being like a super big offensive piece, which like with your biggest one probably being the Ogerpon, which is still pretty good, but I think it's like not on the same tier as like some of the other big offensive pieces we've seen, and just not the biggest fan of Toxapex as the bulky water on this, but yeah, like it's still a very good team overall.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 8 as well. Mainly because of the points that Draco had just said. But I still think this team, is going to be a headache to prep for, and is going to be a really good performer overall. And if you don't have the right tools to kind of break through that core of Pex and Donphan and um, Kamala and even AV Iron Crown, I think you're going to struggle a lot. So I think with 8.
Okay. So that is going to do it for the rankings of all of our videos, or for all of our teams. And we will be back with the overall standings. All right, so we are here wrapping up our anniversary tour rankings. We decided to make a spreadsheet to keep track of everyone's rankings, and so we did so by pool. So first off, congratulations to pool, I believe E. Yeah, Pool E, Swaggy, Baby Huey, Fairy Tale 69, Mini Ninny, Lancey Pook, Gunk, Manawing, and Mr. Mosty for the highest average rating. So congratulations for that. And now we can go ahead and get into the final rankings. We'll go ahead and sort these by size. And we go down here to the bottom, and we have a very clear winner, Lancey Poo, with a total score of 39 out of 40. So a damn near perfect team. Next we have Bonana, Baby Huey, and Lava Lamp and Dantigator all tied for 37. So congratulations to those guys. And then rounding out the top 10, we have Log Ice, we have Mr. Mosty, Big Bling all at 36, we have Tidal Wave at 35, and then we have Doge the Noob and Fabriks tied at 34. So yeah, congratulations to all of you guys. I think it was a absolutely great draft. We didn't have too many bad drafts. I definitely think there were more good drafts than I expected in a format like this. So yeah, congratulations to everybody. That's going to be it for me. Stay tuned. There will be a watch along of all of the tour games. So the pool games will be up. The watch along for the pool games should be up on the 20. Let's see, what day is that? The 29th of April. We'll be doing a live stream watch along for that, and then after that we will do a weekly watch along for the tournament games. So yeah, that's going to be it for me. Stay tuned, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.